and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, just prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same in true Christian love and charity one towards another, to Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. I wish to sincerely welcome all members to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, April 28, 2026. Today, we continue with the sectoral debate in addition to the usual business of the House. And as always, it is expected that members will maintain the standards of this Honorable House in accordance with the standing orders and established practice and procedures. Today, we are joined by a delegation from the World Bank, who is in the gallery, and we are also joined by a delegation from Rwanda. They are seated to my left. The delegation from Rwanda is here in Jamaica working with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to conduct an in-depth implementation of an integrated electronic case management system, which is to be used right across Jamaica's justice sector. The delegation is being led by Honorable Rukunda Kovuga, President of the Court of Appeal of Rwanda. And he is accompanied here today by the CEO and CFO, respectively, of Rwanda's Cooperation Initiative. I ask that you make them all feel welcome.
Are you for make sure you make them feel me? Remember you Jezebel, you know? Remember you Jezebel?
I'm going to make the effort. The names are Mr. Richard Niwinshuti and Mr. Freddie Makunza. I hope I got those correctly.
Say you have to address that, you have to put on your style like Rhoda. You want to look like Rhoda?
Also present here
you want to have Andrew
are our permanent secretary, Grace and Stuart McFarlane, from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who is seated to my right.
One of them says she want dog shit in our parliament.
Members joining us also in the gallery in support of their members of parliament who will be contributing to today's debate are members from their constituency, and in the case of Minister Samuda, who presents today, persons from the ministry he leads. In addition, we seem to have close to a full house. I will say we have our regular visitors and friends with us in the gallery. You're reminded not to participate by clapping or knocking the desk during today's sitting. Members also joining us, as they do every week,
Like, you know,
are our
the,
viewers on
this a blood clot
TBCJ
market girl and this is
and
market girl
viewers
show.
on the
Huh?
other various media
God
platforms.
man, they look about a road that we
Let's
come on now
hope
to go and
you
actually
will
somebody.
all enjoy today's sitting of the House, which intends to be a very long one. Thank you. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark? Here. Mr. Green? Here. Dr. Honus? Dr. Chang? Mrs. Williams? Mr. Bartlett? Ms. Grange? Dr. Tufton? Here. Mr. Mackenzie? Mr.
You think Tufton about here, you want a kick in your mouth about here.
Vaz?
Big up everybody who check in. Carol.
Mr. Delroy Chuck?
Delroy, big up on yourself. I look a bit silent until they misbehave.
Mr.
So I go and take it in until the pussy they misbehave.
Ambassador Marks? Mr. Samuda? Dr. Wheatley? Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn? Mr. Terrelong? Mr. Witter? Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert? Miss Morrison?
Gloria, big up yourself, Gloria. Big up everybody who check in.
Miss Lee?
Oh, Gloria. Gloria.
Mr. Donovan Williams? Mr. Main? Miss Crawford? Mr. Delroy Williams? Miss Hamilton? Mr. Seavright?
Oh, that girl that looks up. Why looks so? She.
Mr. Azan? Mr.
No,
Brown?
she look insipid.
Dr. Brownberg?
Huh?
Mr.
She
Bacana?
look funny.
Mr. Bunting?
She look super hard about the side of him.
Miss Burchell? Dr. Campbell?
Look how she look when we get to yourself. I'm saying
Mr. Cousins?
you know, grade 9 school picnic.
Mr. Crawford?
Grade 9 school picnic hairstyle. When I
Miss
cream
Daly?
here, then just put out to our front.
Dr. Dawes? Mr. Golden? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Hills? Mr. Hines? Mr. Ilton? Mr. Jackson? Miss Jess? Mrs. Malahoo Fort? Mrs. Miller Bennett? Mr. Morris? Mrs. Nita Garvey? Mr. Newell? Mr. Paulwell? Mr. Phillips? Ms. Perkis? Mr. Robertson? Mr. Robinson? Dr. Russell? Ms. Shaw? Mr. Smith? Mr. Dwayne Vaz? Mr. Warmington?
Permanent Secretary here, Mr. Wayne Robertson. Mr. Wayne Robertson, the Permanent Secretary, seated to my right for the Ministry of Water and Environment. I note also former Member of Parliament just joined us, Mr. Michael Stern, and I see some of our senators here in the chamber as well. I thank you for coming to lend your support to the sitting of the House today.
Juliet,
Senator Rose Bennett Cooper and Senator Elon Thompson.
I think it's the hairstyle is the problem. Next time, market girl normally put China bump in their hair. When fuck you gonna put on road a wig now, come in a parliament. I go on like a nice stop by that you kind of used to it. That a bad man, you know? Bad man. You ever see Juliet in a hair like this? Eh? Why you want to look like Rhoda? Why Juliet want to look like Rhoda? Rhoda, I think you have got to touch him like African and ball off your head. Make Juliet follow you. Because if Juliet ever follow you in Congo now in Jamaica, in a ugly oh fuck. If Juliet ever had that two water and this side, big water this side of your nose, the man not here not going to do different idea, you know. Jesus, look on Juliet. And still feel some tired donkey.
Oh my
Don't
God.
some fuck out tired donkey.
Baby.
Eh.
House Leader.
No, some donkey how they lot.
Madam
Fuck
Speaker,
out and tired.
first let me join
Because
with
some
you
tired
in
donkey.
welcoming the delegation from Rwanda who are
Some
here
tired
on a
donkey.
very important mission in relation to our court system and
Because
its
of thief, boy,
digitization. I think all of
Eh?
Jamaica
The gigolo boy,
is
the nobody
really
boy, and then said,
looking forward to the implementation of a system that you in Rwanda
Then
that
go marry the
has
woman
clearly
now,
served
cover
your
up
people
in
well
body business.
in the ease
Boy, them man
of
married to them, man, and
interacting
Labour
with our
Party, them
justice
boom, boom,
system.
shit
So,
up.
welcome, President of the
Shit
Court
up,
of
boom, boom,
Appeal and
boom,
members
boom.
of your team, and
believe this
we
madness.
hope you will enjoy your time here in Jamaica. We
And
know
them
your
are going to hire
president
one
visited
press mark
and
shop
had
in
a very
Big
good
Charlie.
time
And then-
when
and then- and
he
then
was
Roger
here.
and
Madam
shit up.
Speaker, it is suggested that we go straight to public business
them
and
man,
start
husband
with our
a batty boy.
sectoral
Ah,
debates,
them
and
husband
then
a
we
batty
will go
boy.
back to the other matters that we have to do. We are looking forward to continuing our sectoral debates today, where we will start with the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, a new ministry but a very seasoned and hard-working and competent minister, the Member of Parliament from St. Ann North East, the Honourable Matthew Samuda, and then he will be followed by the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Northwestern, Mr. Damian Crawford. So, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you.
Thank you, House Leader. We would have, let me first ask that we vote to move straight to public business, and then we will recommit all the items on the agenda. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. The time limits already having been established in our sitting last week will not need to be repeated. Please be reminded of the time limit. I will repeat it. It would appear for the last time for the benefit of everyone. So, ministers, your usual time is 45 minutes, and an additional 15 minutes has been approved, so your limit is no more than 60 minutes or an hour. And in the case of the opposition spokesperson, it is 30 minutes, and you get an extra 5 minutes, so 35 minutes. Members, please, I will be adhering strictly to the time. Please make welcome the Minister of Water and Environment. The Minister represents the seat of St. Ann Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, I am sorry to interject. For the benefit of all the members, when your time is up, you will only hear the bell go off so that you will recall that you are now going into additional time. I'm asking you to just continue with your presentation. Don't have the bell break your stride. Just continue when it goes off. You guys major in the minor a lot though.
Madam Speaker.
When the buzzer goes off, since you don't like ringing the bell, because it's a bell. Yes, anything you would like. So when the buzzer goes off, you will just continue in good stride. And you do not need to sit or wait for additional time. So you're comfortable continuing your presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise today to make my contribution to the sectoral debate in this honorable House, I'm privileged to stand here firstly because of the blessings of the Almighty, but secondly because of the trust placed in me by the constituency of St. Ann Northeast. I pause to acknowledge my councillors, constituency executive, management team members who are present here today. I also use this opportunity to etch in the annals of history the work, the impact, the ambition, and the intended legacy of the young but dynamic Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change that I now have the honor and privilege to lead. I welcome senior members of the Ministry to the Parliament today, including the Permanent Secretary Wayne Roberts and our Director General Sharon Morrison, CTDs and team members who are also here today. I also welcome members of the boards of management and senior team members of the agencies and departments also under my supervision. Madam Speaker, I also use the opportunity to welcome guests from the World Bank Water Sector team who are in Jamaica on a particular mission but have joined us this afternoon. We extend welcome to them as well. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Most Honourable Prime Minister for the trust he once again placed in me to manage these critical subject areas. Madam Speaker, there are many persons who deserve an expression of profound gratitude. It is my hope that they are not slighted by the lack of mention because of the time constraints this afternoon. Madam Speaker, as I begin, I pause to reflect on the words of the Most Honourable PM when he made it clear that this government and this budget is about building forward together and that we are moving.
You don't have to talk the Prime Minister for nothing, man. The Prime Minister put anybody around him. You don't have to talk the Prime Minister for your fuck. The Prime Minister is all blind, I lead blind. What you thank him for?
What is that?
This resurgence is a precise intention of this ministry. An intention, Madam Speaker, that will be made real through intentional service, environmental stewardship, and the development of climate-resilient water systems. Madam Speaker, the ministry was created because climate change, water security, environmental protection, forestry, ocean governance, and the blue economy required dedicated singular focus. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that in what can only be described as a remarkably short period, that through partnerships coordinated by this ministry, we have already mobilized tens of millions of US dollars in climate and adaptation financing, coordinated a national recovery of major water systems after the most disruptive disaster ever recorded in Jamaica, provided timely information before, during, and after Hurricane Melissa that not only saved lives but also gave our people hope and guidance. Importantly, Madam Speaker, this ministry has also allowed Jamaica to assume leadership roles in the global environmental agenda and entrenched our position as a credible, bankable partner and thought leader in global climate and environmental stewardship. I reiterate and emphasize, not only for the members of this House, but moreover for the people of Jamaica, that climate resilience is not an expense. It is an investment in Jamaica's survival, stability, competitiveness, and indeed our resurgence. Madam Speaker, the challenge is great, but the resilience and ingenuity of the Jamaican people are equal to the task. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to advise this Honourable House that all boards under the purview of this ministry have been duly gazetted. Cabinet approval has been received and board members have been appointed, ensuring that the governance structures responsible for overseeing our agencies and delivery of this critical program are fully constituted and operational. Madam Speaker, today I will provide an update on Jamaica's climate change agenda.
Big up yourself here.
This
big up
is not
yourself.
simply
big
a
up everybody
policy
who just
discussion.
check in,
It is
over check in,
about
look more fun now.
protecting
Big up on yourself from
livelihood,
there.
strengthening economic resilience, and ensuring that Jamaica remains prepared in the face of intensifying climate impacts. Madam Speaker, over the period of 2020 to 2025, Jamaica has experienced an escalation in climate-related events. The passage of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024, Hurricane Melissa in October 2025, resulted in widespread damage and disruption across several parishes. These events, alongside severe drought conditions between 2020 and 2023, caused significant damage to infrastructure, agricultural and coastal systems, while having a severe economic impact. Road networks, water systems, and electricity infrastructure were impacted. Smallholder farmers and experienced crop losses, and coastal communities face storm surge, flooding, and erosion. These impacts are not isolated. They directly affect productivity, food security, and national stability. Madam, every dollar spent on recovery is a dollar diverted from the development agenda. And this is why climate change must be treated as a core economic issue. Madam Speaker, Jamaica strengthened its climate governance net framework in 2023 through the approval of the Climate Change Policy Framework and Emissions Policy Framework. These provided a coordinated national approach across sectors. Madam Speaker, the development and passage of climate change legislation will mark a significant step in strengthening Jamaica's governance framework. The Ministry is partnering with the UK FCDO to deliver this legislation, which will provide legal backing for climate policies and ensure accountability across sectors. This is essential for delivering sustained and measurable outcomes, greater transparency, and improved policy implementation and increased investor confidence. This legislation is expected to be complete this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's long-term emissions reduction and climate resilience strategy, or otherwise referred to as our LTS 2050, completed in July 2025, represents our vision for Jamaica as a climate-smart, resilient country. The strategy outlines Jamaica's pathway to achieving net zero emissions by or before 2060, while ensuring that economic growth remains inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Madam Speaker, what distinguishes the LTS is not solely an environmental strategy, it is a developmental strategy. It focuses on a whole of economy approach and includes focus on the energy systems, transport, agriculture, infrastructure and urban development, as well as forestry and ecosystems. The LTS projects approximately 13.9 billion in net economic benefits by 2050, along with the creation of 26,000 jobs, particularly in green and emerging sectors. Madam Speaker, these are not just projections. They represent a shift in how Jamaica positions itself in the global economy. Importantly, the LTS is aligned with our NDC and other national priority policies, ensuring coherence across short and medium and long-term planning. Madam Speaker, in 2025, ahead of the deadline, Jamaica also submitted its nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC, which is a requirement of the Paris Agreement. This, Madam Speaker, saw an ambitious target of Jamaica committing to 41% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, relative to a business-as-usual scenario. Our NDCs focused on energy, transport, forestry, and land use, and for the first time took a valuation of the carbon capture capabilities of our mangrove forests. Madam Speaker, between 2024 and 2026, Jamaica advanced its approach to food security through the development of a climate-informed, multi-scalar mapping system in partnership with RADA and the Climate Technology Center and Network under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. MWEC led the project, raising $250,000, but partnered very closely with RADA, Madam Speaker. This is important for centralized data on agriculture, climate risks, and food security, allowing decision-making at multiple levels, national, parish, and community. This means we can now identify with much greater precision the areas most vulnerable to drought, flooding, and production shocks. Madam Speaker, the Adapt Jamaica project represents a major investment in climate resilience for the agriculture sector. With US $50 million secured through the GCF, this initiative will benefit over 700,000 Jamaicans, particularly smallholder farmers and rural communities. And the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth can attest to the fact that $40 million of this is indeed grant funding. For that, we are particularly proud. This project targets the strengthening and resilience of the agriculture sector, and we are also supporting income generation. This initiative demonstrates how targeted investments can deliver both environmental and socio-economic benefits. Madam Speaker, the government has transitioned from planning to implementation on its electric mobility. On January 20th, 2026, a validation workshop confirmed the structure of a pilot program under the NDC Technology and Economic Cooperation Program. This program has deployed 3 standardized 12-meter battery electric buses across UTEC, CMU, and HART. These buses are designed to meet real demand with passenger loads ranging from 25 to 50 persons per trip and daily travel distances up to 240 kilometers. Madam Speaker, we further focused on developing what is called JA-NAP. This is our National Adaptation Plan. In this regard, the development of Jamaica's first comprehensive NAP, or JANAP, represents a critical pillar of our national response. This work is being advanced in collaboration with the PIOJ and is a priority for completion this financial year. Madam Speaker, the JANAP is not simply another policy document. It is an implementation framework. It is designed to move us from fragmented, project-based interventions to a coordinated whole-of-government approach to resilience building. The plan focuses on sectors such as water, agriculture, coastal zones. Madam Speaker, the strength of the JANAP is that it is being implemented by the PIOJ, who also developed the JSRAT tool, which is a systemic risk assessment tool. Therefore, the NAP will be grounded in data, risk assessment, coordinated vulnerability mapping, economic analysis, and climate projections to ensure that investments are targeted where they are most needed. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it integrates gender considerations, stakeholder engagement, and investment planning. Madam Speaker, the development of carbon markets, of our carbon markets framework, presents a significant opportunity for Jamaica to access new revenue streams, while encouraging the growth of clean technology developments and installations across various sectors by participating in global carbon markets. Jamaica can attract investments and simultaneously support emissions reduction projects. For local businesses and entrepreneurs, this framework creates opportunities to participate in the green economy, as among other things, it supports technology transfer and economic diversification. Madam Speaker, we intend to finalize this framework this year. I won't speak much about the Loss and Damage Fund because I would have provided a statement to this Honourable House before, but just as an update, the country has submitted its first request for funds from the Loss and Damage Fund to the tune of $20 million, and we expect a formal decision in June of this year coming from the damage of Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, the government, through the Development Bank of Jamaica, continues to push the throttle to position Jamaica to better access global climate finance opportunities. By aligning with international financing goals, Jamaica will be better equipped to secure the resources needed for national development. Madam Speaker, Jamaica will this year complete preparations for the launch of its own Blue and Green Fund to be housed at DBJ. We expect this to be primarily financed by the GCF, and Jamaica targets over $150 million investment in this fund that will finance blue and green projects across varying sectors. Madam Speaker, the state of the environment. The global context is unambiguous. The United Nations Environment Programme has characterized our predicament as a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These are not abstract threats. They are converging risk multipliers. Climate change intensifies storms and droughts, biodiversity loss erodes ecosystem services like coastal protection and food security. Pollution of both air, land, and of course marine undermines public health and economic productivity. Small island developing states like Jamaica are on the front line. Sea level rise, coral bleaching, coastal erosion, and extreme weather events impose fiscal burdens and disrupt livelihoods. Our policy posture, therefore, must be anticipatory, science-led, and economically disciplined. This you have heard from me in this House before, Madam Speaker. However, I think it's important this afternoon to introduce the concept of planetary boundaries in this Honourable House. This graphic shows the current state with only 2 boundaries globally not being exceeded. The planetary boundaries framework highlights the rising risk from human pressure on 9 critical global processes that regulate the stability and resilience of the Earth. Crossing boundaries increases the risk of generating large-scale, abrupt and irreversible environmental damage. The impacts of these changes will not necessarily be immediate or drastic, but together the boundaries mark a critical threshold for risks to society and the biosphere we are a part of. Members of this House and those listening at home should be clear that this is already having an impact on Jamaica. But, Madam Speaker, I also believe we must be unambiguous in acknowledging the current state of our environment. In some areas, Jamaica has led the world. In other areas, we are behind. Only by acknowledging the problems, similarly to the way the MHPM and indeed the DPM have approached crime in this country, can we solve them. Above is Jamaica's ranking as assessed by Yale University in their 2024 assessment. Jamaica sits at 68 out of 180 countries assessed in the overall ranking. Good. However, important for us to confront the areas in which Jamaica is not assessed to be progressing at the right pace. For colleagues' information, areas such as climate change we're ranked number 23 in the world in our management of the subject. Marine protection, 27. But there are areas of particular challenge. Certainly, waste management, our red list index, we are at 164 and 138 respectively. So this gives you an idea of where we have to focus. The areas we're doing well, we want to entrench the work. The areas we're not doing well, we want to invest more and give greater focus to ensure we move up the ranking and indeed protect our environment. Jamaica's standing provides a useful benchmark. While we have had gains in areas such as protected area coverage and indeed waste management and ecosystem vitality, the EPI underscores a central truth. Incrementalism will not suffice. We require systemic interventions, better enforcement, stronger data systems, and targeted capital investments. Our current regulatory focus. Our regulatory framework is anchored by the NRCA Act and administered through NEPA. Complementary statutes include the Wildlife Protection Act, the Forestry Act, the Water Resources Act, the Beach Control Act, and the regulations governing air emissions, effluent discharge, and solid waste. And that's important to understand. The present focus is threefold: enforcement integrity, standards modernization, data and transparency. Madam Speaker, that is why I'm happy today to have tabled in this Honourable House the overarching protected areas policy white paper, which is within your package, and the draft keys management policy green paper. The overarching protected areas policy will replace the 1997 protected areas policy and will provide the policy direction for the effective management of the country's protected area system. It should be noted that the island has over 350 protected areas, including national parks, marine parks, fish sanctuaries, forest reserves, and forest management areas, which have been declared under various pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, in further bolstering the country's environmental legislative framework, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Department, is advancing the repeal and replacement of the Forest Act. This new piece of legislation will include provisions that specify transfer of land, inventory, and the classification of forests and forest land, and a declaration of a no-burn season. I'm happy to report that the Forest Bill is before the Legislative Committee of the Parliament and will be tabled in a matter of weeks. Legislative Committee of the Cabinet. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Ministry will be advancing the amendment of the Wildlife Protection Act. In this regard, a draft bill has already been prepared and is being reviewed. It is my further intention to have this bill tabled before the end of Q1 of this financial year. Madam Speaker, the passing of this bill will clear the path for honouring of the government's commitment to finally ratify the SPA protocol. Madam Speaker, additionally, the government will complete the long-awaited environmental impact assessment regulations under the NRCA Act this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, our strategic environmental focus, and I have circulated the digital document, focuses on several areas, including increased protection and indeed waste separation, emissions focus on air quality, and of course improved beach access. And I will go through them as quickly as possible in considering the time. But Madam Speaker, I do want to bring colleagues' attention to the fact that this year the government will complete 5 new protected areas, including sections of Bengal, the Negril Environmental Protection Area, Long Mountain, Montpelier, and Canoe Valley will be completed this fiscal year. Additionally, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Department, has declared 17 new forest management areas under the Forest Act last year, in the last just concluded financial year, and is working on finalizing the declaration of 22 new forest reserves, which I intend to table in the House in the second quarter of the fiscal year. Madam Speaker, colleagues would recall a discussion we would have had in this House related to the declaration of the Constant Spring Golf Club as a forest management area to preserve the green space for generations to come. I'm happy to report that the document is at the printing office to be gazetted, so that commitment represents a commitment which has been kept. Jamaica has already protected 25% of its landmass and 15% of its EEZ. We expect to complete the 30% target, which is in line with global standards, well before 2030, and we are working to catch up on our marine protected areas. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's waste stream remains largely commingled, driving landfill pressure and marine leakage. We are implementing source separation, organic, recyclable, and residual streams, supported by public education, infrastructure rollout, and private sector participation. Madam Speaker, the government this year will advance a full national pilot for waste separation in public facilities. Madam Speaker, another area of concern is air quality. It is a public health imperative. We are tightening emission standards at stationary sources, enhancing vehicular inspection regimes, and piloting low-cost sensor networks to complement reference grade monitors. The policy objective is measurable to reduce PM2.5 and nitrous oxide exposure, especially in urban corridors and near industrial clusters. Madam Speaker, the government will advance plans for the introduction of tailpipe testing this year. Another issue that has dominated public discourse is the issue of beach access. Now, I believe it may be easier to have a ministerial statement to go through this particular section at a later date, but I would like to make a few points in summarizing the section that I have, even though I've circulated my notes on the subject. The Beach Control Act was passed in 1956 and was amended in 1973. 1973's amendment moved us to a licensing-based system. The policy attempt started in 1997 to deal with the access issues and was largely abandoned in 2000 because of a lack of consensus. So what you have is a period of policy blackout. What we have sought to accomplish with the new beach access policy and evolving the arrangements related to the licensing regime is to ensure that access is no longer incidental, developers are now part of the solution, and the policy is indeed implementable. Though the Beach Control Act still governs, this policy has embedded access into planning law mechanisms, has converted policy goals into administrative requirements, and forced alignment between tourism development and public rights. Madam Speaker, this policy has guaranteed windows and corridors to the sea, while clearly stating where Jamaicans have access to the foreshore. Beyond that, the commitment has been made in this House to ensure investment is made in the development of new public beach parks, some of which I know the member from East Central St. James will no doubt mention, including Prairie Beach, Madam Speaker. We have some major projects that I would like to highlight, Madam Speaker, under the environmental portfolio, which include the Relief Project launch by the Forestry Department, the Negril Coastline Works and rewetting of the Negril Morass, and of course restoration works at Helsha, and the development of a river control authority and a keys control authority. Madam Speaker, our forests were decimated by Hurricane Melissa. The Forestry Department has developed a strategic framework for how we will approach helping nature along. I'm happy to report that as at the end of June, we would have replanted some 300,000 trees already, Madam Speaker. There is far greater detail. I encourage colleagues to read same. I want to bring your attention to works that are underway in Negril. We would have completed our design for the canals that will re-wet the wetlands. Now, this is incredibly important even for shoreline stabilization and protecting what is a natural asset that is the envy of the world. That work, in terms of building the canals, member from Western Westmoreland, will commence this year. We also
And
intend to...
my viewers and subscribers, this guy both say after Melissa pass, them plant over 3,000, 300,000? 300,000 tree. The thing about that, that not good enough, because Andrew take money for them mash up tree with food depend what we can eat. And I replace it with man guinea, man tree, not tree where you can't get nothing from it for them. So them a kill out the tree them because Jamaica the case study. And I replant some tree when I bear no fruit. We can't bear no fruit. So them a kill out the apple tree them, the ackee tree them, the breadfruit tree them, the mango tree them, and I plant back tree when I have no food to get. You see about 2 years ago, I tell you to say, these pussy hole are going to use climate change to kind of make people go back in a slavery. Climate change. And climate change not real. The weather channel not real. The weather channel and NASA work hand in hand to mislead people in this fuckery. People come up with hurricane name, find how them are the hurricane. No, these things are illusion, a part of the matrix. But I say them some people say talking on TV mad. But Hag did ask him mother. Pig did ask him mother. Mommy, how your mouth so long? He say you grow we know. You might want if you push mud. So you can't stay there, build continue, dive down into the matrix and everything the matrix present. The weather channel was designed for keep on doing this thing if you feel like say this weather thing is real. In a real. The weather channel and NASA work together. I remember the NASA want big of a fake thing. But them a go moon and go that are just distraction. But time will come and I go find out.
to complete our transaction work for the development of what is called an interpretive center in Westmoreland. Now, that will be in the Royal Palm Reserve, which would have been built by Mr. Siaga in the 1980s. We'll be renovating this area and ensuring that indeed we have an area where persons are able to go and study our endemic species, watch birds, and take river tours. Madam Speaker, another focus of ours is ensuring that the regulatory system can indeed be brought to life. That is why the government, through the ministry and indeed NEPA, will be developing a river management authority and a keys management authority that will be housed at NEPA. The river management authority will focus on risk mapping and early warning, sediment and debris management, enforcement against encroachment. The keys management authority is necessary to ensure coordinated management of our keys, which are a sensitive ecosystem, but also incredibly valuable economically. Another area of focus of the ministry under the environmental portfolio, Madam Speaker, is indeed marine governance. The government of Jamaica is focused on ensuring that we stand up the operations of the National Council on Oceans and Coastal Zone Management, and I think in the interest of time, I will bring a ministerial statement for that because of its importance for marine spatial planning, blue economic development, pollution control, and effective ocean governance. Madam Speaker, I'm sure many colleagues are particularly...
With this government and these international players, I do, and that style, I take back everything from the Jamaican people. With these people, I do, me them say somebody from World Bank in our parliament. I don't know the blood clot in our parliament, I do, because nobody no vote for nobody from World Bank. Saying, with these people, I do, through the help of Andrew, I take back everything what the native Jamaican people them have and have right over. Every single thing what Jamaican people have right over, this government here, slowly but surely, I take it back from the people them. I use fancy word to do them presentation, but really and truly, everything when I do, I have to take back everything what the people them have. So the people them have to comply with anything what them say. Oh no what I go on. This are the part, remember Andrew tell you now, he might do everything in his power with every drop of blood to get the work for him people them done. All of these fancy things where them attack. It's just to take back the right from the people them, the native people them. That's all them I do. I don't dig NASA. I don't dig the Weather Channel because The Weather Channel fake, or just fake news. Then create all of the scenario. And them create it. It's all about the matrix. It's all about the matrix. And a long time them do this. But you in a revolution time, we will figure it out. So everything with these guys, them are coming to parliament. But them do this to protect this and nothing like that. They might use fancy words to take back the things them from the native Jamaican people. And it over to private sector, and then we get our cost for access to all of these things. So the man them we gotta go up on the river, go raft and them something there. Then can't go do it again. So everything, although a revolution time I want to see, revolution. You know what chatting? Revolution time. Revolution I want to start in a Jamaica, the Rev blood clot lotion. For all of these colonizer, we are posed as investor. We don't have to go run left for no investment in a Jamaica. I remember talking my TV did tell you now. All of these colonizer, we come as investing upon the island, we don't want to run out of that blood clot. Just mark it down, anyone who want mark it. Mark it on the wall, mark it on the dirt, anyone who want mark it. All of these colonizer, we are posed as investors in Jamaica. The time I come off, we go run left on a blood clot investment.
Interested in the water section of the portfolio. But if we don't protect the environment, you don't have any water. So, indeed. Let me say this plainly, Madam Speaker. Water is not a line item. Water is the economy. Every sector depends on it. Irrigation for our farmers, industrial and commercial operations,
Climate change is real.
Health,
you think climate change real?
dignity of every household. Without water, there is no economic development for Jamaica.
Blood, remember, the president of the World Bank, the Puss will bearded face John Crow from World Bank, did come and talk about them are going to find a way how to digitalize the government and digitalize Jamaica. That Pussy will come from World Bank. Come when AJ Banker. And him first come along and talk about one hurricane can destroy the GDP. I come in and tell Andrew say a hurricane them are use and build back Jamaica, the smart Jamaica. That thing can tell Andrew say them are going to use hurricane and build the smart Jamaica where all of them want. So you might talk about one hurricane can destroy the GDP in double digit and everything where you see disappear in 3 hours. And then we have what hurricane come before Melissa name?
Hurricane Beryl.
Beryl. Then after I'm gone, we get Beryl. Then after Beryl, we get Melissa. Then Andrew have to come out and confess that Jamaica is a new case study. Like you think we are blood clot idiot. I say a revolution, I want to start down at Jamaica. Because some of them are politician boy. Straight kick and box down. As they get up, just kick and box down. Be a kick and box down. Till then, hey, a revolution I want to start. If you can get to beat some of them a blood clot Judas wearing a jacket and tie.
Investing in your water supply at a rate not seen since the 1980s and not seen previously to that since the 1940s. I want to begin with something that this House and every Jamaican listening should be proud of. Just days ago at the World Bank spring meetings in Washington, Jamaica stood among only 14 countries in the world, 14 first movers, to launch a national water compact under the World Bank Water Forward initiative. This global platform was launched April 15, 2026. Its ambition is simple but enormous. Water security for 1 billion people by 2030. Jamaica's water compact is not a vague aspiration. It is a signed national commitment to achieve universal access to safe, reliable, and affordable water and sanitation by 2030, to reduce non-revenue water, expand storage coverage, improve energy efficiency, protect our watersheds, and mobilize $5 billion in sector investment, inclusive of more than $1 billion in private capital. Madam Speaker, the opposition knows this. They spent years in government, and the investment was simply too limited, and it forced the deterioration of the...
I'm wanting to go back and watch. I'm going to share to you now something about the keeper of the World Economic Forum, where one lady did say, one lady on the platform did say, They never did convince as much people in the COVID. They have to go find a new way how we can give the people them the dose. And then think the best way to give the people them the dose and the water. So when the World Bank come and talk about water, we don't want no bomber clot World Bank in our country. I can't talk about no water. We stay far from this blood clot World Bank, you know. We stay far from these people. This World Bank where them have a entertain our blood clot country. They are up to nothing good for the people them. So now I can sing about World Bank this time. These people up to nothing good for the people them. So when I want Jamaican government to come link up with Bumbuckler and World Bank. World Bank are destruction for small country like Jamaica. World Bank is like AIDS and coronavirus for small country like Jamaica. Now come talk about World Bank. Like World Bank have the people in best interest at heart. And the same Bumbuckler at AJ Banga come and talk about him want digitalize with Parliament. I will never vote for no blood clot body for World Bank. Nobody for World Bank never have Parliament. And AJ Banker come to Jamaica in third blood clot day on the job. In find himself in Jamaica. We talk about how they can digitalize our government and digitalize our country. And I hit half and gone. I hit Andrew Jones a sing pan. I no open no eye. This World Bank in our country is dangerous for we. These World Bank people are visit. We not visit with a blood clot.
Infrastructure. They watched NRW climb, they watched coverage stagnate, they produced studies, held consultations, and left us with infrastructure in some places that had not been replaced previous to the 1940s. We inherited that, and we're fixing it. We formed government in 2016. At that time, less than $1 billion Jamaican dollars was being invested annually in infrastructure this year across MDAs. Across MDAs, Madam Speaker, this year, the government will invest in excess of 15 billion Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, water does not begin at a tap. It begins in our rivers, our aquifers, our watersheds. Before a single drop reaches any household or farm, someone must protect that resource, allocate it fairly, and ensure it will still be here for the generation after us. Madam Speaker, the Water Resources Authority.
Having some public servant, I represent we on the world stage. Asking yourself, these people who elect and put in the office, they any benefit to it? The system then create a benefit to it? All of these backdoor deal agreement with Andrew Jones and the World Bank people them gonna make. In consult with all of these deal with the public servant them go overseas go make with different demon. Then consult the people in Jamaica about them what them are gonna do on them plans. Eh? This look like our system we are serve with.
All the people them have to do and look around them.
Them say Jamaica get independent in 1962. No, so them say. And the government of Jamaica responds for the land in Jamaica. So if I saw be the case now, my viewers and subscribers, the government, sometimes I saw the thing flowing, I have to cut them and talk. Because I don't want to hear too much what I'm saying. If I saw be the case, we get independent in 1962. And the government responds to all of the land. How comes you still have people in Jamaica, and labourers, squatters, by the public servant, where we put in there to make things better off for we? How nobody never question these things? How can we put these people now? Them say we get independent. And all of the land where the Queen did occupy, return back to the Jamaican people, the government. Saying, so how comes we are not so much problem to access the land? Where them say we get independent and we get independent. And the government have. So how comes we have problem to get access to the land? We land. What is the problem?
The government take them.
What is the problem? If we get independent and the man not have nothing to do with Jamaicans again, the affairs of Jamaica, what is the problem? Why the people of Jamaica don't get back their ancestors' land? What is the fucking problem? Why it is a big deal for the citizens them get back their land? So, when time you got the polling station and go vote, and these are the things people will vote for. Land. And these are the things people forgot. You want me come vote for you, you have to give a land. How people don't talk like that? People just want to have 5,000 and sitting there. People will vote for land. If you are going to vote, if you vote for land. And land people will go vote for you, not for go vote for you. If you vote for land, you want me vote for you? All the government land there, all of them people when have no land, them people have to occupy this land. The amount of land in Jamaica, everybody can get peace and we still have land, can do farm and enjoy. What happened, why the people then can't get back a land? And nobody never seen to question these things. Nobody never ask this question. I put down them foot and say, yo, we want land. Remember, them show we say they can give with the land. Because Anjones can take up 2,000 acre land and give to the Chinese. So now Jamaica not find that strange. If Anjones have the power, can take up 2,000 acre land and give to Chinese national. Why we still talking about squatters? Why we allow Anjones now to come mash up the house them over Bernard Lodge? Why we sit back and allow these things? Everybody in Jamaica, me sure know say, you dream of a work and buy a piece of land. Everybody dream. I can't talk for the labor at them because them like squatting. I talk for the well-thinking Jamaican and the comrade them have ambition. Saying, everybody dream of one piece of land. Why when they just come together and start demand land? Everybody who no have no land and one piece of land, why not make we just come together as Jamaican citizens and demand land and not take no for your answer? I talk about the 14 parish. Why this is some of the discussion you should not have. Land. When you see government take up 2,000 acre land in China, as this is the conversation you have in the corner, in the bar, when you live on the yard and chat, instead of you chat people business, you talk about these things. We are going to demand land from the government. I want to make it spread. I'm serious with it. Because I want to know all of the so-called government land them in our community. I know no one piece of land. Why do we not come together and demand land? And then we'll see what will happen for that. I think the people in Jamaica will start demanding land them now because you see if we not don't do it, the land them are going to turn over to some different people and to go order for you. Every single Jamaican right now will have sense. This is the talk one of your talk now. We want land for build a house. And we don't want them come tell about no NHT house we sell for $1 million. Who already throw them NHT money, who no demand on the NHT house. But all who not change no NHT money, who no fear come together and demand land. We not talk about no lease. We talk about land. Where you can say, alright, I go fence up here so and we go fence up. Land. People fear talk about land now. No more chattings. Every single Jamaican we don't have land. When you dip on the corner drink on a rum look more want to think about it. And subject it to just subject it to different people in the community. And say, you know what, if we want land from the government, you know, everybody in the community when have no land, we will come together, including who have. And we will demand land. And we not take no promise. And we not take no for an answer. We demand land. And rest like the land taker office in Anjones office, the land taker them even come quicker. But a land, more every single Jamaican will have sense. If you talk about land. I not talk about lease and rent. Ownership. So you see all of the people them in Westmoreland, because the reason why Anjones are drawing foot with Westmoreland saying, You see this incident with the Froome Sugar Factory? It is by design. This, when I say we're going with the sugar, it is by a long time we see lumper coming in sugar. For me, a little boy, I see lump in sugar. And all type of black, me I see in sugar for me, a little boy. And if you're not truthful to yourself, you can't admit and say a truth or you might talk. See, the reason why them want to get rid of the Froome Sugar Factory because them have a different business plan for Westmoreland. Because they are talking, them want to remove the Little London High School because them are thinking about build the biggest airstrip, the biggest airport. Them want to build in a Little London. So them are thinking about move the school. Saying? So you see all that land, the Canefield land there, they want to develop in a house because they want the people them they close to the airport for live. So that are the plan on the agenda. That is the plan on the agenda. Then thinking about building the biggest airport in a Jamaica, they want to build it right off of Little London High School in a Westmoreland. And a whole piece of Marlene man who's supposed to know what I talk about. Because fair side that. So the Froome Sugar Factory, they want to do it because they want to develop the place. More like in a housing scheme or townhouse or Airbnb. So it's going to be close to housing scheme. So it's going to be close to the airport. And Nigger just the right there so. So that is the plan where them have.
The plan with this sugar thing, you know, a long time Andrew planned to get rid of this so.
This thing in the pipeline for a long time.
He mentioned it before. Everybody know.
I just told you now follow about these things. But true, that is why nobody at Westmoreland, you know, want to give no land take, you know, want to give no land. One of the things they don't want to give no, they not give nobody no land in Westmoreland. Because they have plan for land. All of the sugar land. And I tell you now again, you no need to come together upon the corner when they not the rum bar or drink. These are the talk we have to talk about. We're going to demand land from the government because them say we're independent. We cannot independent without land. These are the talking. And you know, chatting with no boy from the land. If you're not land chatting, no, you're not chatting with boy. If you're not land you not talk about, you're not chatting with no boy. At 2026, 2030, no for catch you know. I know government boy, squatters boy, local blood clot, chitabush boy. We have to walk around at night and day. And I beg you if you go and vote for him, for him can go and thief taxpayer money. Not take no chat from them a pussy here. Any argument of land. The Jamaican people must talk about. Any talking, any argument, anything on the pan corner talk about right now. Talk about land. Or we're going to need land. Not land for do farming alone. When I'm going to talk about them, I'm going to lease land for do farming and water system and none of that. You want land and you do what you want to do. You build a house and you look a backyard. That is why they don't want to go no, because they don't want to be independent. You never know. When I look at youth, you know, most of my people in my community, they don't work for nobody. When I look at youth, everybody around me self-employed and they have money. You want to know if they have money? Make something happen. You want to know if they have money? Just make something happen. When I look at youth grow, most of the people around me self-employed and they have money and live good. Some of them are save their money in their chunk bed. Some of them are saving in their bed bottom. What not talk about? Any talk we not talk now have a land. No talk to no politician boy or girl. Land you know if you talk about, we want land. Not for those go talk about them are going to land for farming. We don't want land to build in a house. And do own a farming. And go link back with the native them and get the original crop. And I'll get no upper crop from rider. Because everything a rider going to genetic modify. Right now, anything GMO food rider issue. GMO seed, all of the seed them a rider going is GMO, genetic modify. Go link the farmer them in the place them and get back the native things them. Get back the native corn them, the native things them. And if I can, I just plant it and breed it. And breed it so I can build up on the stock. Get the native things them. Everything a rider issue is genetic modify. That is why they have to feed it with so much type of different spray. Feed can grow. Everything we rider issue. Genetic modify. You no wonder how enough of the native farmer them are dead out. You never wonder how enough of the native farmer them when I hear say them are dead. Them are kill out the native farmer. How right if you can tell my grandmother and grandfather about farming? How the Royal Bank can come in my community, can tell my grandfather about farming? When my grandfather ancestors them, rather the Royal Bank them get the knowledge about farming. Till enter experiment panny. Where you think Royal Bank get knowledge about farming? For our ancestors them. So till enter do some different type of something. So how them for can tell my grandfather about farming? Who rather can tell my grandmother and grandfather about farming? Where? How? Which part? It can't never possible. The type of farming we then teach at school is to grow GMO plant. The type of agriculture we're doing at school now is how to grow GMO plant. Plant we are growing a plastic pan wall. In a plastic pipe pan wall. You're going to people and say, yo man, I'm looking farming in the back when you're growing there. You think I want lab, what medicine lab you have? Yeah, we're going to people know about them a farm. You think a medicine lab they have? That is not farming, that is experiment. That's experiment. Real bank can't come tell my grandfather about farming. Me glad me born the time I'm born, you know. Can you see what's going on in my brain? It can't come out, you know. And my grandfather and my grandmother tell me a lot, you know, so I have experience far from, you know, for them days when I look up at me. And one thing when my grandmother come always sitting in the kitchen side her. That is why I'm learning to cook from early. As she come out, so I teeth out piece of the meat and put it all in my pocket. Yeah. And sit down and question my grandmother. So these little people are come now, go about them want to introduce about farming. You know, so what they do with the ganja? Then kill out the native ganja and come back with the genetic modified ganja and one off your plant in a greenhouse. You know what they use and trick on the money? They just make it expensive so everybody want to go in there to go make piece of money. So you run down the money and kill out the original plant. And I flood the place with be genetic modified things. The people them sick, you know? The people them sick, then sick. Yo. Then sick. Eh? I'm going to go down and look at more another thing. I can't. I'm going more Damon Crawford more here, you know.
To the North Coast. Mr. Speaker, we intend to pursue the projects associated with national expansion of Jamaica's storage capacity and new production capacity through Narra. This presents the opportunity to truly increase our resilience in the water sector. Mr. Speaker, further critical infrastructure to be undertaken with Narra include the rehabilitation and replacement of the Yalas Negro River raw water pipeline, which will address aging infrastructure and improve supply reliability to the Kingston metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, colleagues should be aware of the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Project. This is being undertaken at a $2.7 billion cost. This year, we have $517 million slated to be invested. As we continue that project, we expect water losses in Mandeville to go below 50% by next fiscal year, Mr. President, significantly improving space. Now, the capital program, this is where colleagues tend to place a lot of energy and discussion. Hopefully time will allow me to go through as many of the projects as is possible. This year, Mr. President, we will focus on the following systems.
I just want the people to remember, you know, because I see if Melissa never come, they would have seen it playing. But you know, remember, just after Andrew Wallace them lay the pipe in enough community, they send back the water commission bus to take up the pipe them. You remember? You remember? Everything when this guy attack is just wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Andrew Wallace never say I do nothing and do it unless there's something to go against Jamaican people. Eh? Remember Andrew saying tell you be a lie and then he throw poison for you. That's what I say? I don't think we have blood clot either. So if your head look like a drop in an aisle backer.
Mr. Speaker, the upgrade of the Iterborough Jordan Well systems at a cost of $60 million, and we're nearing completion on this, and this will bring benefits soon. The Black River Town Centre to Arlington Parity Pipeline at a cost of $216 million, Mr. Speaker. We will complete work in Dornoch, Trelawney, and the Barron Hill Reservoir replacement at a cost of $86 million. The pipeline work will be a further $106 million. The technical start work for Rock River Low Ground Clarendon is already underway at a cost of $10 million. Sorry? Cheers. The Morant Bay Springfield to Seaford Morant Bay upgrade works will commence at a cost of $320 million. Improvements in the Savannah-Lamar Township at a cost of $10 million. South Manchester, Grovetown to Cross Keys, $179 million, Mr. Speaker. Wakefield to Bunkers Hill in Trelawney, Phase 2 at a cost of $90 million, Mr. Speaker. Christiana Spalding, 2 meetings, changing that line at a cost of $13 million. The line to Moravia at a cost of $90 million. The Juno Crescent, the completion of the Juno Crescent well development and lines associated with same at a cost of $80 million, Mr. Speaker. The line in Magati to Newton, that transfer pipeline will be completed this fiscal year at a cost of $44 million. The Rhine Park water supply in St. James, very important line. Procurement is complete. That will benefit from $78.6 million, member. Discovery Bay, Rosemount, Camelot, that line will see $45 million of investment this fiscal year, Mr. President. We will be investing a further $128 million in replacing the pipeline that runs along the Santa Cruz bypass, which has heavy line losses as well. Parnassus well upgrade system is projected to spend $96 million this year. We are doing some work on the Queen Heights system as well. We're doing work in Burnt Savannah at a cost of $84 million. We're doing work on the Grants Level well in Port Antonio at a cost of $10 million. We're upgrading the line in Yallas White Horses at a cost of $102 million, members. Yes, sir, at a cost of $102 million. Yes, member. Madam Speaker, the capital works list is extensive, but I will circulate to members. But there is no parish that is left out. But there are 9 projects that I've pulled out of the sheet, which I think is important to mention. South Trelawney is on a larger capital project, member, so I will come to that in a second. But on the existing capital works, Mr. Speaker, there are 9 projects that have been the source of much social discomfort. And for that reason, we have prioritized works in these areas. This includes upgrades of the West Kingston water distribution, including the lines in Tivoli and Denham Town, which are severely degraded. Upgrades of the Duhaney Park water distribution network, which have been the source of much contention in recent weeks. The St. Benedict's Heights lines, that is a community that was done in Operation Pride and lines never laid, Mr. Speaker. Essex Hall in West Rural St. Andrew, Walker's Wood to Breadnut Hill in St. Anne, Mount Diablo and Top Hill in St. Catherine Northeast. The Sligoville distribution lines, Mr. Speaker, Rose Heights distribution line in central St. James, and retreat to Top Hill in western Westmoreland. These have all been the source of significant social pressure, Mr. Speaker. And the NWC will invest $1 billion cumulatively in these projects over the course of the next 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into geographic information systems and the strength of the residential and MSME amnesty, but I will state very clearly that we have processed over 15,000 customer requests, and the amnesty facilitated over 9,500 customers who were cut off before and facing the burdens of debt, having debt of over $781 million lifted from them and being reconnected. And it is a program that we are particularly proud of, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best to run through pretty quickly. Mr. Speaker, over the last financial year, Rural Water would have completed projects in Rocky Point, Brandon Hill, Bunkers Hill, the Mother Floor System in Manchester, New Eden and Cascade in Portland, Top Road in St. Andrew, East Rural, Free Hill in Northwest St. Anne, Watermount Phase 2 in St. Catherine, and Lapland in St. James. We would have also done works with our schools at the New Gardens Primary School, Aberdeen High School, and indeed Mason Hall Primary School and Richmond Primary School. We would have expended over $450 million in the last fiscal year in closing these projects. In the current fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, just to read very clearly the projects that will be undertaken by the Rural Water Supply Limited through their capital projects, it includes... Yes, sir.
Just for clarity, about how long else do you have?
I can take 5 minutes and highlight the final sets of projects.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be playing tit for tat, but the Speaker was very clear. She said that we are allowed our time, plus for the ministers, 15 minutes, and for this side, 5 minutes. We have exhausted the time.
Yeah, I think the member is going to wrap up now. So we'll just ask the member to... We'll ask the member... No, we'll ask the member to go to... We'll ask the member to go to his closing statement. No.
Right. Minister, close.
Madam Speaker, just to announce that the projects that have long been announced and not executed will commence this year in Union Balaclava, Albert Town at the Ulster Springs in Trelawney, the Green Park to Bamboo Line in St. Anne, Mason Hall in St. Mary, Agwater Vale, and Port Morant, investing $36 million US, Madam Speaker. And in closing, last point I'd like to make, because I think it's a central commitment to the residents of Greenwich Farm, we will be closing the cesspool emptying facility, which has long been a source of pain to that community and affected the school, and we expect to start the construction this year. And that, I think that has been too long, and for the members that represent constituencies in Portmore, we've also started the design process for the relocation of the greater Portmore sewage plant, as well as the sewering of many of the communities that have suffered. Sorry for going over time, Madam Speaker. I will finish in ministerial statements at a later date.
Members, while the minister is being congratulated by his colleagues, the central air system is giving some challenges in the parliament, so you may find that you are a bit warm. No, you may not remove your jacket. The gown is far more than the jacket. The speaker can operate without the gown. Gown is massive, heavy. Members, let me just consult the House. For those who would like to remove their jackets, let me have you vote. Those in favor? Thank you very much. The nays have it. We will... No, I got it. There's no one in favor. House Leader, would you be so kind as to introduce our next speaker?
Marshall, the pointer. Well, the pointer. Madam Speaker, let us firstly thank the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change. A presentation full of work done, not announcements, work done, and also work that is to happen this year. Excellent presentation. Excellent presentation. We now go to the member from St. Catherine. What is St. Catherine? St. Catherine Northwestern. And Madam Speaker, we are already aware of the time. You will have 30 minutes plus 5 additional minutes. Thank you.
Don't start yet. Your mic is on. I don't see the presentation.
The time for your presentation is in front of you. It's to your right, so that's
no, I
your
don't see
time.
the presentation itself. Green.
You have to start though, you know.
Yes, we did. They're downstairs. She says what? Who haven't received it? We sent that to them from the... Yes, I was sent to the wall. That's not going to work. Today. I'm just resend it. Give me the...
But Madam Speaker, I know the member is trying to upload his presentation. We hope that that can happen in quick time, but we are pressed, so we ask the member, until that happens, the Marshal is trying to sort it out. Until that happens, the member start and the presentation will catch up.
Yeah, man. What is the password?
That is deliberately. Here, Damon Crawford, they now want to expose the things them so everybody can see it on the screen in a parliament. So then fuck up things and want you to start without I show the people them the facts on the screen. The facts. Here, Damon Crawford. That is the facts. Then deliberately make the screen can't now work. So we want to display the thing we talk about on the screen like a matter some more that the screen rubbish. Now all of a sudden now you have a problem.
I say
I say beat if you beat them out of the parliament. Andrew and the whole of them to get beaten. Andrew and his wife and Matthew Samwood and the whole of them to get beaten out of the parliament. Beaten and vote out. Beaten for left out of the parliament. Not real life, you know. They want people that beaten them forget to come out of a blood clot. Both Andrew and his wife, Matthew Samwood, beaten they want.
Alright.
For left out of a parliament. In a real, a beating they want. These people need beaten.
Member Crawford, unfortunately, they're still checking and cannot find the presentation. We are giving you 5 minutes from the time you were slated to start at 3:39, after which you would have to start or we would have to move to...
And Crawford, don't start until I sort out that problem.
Continue with the business of the House and then come back to the presentation. What would you prefer? 5 minutes take you to 3:44. 6 minutes, 3:44.
But then can't find in presentation. True, they don't want it, they don't want the display on the screen.
Don't start
until I sort out that. True, they don't want the display on the screen. All of a sudden, them have problem with film presentation. Eh?
They're trying to pull it up from
trying just think like shit, but trying. You try hard to look like Rhoda. But you're just a market girl. Stink like shit. But yeah, try do it. Oh, all of a sudden they can't find Damon Crawford presentation and it stink like shit. Damon Crawford does, you can't start without the presentation. You don't need to start out blood clot that. What do you mean about can't find presentation?
All right, Madam Speaker, in light of the circumstances, and as the member seems to require the presentation,
of course, hey, Damon Crawford, big up yourself. Big up your blood clot self. Big up yourself. Bumbo clot today. Then I'll start it out, this thing fixed. See your presentation can show up on the screen.
Oh, them so thief. Oh, them so thief.
Big up yourself, Damon Crawford.
Oh, them so thief. Oh, them so thief. Oh, them so thief.
And I know it's Damon Crawford that.
Bombas are thief.
Julex, look, you're trying hard to look like Rhoda and now the blood clot hurt. One Damon Crawford, don't start nothing then start out it.
1 p.m. make
Don't
us
start out blood clot.
Corruption. All police and soldier thief. Jamaica something wrong. Millions and billions in world thief. Now them warriors with the Highland grief.
Commercial break.
When a poor man get the squeeze, we a march to a king's house and follow the street. 80 million per market me.
One Damon Crawford.
Look up pussy sweet. No bed no in at the hospital. On the concrete, me see the patient. Them asleep. Them a chop right. Them a chop left.
Bones in a speaker. One Damon Crawford. Damon Crawford now push over. Big up yourself, Damon Crawford. Your thing have a show up on TV screen to fuck with them. Your thing have a show up on the screen too. Your thing have a show up on boss. I'm just put on my next track for your upper leg. Not stupidness on the child black. Not stupidness. Fuck with them. One Damon Crawford. Wait until the thing start out. Oh? Wait till the thing start out.
continue the debate on Narra, and then we return. There are two options before the House.
For continue
It's
debate
either
for
the
Narra,
member
you stink
starts
like
without
shit.
the presentation, which has been suggested, but the member has still not started. Right? No, man, that time is up. No.
Look on dirty think mouth Anjo. Look on think mouth Anjo. Watch your shit bag.
We're not saying not take the presentation.
Watch your fuck I'm out,
We're
look
saying
think.
either the member is
Watch your
ready.
drunk girl. Look on think dirty mouth Anjo.
Member Crawford, you have elected to commence?
Yes, I will.
Thanks, member.
No problem.
Look on dirty think mouth Anjo. No things them are nobody in our parliament. Pussy and nobody in our parliament. But so call to mama we batty boy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And
I
like
thank
you
the
boy your
House
pussy.
for their patience. I would hope that somewhere along in the presentation,
Sabotage
we will
Damon
get
Crawford.
the benefit.
But you're a bright youth.
The audiovisual as we move along.
Sabotage.
I want to say just a quick thanks to my colleagues on this side and the other for having been cordial with me and also having made me feel welcome back to the House. I want to also acknowledge within the galleries persons, friends of mine from the constituency and otherwise, and also persons in my support. And I want to publicly acknowledge my junior shadow person, or my deputy, newly minted.
Honestly, say Andrew and Juliet Wallace are drunk.
And in
Andrew and Juliet Wallace are two dog shit in our parliament. Then talk about them can't find the man Crawford presentation. Two they don't want it for display on the screen. Andrew and Juliet to come out and blood.
Who are the tenants of the education system. Now, in the stage of progress, they've collapsed.
Andrew Wallace and
Their
Juliet Wallace,
experience are
two of them
not
are too big of a
anecdotal.
dirty dog shit in our parliament.
And today, I will
These
play
two
the
drunk
role
crow.
of a forensic
Instead of him
auditor,
continue.
seeking to understand
man,
and
you want to see
examine
Andrew him out, look
the structural
think.
integrity of the system at every level, to identify and name the
Me say
specific
if I give me
points
over
of
the side, I'm
failure,
lick down
and
them
to
bum. Me
determine
say me did.
and hold
Me say if me did up on the next side as an MP, you see? Me and them fighting at that blood clot.
Like over Africa.
Me say me and them fighting at that bumbo. You see me, yes? Me use the lick down blood clot and Johnny kill up and telling lie. Me just lick down in bumbo clot today. Lick me? Ever did me in there sit down as MP over the next side? You think they could have gone so? All the helpers, you think he could have gone so? You think Andrew would have found a man as you think Andrew then could have gone or Juliet you think could have gone so? Lick him on live TV, make a broadcast around the world. And they say MP lick Prime Minister, MP lick House Speaker. I lick them name fuck. Juliet, you look a Warren Bumbo clot all that girl for come from up there so.
They need to get where something new where they need to go right.
The nasty look at all that girl for come from there so. Dirty nasty all that Juliet owners. You come from for the speaker up from up there so. No, Andrew carries a bumbo clot market girl come put pan blood clot place about speaker of the house. Huh? This bumbo clot famous son fuck out donkey.
who are charged with the management of the system. Madam Speaker, the evidence along the education system of inadequacy is stark and continuous. The evidence of failure is documented, consistent, and undeniable. The causes of failure are structural, chronic, and policy-driven, and the inadequate responses are generally immaterial and has fallen catastrophically short of what is necessary. Failure, as we indicated, Madam Speaker, is consistent across every level of education. The evidence of failure is not isolated and is systematic. I've documented this evidence and it's consistent across all levels.
Me vex, you know, because you see evidence where Damon Crawford care come to present to blood clot the world, he gonna make the government look bad. So then decides if you keep up fuck, me say me vex. If you cut me, not find no blood in me right now. Damon Crawford have the facts to present to the world. And nasty hall at Juliet Holness and in dirty thief in boy. Big think mouth Anjo. I try sabotage Damon Crawford presentation. Sabotage Damon Crawford presentation. How the fuck the thing? How you mean say nah work? Say work for Matthew Samuda. Me say, hey, really and truly, them a pussy have to get beaten. Them a people have to get beaten. To come out of the parliament. They even go back at the poll, go vote for them. Just go around bush, go cut some big tick and just march to parliament and just start lick out them blood clot. Make who for jump through window, who for jump. Them have to run out.
Madam Speaker, it is the duty of education to transition our children up each floor and eventually across onto the bridge of productivity and economic participation. However, that failure is stark. The crisis starts at the very top. Jamaica's tertiary enrollment stands at 19% for the ages of 19 to 14. And so for the ages of 19 to 14, only 19% of Jamaicans are currently enrolled in tertiary education. An example can be done for Barbados at 65% and Trinidad at 36%. Within the labor force, only 16% have a tertiary exposure or education. And when one considers our youth that are not in education, employment, or training, it currently stands at 124,000. Madam Speaker, an assessment of our labor force indicates...
And it look like Andrew come hotter to this Narra bill. So them are go debate it. But me I tell sensible Jamaican, anyone no fuckery go in the parliament today with the Narra bill. Tomorrow you know say island for lockdown, the country for lockdown. And if no labor right I try obstruct you, no beat out them blood clot.
That the vast majority of exposure is at the upper secondary level. And please note I did not say completion, but exposure. The 51% of the labor force have been exposed to the upper secondary level, 5% only to the primary level, 20% at the lower secondary level, and 16% have been exposed at the tertiary level. Madam Speaker, the workforce is indeed moving in the wrong direction. The total labor force, Madam Speaker, has shifted by 12%. However, youth not in education, employment, or training has shifted 31%. Indeed, at this point, Madam Speaker, in 2020, there was 108,000 of those young people not in education, training, or employment. This 2020, Speaker, in 2020, tertiary enrollment for 19 to 24 was 22%. It has shifted downwards to now only 19%. Madam Speaker, we have 887 workers without qualification at current. Indeed, the total without qualification in 2020 was 727,000. In 2025 is 887,000. In just 5 years, approximately 160,000 more persons have entered the workforce without qualification. This is larger than some of our parishes' population. Additionally, our men are extremely at risk, as in 2025, 560,000 of the men in employment was without any form of qualification, and for women, 327,000. This, I must point out, Madam Speaker, does not include the 722,000 that is not within the labor force, the set that have withdrawn themselves from seeking opportunity to work. So indeed, if one should assume correctly that the vast majority of those that have given up on the probability of employment would be in the same position as the 887,000 that have no qualification, we have at this point over 1 million persons of the ripe working age that is without any qualification at all. One would therefore be wondering if Heart Trust NTA is coming to the rescue. However, Madam Speaker, the simple answer to that is a categorical no. Indeed, in 2024-2025, Heart NSTA enrolled 137,442 persons. One would be surprised to note that the certification rate of those persons was only 39.3%. Of the 137,422, only 53,669 were certified. This indicates that over 80,000 having been enrolled for that particular year did not achieve the most basic of certification. Madam Speaker, this is a continuation of the assessment by the Auditor General in 2020 that found that the average certification rate for Heart Trust NTA over the 5-year period of assessment was 45%. Madam Speaker, instead of seeking to fix things, the Heart Trust NTA decided to surrender their ambition and indicated that the goal that they had at that time of 70 to 80% certification was indeed, and I quote, a stretch goal, and that they would revise from an internal assessment the expectation to 45 to 50%. Madam Speaker, an analysis of this year suggests that they even missed that particular goal, because we are now at 39%. Madam Speaker, the OECD global average is 62%, and many, many other institutions are way above Jamaica. When you look at this reality, one recognizes that we are facing a serious problem. Now, when we further analyze those that were actually certified, the vast majority was certified at level 2, what is now currently the lowest level of certification, as they have been phasing out level 1. 70% were level 2, 15% were level 3, and 3% was level 4. It made no sense for us to continue from 5 to 8, as the numbers were indeed immaterial. The level 2 are supervised workers that cannot operate without supervision. Madam Speaker, when we go to the secondary floor, it continues. Only 19%. The Lord is good all the time. So, page 15. Page 15. And the staff, of course, of the Parliament, page 15. One more down. Go down. Yes. Next again. Next. All right. So, as we can see here, only 1 in 5 students leave with the basic certification that is necessary, equivalent to what the United States call a GED. There would have been an uproar in the United States, member from St. James, appropriately dressed in the national colors, if the GED rate was only 19%. Indeed, if you look at the numbers, because sometimes the percents become misleading, of the 30-something thousand, 34,000 that sat the exam, 6,000 achieved the basic minimum, and 26,000 did not achieve that minimum of 5 subjects, including math and English. Now, if you look, Madam Speaker, that this have been consistent for a while, over a 10-year period, you would have 260,000 that did not achieve 5 subjects, including math and English. To the opposite, you will have only 60,000 that would have achieved this. So, this is 1 year. This is 1 year. Now, next, go next. Yes. It is said, Madam Speaker, that the ministry has therefore sought to disregard and to sell a lie in the conversation moving forward. And this has been proven when we consider math and English, as has been reported by the Ministry of Education, and as is the reality, when it comes to the assessment of the numbers. More recently, Madam Speaker, we saw a headline in the newspaper that suggested that improved performance in 2025 CSEC English and Math. There, the minister suggested that Jamaica was outpacing and outperforming the Caribbean. And I would quote, the minister says, regional average is 80% for student pass in English. We have surpassed the region in English A. The region average for mathematics is 39% of students passing mathematics. We are above the regional average again in mathematics, and unquote. However, Madam Speaker, this quote is deeply misleading. A serious assessment of the mathematics passes would have shown the following. 1, the lowest level of enrollment in the last 2 decades. In 2025, enrollment was 32,339 compared to 2023 of 35,768. Of course, one may assume that maybe the birth rate have changed. A quick assessment of a reasonable period for which a 16 or 17-year-old will be doing the exam indicated that only 200 more persons were born in that specific year. So what this is showing is that in 2025, there was less participation of the age cohort in the examination and school process. Secondly, in 2025 was also the lowest in 2 decades sitting, 17,831. And the examiners wanted to assess by suggesting that the pass rate was only for those who sat the examination. This big hullabaloo and grandstanding about moving from 37% to 44% only included 9 additional passes. In 2024, we had 7,817. In 2025, we had 7,826. Indeed, Madam Speaker, while it is that if you look as a percentage of those who sat the examination at 43%, if you look at a percent of those enrolled, our mathematics passes is 24.2%. Now, it must be admitted and added that all our children are to be doing mathematics and English. And so an appropriate assessment would have been of the enrollment at this particular point in time. Madam Speaker, there is also a greater cause for concern because further analysis suggested that approximately 20% of the age cohort were not even enrolled. They had given up on school. And so therefore, while it's 24% of the enrollment, it's 19.3% of the age cohort that passed mathematics. Madam Speaker, this grandstanding of ahead of the Caribbean has been proven untruthful, as the vast majority of the Caribbean countries that we seek to compare enroll more than 70%, 70% of their enrollment sit these examinations. We go further, Madam Speaker, to move to the English language. Again, we would have seen lowest level of enrollment, lowest level of persons sitting the examinations. However, an assessment of those who pass would indicate that of sitting, we are at 85%, but at enrollment, we are at 51.7%. If we go back to the conversation that the minister herself had, that we were almost at 80% as a Caribbean average, that 51% would be far from the Caribbean average. Madam Speaker, is it therefore within our permit to ignore thousands of Jamaican children who would have not been given even the opportunity, as assessed by their teachers, to enter, and then claim that we are improving if we should do a reduction of those who sit and the percent from those who pass? Back up. Madam Speaker, at the primary level, it continues. The 4th-grade literacy rate in 2025 indicated 65% at full literacy. This is down from 84% in 2015. Madam Speaker, we're moving in the wrong direction. For English language, at the PEP level, over 10,000 students did not achieve basic proficiency. And in mathematics, almost over 12,000 did not achieve basic proficiency. Madam Speaker, at that level, we found that less than 60% were proficient in all courses. From the age of 12, the failing is evident and prevalent in our children going forward. Madam Speaker, we move to the basement. And here, at the early childhood level, an assessment was done of 4-year-olds to see if they are ready for education. Of the 29,729 that were assessed, only 54% was said to be at the level for ready for education. The other 46% was said not to be at the level for education. Now, Madam Speaker, the assessment of this information goes further, where it indicated that almost 11% did not show up for assessment. So this 29,000 is not indicative of the total number of persons enrolled, as many, about 11%, did not show up to be assessed. The actual assumption that is reasonable is the vast majority of those did not see themselves prepared to be ready at age 4 for education. Madam Speaker, what we have seen in early childhood education is a habit of underfunded and low contributions. Indeed, when one looks at early childhood chronically underfunded, public funding 24.24% of GDP, the international standard is 1%. Fully certified institutions are at 15%, and degree holders, teachers with degrees within the sector, are at 18.7%. Madam Speaker, 4.3 years of learning, the World Bank indicated, Jamaicans have been going to school for 11.4 years, is likely to have effective learning of 7.1 years, indicating that an average student in 11th grade is performing at the 7th grade level because of 4.3 years of learning loss. That actual assessment by the World Bank, same study, indicated that because of inaccess to adequate education and health, approximately the Jamaicans per individual would be 53% as productive when they grow up as if they got the adequate education and the adequate health care. This, Mr. Prime Minister, is where the productivity problem starts and where the productivity solution lies. The actual assessment of these realities have proven that there are certain gaps in the literature that have contributed to this failure. One of those gaps include technology, absenteeism, nutrition, etc. And I indicate here a comparison of Campion and Holy Trinity. Not to disparage Holy Trinity, but to just show the reality. It is certain among all of us, and we will bet a reasonable sum, that the person at Campion, all things held constant, have greater access to technology. We would accept that the person of Campion compared to Holy Trinity is less absent. We would accept that nutrition is more available to the person at Campion. We will accept that teachers and quality teachers are more likely to be constantly and consistently available at Campion. We will accept that Campion students would have much greater access to learning materials, more parent involvement, also highly motivated or a higher level of motivation, and have gotten early exposure. This is where the solution lies, Madam Speaker. Now let's assess what the government has done. In contributing to the technology gap, the government has pronounced and celebrated 3,000 laptops being distributed to 500 primary schools. Now, first of all, it means that about 300 primary schools have gotten no laptop. However, those who got a laptop only got 6 laptops. So, therefore, the schools, to share among themselves, receive 6 laptops each. Now, that assessment have been done here with the different schools and the frequency. Those schools that we have 1 to 100 students, they are getting 18 minutes per laptop. The one with 100 to 200, they're getting 9 minutes. And if we go to ones with 500 to 1,000, they're getting 3 minutes from the laptop. Go on. No. No. Further, Madam Speaker, the Minister indicated in the Standing Finance Committee that we would have, the target was 30 laptops. Now, the goal is 60 minutes per day. In that assessment, therefore, 235 of the smallest schools, or 10% of our children, would be adequate. However, the other 90% would still, even with the goal, not be adequate. It is taking less time to turn on your phone, to put in your password, than the child will have with a laptop. When it comes to the nutrition gap, we have seen where between 25 and 33% of students arrive at school hungry. That is a research in Jamaica. That between 25 and 33% don't get hungry when they get to school. They arrive at school hungry, leave them yard hungry. We also found 55% food insecurity, 30% skipping meals, and 29% have been hungry for at least one day in that week of assessment. Madam Speaker, what has been the government intervention? Big and bold in the budget was that they were allocating $347 million for basic school nutrition. When one analyzed that there's 111,000 persons currently at the basic school level, at 190 days, this translates to $18.24 per child per day. This is the contribution that the government highlights that they're giving. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for protection. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the PATH program has over 180,000 children participating on PATH. The government has decided that they will target for breakfast 69,000 students. One assessed the $1 billion that they have allocated. Those 69,000 students, that is not inclusive of approximately 110,000 students who are in need and on path. Those 69,000 have a contribution of $76.26 per day. Madam Speaker, the principals have been concerned, and there have been high levels of quarrel among them for this reality. One of the most recent was that a principal wrote to the teachers distribute for the rest of the term 3 days per week because it's not sufficient to spend on the entire amount. Madam Speaker, we also suffer from chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is said to be missing 10% of the school year. That's 19 days. We are going as high as 35% in some of our regions, and the lowest region is 18%, that is Kingston. So every single region is in the category of chronic absenteeism. Indeed, in some deep rural areas, we have as high as 55% absenteeism, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they have indicated in a hurricane recovery myth that all our schools are open. However, Madam Speaker, assessment in that suggests that there is hidden absenteeism. What is meant by hidden absenteeism? A child is only perceived absent if he was supposed to be at school. At this point, there are some schools still offering 3 days on and 2 days off to have a rotation of students, causing among the children a learning loss of 40 to 60% because they were not supposed to be at school, not calculated in the absenteeism numbers. Indeed, the newspaper indicated that in St. Elizabeth, over 400 students were still not found. But if you don't only read the headline, you will see further down where the police himself indicated he went into a very small sample to collect information.
Why am I shop so much? What name again? Remember.
Indeed, despite the Ministries of Education pronouncement, the president of the Students' Council Association for that region indicated that in and over St. James, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester, they were observing less than half the usual capacity in the classrooms. This is what we are going, Madam Speaker. As we move forward, we see Region 1 is 18%, Region 2 is 20%, 3, 18%, Region 4, 28 to 34%, Region 6, 35%. Every single region is in the phase of chronic absenteeism. Madam Speaker, there has been a reality that absenteeism leads to dropout. And the research done by the World Bank have indicated that at the different levels of education, we consistently lose children participation. We have a dropout at the lower secondary level. Only 75% of the students are attending or enrolled. At the upper secondary, 58%, because more and more they have dropped out. Madam Speaker, when we go down and look at some of the reasons for this dropout, we see that 41% of the boys simply say they're no longer interested. Now, if we should look at the total number between 2010 and 2017, you will realize that there's an increase in the number that just don't want to attend school. There's a decrease in the value of education in that period of time. In 2010, 90% said they simply didn't want to. In 2017, 32% said they simply didn't want to. When we look at our boys, they're the ones that clearly don't want to. But look at our girls. 49% had to drop out because of pregnancy. This is a major problem that we have to consider, Madam Speaker. And to this, of the total female dropout, teen pregnancy, Madam Speaker, has become a problem in this country. Indeed, the average as recorded by the Jamaican institutions is 6,000 per year. Madam Speaker, if one looks at the reality that there is approximately 13 years of education between age 6 to age 17, we will recognize that in school at this time, 78,000 children are children of children in school at this particular point in time, looking at the rate of 6,000 per year. Madam Speaker, we therefore are asking for a reconsideration once again of the age of consent, and I once again believe that this Parliament should consider the movement from 16 to 18 as we move from a 5-year secondary institution to a 7-year secondary experience going forward. Madam Speaker, we have to protect our children. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, we're asking for these things to be considered. Madam Speaker, the government response have been failed bus system. They have also impacted negatively the teachers' ownership of vehicles, despite the insistence that the principals and the guidance counselors should move into these areas to interface with the children and get them back. There has been no increase in the PATH program. Madam Speaker, there is an exodus of teachers moving out of school. 10 years ago, 350 resignations in that year. In 2022, 1,800 resignations in that particular year. Madam Speaker, additionally, 145 math teachers resigned in 2022. That's 10% of the math teachers that are available to the system. Madam Speaker, the government has failed with no retention plan. They have also insulted our teachers with a 2% increase proposal, simply have replaced the 1% NHT, and also they have not considered the band that the teachers were assigned by Ernst & Young to put those persons from band 4 to band 5. Madam Speaker, we don't have to discuss safety because we have seen the level of safety concerns within our schools. Madam Speaker, as it relates to early childhood, it has been proven that the returns on a $1 investment in early childhood is up to $17 for an investment in $1 of early childhood. A longitudinal study in Jamaica indicated that 25% in additional earning for those at the age of 22 once they access early childhood education. And at the age of 31, they were earning 43% more than those who did not access early childhood education. Madam Speaker, the returns is clear and one needs to therefore accept and understand. Children who access early childhood education, they earn more, they are significantly less likely to engage in crime. Minister Chang transitions more smoothly through the entire system, are more likely to attend school consistently, they build cognitive foundations for lifelong learning, and also they are more likely to complete their education. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education has sought to paint over these cracks and indicated that only 108 early childhood institutions did not have a degree-trained teacher. One access to the census done by the ECI, the institute, the Early Childhood Institute, indicated that only 1,518 institutions had a trained teacher. To this extent, over 800 institutions are not known to have a trained teachers, and 658 are sure not to have a trained teacher. One wonders, therefore, where did we get that information of 108? Now, this trained teacher must also be established to be an exaggeration because most are diploma trained, despite the government's insistence that they should be degree trained. Additionally, the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Education indicated that they were investing $38 billion in early childhood education when the budget before us indicated only $8.5 billion. So one must wonder where they're getting this information. Madam Speaker, what we have seen here is an affront to the Constitution. Madam Speaker, Section 13K2 of the Constitution, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, indicate that it is the right of every child who is a citizen of Jamaica to publicly funded tuition in a public education institution at the pre-primary and primary levels. Madam Speaker, that has not been assessed. And therefore, when the Minister of Education answered in the Standing Finance Committee that she believed that this was actually being implemented, it left me with no further action to take than to seek the court's intervention to determine if this right has been satisfied. Madam Speaker, the system failure is stark. Underfunding is a breach of the constitutional right. Limited state provision of only 15% of the institution is a breach of the constitutional right. Non-compulsory attendance of 30% to 90% are being absent is a breach of the constitutional right. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, on the 7th of April 2026, I filed a constitutional challenge on behalf of the people of Jamaica, and today we are seeking to inform the government that we will be seeking a constitutional assessment on if the right to a free primary at a free institution is being actually distributed to our children. Madam Speaker, in a just society, education is not a privilege to be managed. It is a right to be guaranteed. It is the true intention of the members on this side to place children at the heart of the Jamaican future. Madam Speaker, in 2011, we reached across the aisle and established the right. I believe in 2026, we should once again reach across the aisle and ensure that the right is actually implemented. Madam Speaker, we are not here only to celebrate its existence, but we want to implement that right in full. Madam Speaker, what we have presented is a clear and present reality that the failures in education gets worse under this government, and that there must be an intervention for our children to once again become the center of development in the Jamaican situation.
Thanks, Member.
So that
House Leader, I have asked both leaders of opposition business and the leader of government business to provide the names who are expected to participate today in the debates in respect of the Narra bill. And I've also asked for a sequence so that it is far more orderly. So I will start with the opposition. The first member on the opposition side slated to speak is the member from Westmoreland Eastern.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by making one thing absolutely clear. On this side of the House, we do not oppose reconstruction. We do not oppose resilience. And we certainly do not oppose urgent action for the people of Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, and all the other parishes that are recovering from Hurricane Melissa. What we oppose firmly, responsibly, and unapologetically is construction without safeguards. Because, Madam Speaker, history teaches us that when large sums of money, emergency powers, and weak oversight result is not efficiency, it is risk. Risk of nepotism, cronyism, victimization, maladministration, and rampant corruption. The core problem, Madam Speaker, is a gap between promise and law. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister delivered his presentation, and in his presentation he spoke about transparency, accountability, independent oversight, and national unity. But this House is not voting on a speech. We are voting on a law. And when we examine the law, the bill before us, we see a troubling pattern. Many of the safeguards described in the Prime Minister's presentation are not in the bill. So, Madam Speaker, because I realize that there are issues about the presentation and the bill, I decided to examine both carefully. And in looking at it, I went to the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons because we are being asked to just follow some things blindly. And I am not willing to do so because I have seen persons oppose even those things which are not disputable. For instance, I am happy today to read the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons to see that we have finally decided that the hurricane actually made landfall in New Hope in Westmoreland. It took us months to agree that Westmoreland was where the hurricane made landfall. Months. Several reports said that it made landfall in Black River, which then affected how resources were mobilized. There are several records to show.
On a point of order.
Several records to show.
No, listen. On a point of order.
Several reports.
The member.
Several reports.
The member is misleading the House. There was no official report emanating from any.
Of course, Andrew will have video right now. Andrew will say that in the Black River, minute after the hurricane make landfall down there.
Landfall outside of New Hope. The member is misleading the House to give the impression, as he has said, that a wrong pronouncement was made and the resources followed.
Watch it dirty thing
That
about
is
shit.
incorrect and the member should withdraw.
Withdraw your mama. Go withdraw your ma.
Madam Speaker, several persons. I can make my presentation today, and there is nobody in here that can tell me that I can't make my presentation. So look here. Don't start. Don't start with that. Don't start with that. You know, Madam Speaker, point of order about what? The same thing that he said? Madam Speaker, we can't move on without addressing this point. He said, which suggested that that we can send for the Hansard. He said, we said many times that the hurricane made landfall.
And many times I'm going
to say we said hurricane made landfall in Black River.
Many times.
Because it's just factually inaccurate. So the member can continue, but he cannot mislead the House on the point. Madam Speaker, the memorandum of objects and reasons said that the hurricane traversed the island, resulting in catastrophic loss and damage to lives, livelihood, economic, social, cultural, and environmental systems. It went on to say that the hurricane damage is estimated at $12.2 billion US dollars. Now, a GIS article in November of 2025 said that redwellings, we had damage to 156,000 and that 24,000 of them were totally lost. I have looked throughout this bill, Madam Speaker, about reconstruction, and I am yet to find the section that speaks about the reconstruction of the 156,000 houses that were damaged and the 24,000 that were destroyed. Significant housing loss. We came here and the Minister of Energy made a point that we needed to mobilize resources to get resources to JPS so that we could have electricity return to the residents by the end of February. Today is the 28th of April 2026 and over 2,500 residents in Eastern Westmoreland are still without electricity.
Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House. If you look at Hansard as to what I said, February 28th, save and accept for those areas that had specific challenges. He failed to add that. And I can say, Madam Speaker, I can say that as of today, we are at 99.6% with under 2,000 people still without electricity to be done in the month of April to May. So, if you're going to quote me properly, please.
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to pick a fight with the Minister of Energy. I'm not. Madam Speaker, when you say 99.6% of the country has been restored, the report that I got a week ago, and the minister said at a press conference a week ago, that there were approximately 3,000 residents without electricity, and that 2,561 of them are from Westmoreland. The report from the CEO of JPS is that 2,561 residents from Eastern Westmoreland are without electricity. So I don't understand how that is becoming a controversial matter. The hurricane made landfall in the constituency, devastated the constituency, and we have seen no priority attention in there to get back electricity to these persons. And when we have this bill, I am taking this bill.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one minister of energy at a time. And that happens to be me
hold on. I
in this
cannot hear
situation.
you at all. Members. Go ahead, Minister. I could not hear a word.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one minister of energy at a time. And it so happens
Diane
that
Smith, sit on your blood clot. You're crying for a house lizard.
I am going
Diane
to read
Smith,
from
sit
a
down.
report of the 26th to show that he's misleading the House. He's misleading the House. As of today's date, it is 99.71% restoration. Westmoreland is at 94% with 1,937 persons still without electricity. And in Central
Somebody can tell me what happened to Diane Smith.
This is a report that I got hours ago.
Somebody can tell me what really happened to Diane Smith.
Public service. So you can't say that
Somebody can tell me what happened to Diane Smith.
Give you a different report than he's giving me.
Somebody can tell me what happened to Diane Smith.
You must admit it and stop misleading the House.
Huh? Admit to your ma what happened to Diane Smith.
Madam Speaker, am I going to be allowed to make my presentation?
Members, if a point of order is raised and the person who is on their feet debating wish to respond to the point of order, I'm going to... hold on, no. You're missing the point, member, and I won't name you. It is for the benefit of the person who is on their feet so they don't lose time. So member from Westmoreland East and others who will speak after, when a point of order is raised, if you would like to respond to it, please signal, because that way your time does not continue to run. I do not want you to lose time in the debate. If you are not responding to the point of order, then your presentation continues.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be abundantly clear. The report that I got from the CEO just over a week ago stated that you have 2,561 customers that are without electricity. That is the report that was given. If you simply go to Google and type in VAS electricity 2,561, it will come up. Now, the point I am making, Madam Speaker, is that I want to support this bill because the people in the constituency have been devastated. But I want to see in this bill the reconstruction for the people in Eastern Westmoreland. The small business operators whose businesses were built in the same way that their houses were built also lost their businesses. The small farmers down there, the shopkeepers who need electricity to refrigerate their items, they don't have it. And I am not seeing that in this bill, and that is what I want to see in there. How it is that we are going to impact on the small people in Eastern Westmoreland who are suffering. Today being April 28th is exactly 6 months since the passage of the hurricane. And we still have these persons without the basic commodity. You know, Madam Speaker, I came today, I came prepared because I knew this was going to happen. I came with my Bible, I came with my Bible. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I came prepared because I knew it was going to happen. And I want to turn it, Madam Speaker. Proverbs 1 verse 10, Madam Speaker. My son, if sinners entice you, do not consent. I am not consenting today to the disruption that is coming from over there. No consent today. No. Madam Speaker, the priority program of the government to deal with the housing situation is the roofs program. The roofs program, Madam Speaker, has left a lot of persons without receiving any assistance. But I'm not even going there yet, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about those who have received something. First thing is that if we are talking about reconstruction and resilience, how is it that somebody would have lost their entire home, which is what severe represents in the roof program, and the allocation is $500,000? Yeah. Who can rebuild a house with just $500,000? Who can rebuild a resilient house with just $500,000? There is absolutely nothing that speaks to that in this. And members whose constituencies were not affected can say whatever they want to say. When you travel across eastern Westmoreland and the parish of Westmoreland, several homes still have tarpaulin on them. Several homes still have tarpaulin on them. Right? Now, Madam Speaker, I got a call up to this morning. An individual who received a grant.
Minister, before you make your point of order, members, Deputy Speaker, members, I am not going to interrupt. I am not going to interrupt unless I am asked for the protection by the member. I will allow you to continue your debate. So where a member needs my intervention in today's debate, you ask for it. No, that's what I am definitely doing, member. No, not at all. Especially the member who doesn't need my protection. Members, in addition, let me help you with appreciating what happens for the general public. For the general public, the members who are seated behind the presenter who are shouting in the mic, you actually disturb their presentation, particularly in respect of the public listening because of how the mic system operates, far more than persons who are further away. So, just for our understanding, when the noise comes from both sides of the House, and particularly when it comes from close to the person presenting, you significantly disturb the presentation of the member closest to you. Now, there is a point of order being raised. Minister Charles, are you, member? Point of order?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying my best to listen to the full sentence from the member, but I'm
not hearing you well. You have to project because
I'm saying I was trying my best to listen before I call for the point of order to see incompletion would have not misguided the country. But when the member gives the impression that the roofs program was meant to provide all or rebuild all the country, allow me, and why I say so, why I'm saying so, Speaker, is when you say that cannot rebuild, you will give somebody who's listening the impression that that was the intention of the government.
Get up and find the father.
Programs under the shelter recovery that provide full solutions, right? So the roofs program is never meant to be a full solution. There are other elements of the shelter recovery program that do so. It's very important then.
Yo, when you get your time, you talk, Pussy. When you get your time, you talk. We don't want to hear nothing from you. Because you make people take picture with check and give them half and blood clot money. Batty boy. When I feel time to talk, we talk. The man never say nothing like what you say. You don't just plan for just interrupt. I'm telling you a bumbo clot junker, man. Your papa junker, your sister junker, and you want this genetic modified junker in our parliament. Oh, I'm sure.
Not mislead the country with his utterances. Thank you, please.
Go and go sit down and go suck out your mama and go batty boy.
Madam Speaker, would you be so kind to turn your mic back on? Once you have intervened, please turn your mic off. I'm trying not to turn off the mic of the presenter.
Madam Speaker, I'll move on. The point I'm making, and I'm being very clear about the point that I'm making. If the roofs program was not intended to address the 156,000 persons that had damages to their dwelling, or the 24,000 that have total loss, then it would mean that those people, their reconstruction would need to be in this bill. And that is the point that I'm making, that if we are discussing reconstruction and resilience, then the housing damage that was suffered, which is a significant percentage of the 12.2 billion US dollars, then that must get priority attention in the bill that is on reconstruction. No, I got a call today, Madam Speaker, and the individual was complaining that they haven't gotten anything from roofs. And so I checked with the ministry. And when I checked, the ministry said that the person already benefited from a program through TEF. So I checked as to how much did the person benefit from TEF. The person got $100,000 worth of material. And based on that, the person is ineligible to benefit from the roofs program. Which means this individual who suffered total loss to their dwelling and under the roofs program would have qualified for $500,000. Because they got $100,000 a tourism worker, they now become ineligible to benefit from the roofs program. That is something that must be addressed.
Yes.
There is actually a difference between politics and governance, Madam Speaker. When I'm on the political platform, I am one of the most strident politicians you will find, making my political point. But when I'm in here, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the governance and how the lives of the people that I represent are being affected. Now, Madam Speaker, this contradiction between the PM's presentation and the bill is seen in several places. Oversight is promised, but it's not legislated. We were told that there would be an independent oversight Jamrock, model after Epoch. We were told it will provide public accountability, independent scrutiny, and even opposition representation. But, Madam Speaker, Jamrock, the PM claims robust independent oversight, but the bill does not create it. There is no statutory body with the appropriate governance.
Watch Block Kitchen. Look for Block Kitchen. Watch it fuck up.
the PM took the opportunity to point out some examples. He said that after the great East Japan earthquake of 2011, Japan established a dedicated reconstruction agency. What he did not tell us is that it had a board. He then went on to speak about Dominica established the Climate Resilient Execution Agency. What he didn't tell us was that it had a board. Then he went on to speak about in Jamaica, former Prime Minister Percival James Patterson, the great man from Eastern Westmoreland, established the Office of National Reconstruction after Hurricane Ivan. When he did so, Madam Speaker, he wanted a non-political individual to chair the committee. And he decided that he was going to second someone from the EOJ. And so he seconded none other than Danville Walker, who ended up not being non-political after all, because he contested the election in central Manchester. But he chaired it. There was no overreach. They had a committee that had representation from the PNP, from the JLP, from NGOs, from private, and they had to get approval for the projects that they were doing. So to just give the examples without speaking of the governance framework that was behind those examples is misleading.
Yeah, man, I want to show up the junker. I want to show him up.
No.
Watch his shit bag.
There is no legal requirement for independent monitoring. No reporting schedule. No obligation to publish oversight reports. Instead, what the bill says, it says that the minister may give direction to the authority, and the authority shall comply. Madam Speaker, that is not independent oversight. That is executive control. As the House is being asked to rely on executive assurances instead of legislative safeguards, you cannot ask Parliament to pass hard powers into statute and accept the soft safeguards on trust.
That's right. Now we don't know it's the Andrew no trust rate. We don't know it's him a thief. So it looks like inter-smoke drugs now.
Of power in the executive. Madam Speaker, let us examine the structure being created under this bill. The PM appoints the CEO. The minister determines the CEO terms, remunerations, and conditions. The minister can issue binding directions. The cabinet determines which projects proceed. The authority cannot implement plans without cabinet approval. And critically, there is no governing board. Now, the Prime Minister said this creates clear accountability. But, Madam Speaker, clear accountability without independent oversight is not accountability. It is concentration of power. It is heavy ministerial and cabinet control over appointment, approvals, direction, project flow. What the government calls streamlined accountability may in practice become streamlined political control. Reprocurement. This is possibly the most serious omission. Madam Speaker, let us turn to procurement, the single most sensitive area in any reconstruction program. The Prime Minister himself admitted that the procurement framework is not in the bill and will instead be created by ministerial order. This is the Prime Minister. On the specific question of procurement, the procurement framework for Narra is not incorporated in the bill itself. It is the government's intention that the Minister of Finance will issue an order under Section 3, Subsection 3 of the Public Procurement Act 2015, exempting Narra from the standard procurement regime and specifying the particular terms and conditions that will apply to Narra's procurement activities. End of quote. Madam Speaker, let us pause right there. Parliament is being asked to create the authority, grant it power to spend billions, allow it to procure goods, works, and services without knowing the procurement rules that will govern those contracts. No tendering principles, no publication requirement, no conflict of interest provision, no mandatory disclosure framework for awards. This is backwards. The rules must come before the power, not after. As the member from South Manchester said, the House should not approve a blank check without guardrails. Extra, yes? You don't hear the quotation. You don't hear the quotation. There are extraordinary powers to override existing laws. Madam Speaker, the bill will not merely coordinate, it overrides. It allows the authority to direct agencies on how to process approvals, impose deadlines, require concurrent approvals, proceed without waiting on other approvals, and even modify or make exception to zoning requirements. And if agencies resist, the authority can apply for a step-in order, where the minister effectively grants the approval himself with full legal effect. Madam Speaker, speed is necessary, but speed must not become a mechanism to bypass environmental safeguards, planning authorities, and professional judgment, all through a process that remains internal to the executive. There are transparency claims versus the legal reality. Madam Speaker, we will operate with unprecedented transparency. But what does the bill actually require? 1, a register of projects, annual report to the minister. And at the same time, in section 14, it creates a broad secrecy obligation with criminal penalties for disclosure. There is no requirement to publish procurement awards, no requirement to publish contracts, no requirement to publish step-in decisions, expert advice summaries, project amendments, directive notices, no requirement to publish performance dashboard. Madam Speaker, a registry is not transparency, member from St. Andrew North Central. And secrecy, backed by criminal sanction, is not the same as accountability. The FAST program, Madam Speaker, that is narrowly tailored disaster recovery is a broad investment fast-track regime. We must ask, is this a reconstruction bill or a parallel development framework with extraordinary executive powers? Madam Speaker, we are not here to block progress. We are here to strengthen the law so that progress is sustainable, credible, and fair. Statutory oversight. JAMRAC should be established in the Act, define its composition and publications duties, guarantee opposition participation, and require semi-annual public reports. The procurement safeguards in law. You need to insert procurement principles, transparency, competitive bidding, value for money, conflict of interest rules, and require publication of all major contracts. With transparency, mandatory provision of project list and update, procurement awards, directive issues, step-in orders, application and orders, performance metrics. All of that. The parliamentary oversight, there should be mandatory semi-annual reports to Parliament, not only reports to the Minister. And he should. In closing, Madam Speaker, the bill is being presented as a vehicle for national transformation, and it may very well be, but transformation must be built on trust anchored in law, not trust resting on promises. The country needs speed, yes, but the country needs safeguards. If Jamrock is essential, put it in the bill. If transparency is essential, put it in the bill. If procurement integrity is essential, put it in the bill. If those measures are truly essential, they should be written into the legislation before Parliament passes it. Madam Speaker, we support reconstruction. We support urgency, but we do not support unchecked power. We do not support rebuilding on a weak governance foundation. Let us not just build faster, but better, fairer, and with safeguards worthy of the Jamaican people.
Well said, well said, well said. Big up yourself, Gate and Camera. Well said. Well said. Well said.
We'll take next the member from St. Andrew West. That is Member Brownberg. The Southwest. That's Member Brownberg, the member from St. Andrew Southwest.
Come down, my auntie. Shh. My auntie's on the floor.
I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure that I was within the time and certainly on point on the few points I wanted to make. And so I've actually written it. You know, I was going through the Narra legislation, and I kept thinking about my responsibility as a member elected to this Parliament by the people of Southwest St. Andrew, and my responsibility to ensure that we pass fair laws and we pass good bills in the best interest of Jamaica. So in this regard, I went and I looked at the objects of the bill to make provision for the management and implementation of post-disaster reconstruction and resilience efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa and for resilience generally. And this has my full support. In fact, I don't believe that there's anyone in Jamaica who would not support these objects. Yes? I am, however, extremely concerned that such an important institution, having a highly centralized, almost one-man-driven structure, who himself is handpicked by the minister, with a blank check and unfettered powers. And that also there are very weak provisions for transparency and accountability. I'm concerned about that. And what makes this even that much harder to vote yes is that it's being railroaded through Parliament by a government who has no problem in 2017, agreeing to 427 million Jamaican dollars and paying out 50% of that as a deposit for used cars for our police officers without any accountability. Even now, not a soul knows where they carry them there. The same government with the ministers spending money on the big birthday cake. Who remember the Nutri-Bullet scandal? Who remember that? Producing less, costing more, with no real accountability for distribution. Anybody here remember CMU and how taxpayers' money was being spent in 2019? The truth is that the same issues in all of those. Yeah, man, that was the used car scandal we talked about. The same issues. Serious procurement breaches, contract bidding rules being breached, payments to connected persons as contractors. And it was the same issue with Petrojam, with Nestle. Who remember Western Hospitality Institute? Yeah? That many thought was a eat a food prosperity thing. Go on. So when all these things are on my mind, it makes me very uneasy. Yes? I also want to remind us that in most of the cases I've cited, what the Auditor General's recommendation was. It was about adherence to public procurement laws and the transparency of the process. But I guess now we don't have to worry about those because they're not even in there. Yeah? So you can ignore the transparency and you can ignore procurement laws. I believe that we do need, because the government has come here several times talking about the issues with procurement. And I have no difficulty if we believe that there needs to be changes, yes, around public procurement at this time. Then let's do it. Let's say that. Let's begin to see that at work in this bill that is before us. Yeah? And so, Madam Speaker, through you to the PM, I'm sure that he would have also seen the recommendations from JFJ and JET, yes? Outlining targeted amendments to the Narra bill, drawing from other jurisdictions. And I'm hoping that although I heard that we were going to take the bill through all the stages today, I am still hopeful that with all of the public sentiment, with the concerns of the opposition, that the Prime Minister and his team will find it in their heart to understand our concern as public and our public duty, and pause for a while, review and rework, and wheel and come again. I really am hoping so that we can actually go together. Some people say that it's not within the Prime Minister. I don't think so. I believe that at his core, he must have the people of Jamaica at heart. Yes, I do. I believe that. Because I don't think that persons make this kind of political sacrifice to just come here and run roughshod over with these bills and to see others just stuff their money, their pocket full of money and don't have no concern. I don't believe that. And so I am still hopeful that common sense will prevail and that sense of working together would lead to a different outcome. So that's the first point I wanted to make in terms of why I am uneasy, yeah, with the bill as it is. The second point I want to make is really because at heart I am a local government practitioner. I have spent 20 years in local government, and therefore it just does not sit well with me to agree to legislation that comes to Parliament and gives Narra the right to ignore the professional advice of municipal corporations and the NECA. It doesn't. Clause 21 leaves me thinking that the authority is at large. One, to establish timelines for inspections, evaluations, and assessments, as well in 21.2 to set deadlines for decisions, for approvals, or other inputs made or submitted by the authority. The truth is that I get a sense of a very high-handed approach in how this is worded. And I reiterate that recovery and resilience projects are going to require fast tracking. We understand that. No question about that. But I am sure these approving entities are all on board. And therefore, there must be some way, after all, these are the same entities who are going to have responsibility for post-approval monitoring. Yeah? But Narra is designed to run roughshod over their opinions. And so that's in my head. But then again, I'm thinking that this is the same government with connected persons involved in one way or another with construction, some even being flagged for building breaches. Yes, yeah. And therefore, I am thinking that the Narra legislation should also include the objections by agencies. Otherwise, what's the message that we are sending to everyone with an application before those same authorities?
Yeah, especially those who are not big business.
So what is it? Is only the big trousers man them can ignore parish council? The rest of us mortals have to go and make changes to our plans when they object to what we have in front of them? That, for me, don't sit right. It doesn't sit right. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I think there's a very easy fix for this, quite frankly. I believe that what we could do is simply include in the legislation actual pre-approval consultation. Yes? So that that mechanism is encompassed in the law itself. Madam Speaker, whether it is UHWI, Market Me, Cornwall Regional, CMU, WHI, Nestle, Petrojam, the purchase of used school buses, the lack of transparency, the questions around oversight, yes, loom large. They loom large. And then I look under Part 2 of the bill, Clause 7, and I see that the minister may appoint a committee to examine and report to the minister on any matter arising out of or connected with any of the authority's powers. But that is may. First of all, I believe that Narra needs a proper oversight committee, where that appointment is not may, but shall, in terms of these kinds of reports and overview. There should also be a mandatory reporting cycle to Parliament, as the opposition leader and others have signalled and suggested. So, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say that all of what I have placed on the table does not leave me with a level of trust that would have me voting for this Narra legislation in its current form without specific clauses in the legislation to ensure greater transparency and accountability. Because at the end of the day, it's my children and grandchildren. It is going to be the people of Southwest St. Andrew, in fact, all Jamaicans who are going to bear the burden of repaying this debt. Thank you.
The next presenter, next presenter is the member from St. Catherine West. Next presenter is a member from St. Catherine West Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I rise to make my contribution on this bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, Act 2026. First of all, my view, having listened to members on both sides, particularly members on that side, is that this bill, Madam Speaker, should not be as controversial as it is made out to be. I really don't think so. However, I have an appreciation as to why this is the case. Madam Speaker, we exist, unfortunately, and I think there's enough responsibility to go around, in a low-trust society where many see actions of our political leaders and governments as sinister, and where some, recognizing the sentiments of a wider population who is cynical, see this as an opportunity to exploit for political advantage. And this is very unfortunate because it bears very little to address the issues. What you get instead, Madam Speaker, and this is my own interpretation, not casting any judgment on anyone, is that the arguments that have emanated from this debate stimulated by emotive objectives, rather than logical, practical, and contextual attempts at finding solutions to a crisis that affect the people that we represent. And I honestly do think that those who allow perfection to be the enemy of good are hurting the over 500,000 Jamaicans in the five parishes
it doesn't matter what you want to say.
Impacted by this.
It doesn't matter what you want to say, no?
5, the first ever, while we here debate, prolong, and engage in emotive insinuation.
The people them done away for 6 months. We have to wait some more. Good.
And I do believe, Madam Speaker, that as leaders we need to rise above this, and that this
so you can go buy more pussy with the money.
To be one.
And you go take up our next girl and go on next parish. And not stink like shit. Look at this a drunk here. With much trillion can't get account to 15 minutes straight. Look here.
There to this debate, this discussion. This is a context that has a practical component to which this bill seeks to address, and it appears is being ignored. For example, the member from Eastern Westmoreland, who I know has been impacted, and indeed 2 or so days after the storm, I went to his area, and I believe a week or so, he and I were at a similar location trying to address some of the challenges. And I saw the pain, rightfully so. But we were there, working together. But the member, I think, is, and I say so respectfully, is failing to appreciate when he speaks about the title of the bill and ignoring that the response to a crisis has to take place in stages, Madam Speaker. In public health, for example, when a crisis occurs, the first action by health is to save.
We have 6 months to prepare the bill the right and proper way. So tough time go dive in your man, and then you kick Andrew for go dive in a female. We have 6 months to do the right thing with this bill. So nobody can use this card about much people who don't want to help back. And nothing in the bill for help back the people them. That's how we did on Canberra point out just now. So it no matter what you want to say, it just can't work in that format.
Lives. And I can give you statistics of lives that have been saved, either through helicopter, JDF-supported evacuation, some from your area, or bringing in external...
More I tell you about the drill them. Where you buy from, where you tell you, say you pay how much million for, when you get it cheap and thief the rest of money. More, come tell you about the drill them. You stink like shit. Look on this a market me, girl, we have give much bomb buckler with taxpayer money. Eh? This market me, cranny all that girl. We give much of it taxpayer money. But market me. Tough time you stink like shit.
Ports, NGOs, setting up hospitals, mobile hospitals, bringing in doctors, when our own doctors were victims, healthcare workers were victims of the storm. That was the first phase. The second phase is to try to resume a sense of
gunman behind a Delray truck. Rosie see a gunman. See gunman then. Then the other man the gunman.
Things that are necessary to facilitate commerce, and with the trauma that persons are suffering, that should go some way in terms of therapy. The third approach, and the final and more sustainable approach, is what we are debating here. This bill. This bill is the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act, rightfully named because having passed the first and second phase, including those who got 150,000, as you have said, or 100,000 as the case may be, because the truth is, if you were to quantify by dollar value the pain, the suffering, and the trauma that those 500 people suffered during that time, Madam Speaker, you could not equate that to a monetary value.
And a point of order.
Hold a minute, Minister.
And a point
of order.
Because the Minister said, respectfully, I don't understand, and the Prime Minister asked, why respectfully? Right? And he went on to suggest that I am saying that there shouldn't be an emergency response, essentially, to the hurricane. I never said that. The point I made, Madam Speaker, is that based on how the relief efforts are structured, if an individual got $100,000 through TEF, and that same individual had total destruction of their home, so during that initial phase that you try to do something for them, they cannot go and get the benefit of the $500,000, having already benefited from the $100,000 through TEF. That's the simple point I'm making. That's something that everybody can agree should be fixed.
Madam Speaker, I take the member's suggestion, but I would say that this is not a reason to oppose the bill, which we are debating here in this House. What we're debating, what we are debating, Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, this is why, Madam Speaker, this is why, Madam Speaker, I make...
Look on Delray truck, you want to kick
this
in your
is
mouth.
why,
Remember
Madam
you keep
Speaker, if
Delray
I may be
truck,
allowed.
suck your mouth, you keep rape a man secret in our country in a pussy. Remember, say, Robert man took your name, call upon 13-year-old girl for rape, you know. And many more labor rights. Name the pan rape, Delray truck, go suck out your mama. You keep rape a man secret in a pussy.
This is why I started out by saying, member from Eastern Westmoreland, Madam Speaker, some protection from you, please.
Tough time go suck your man.
Madam Speaker, the member,
Minister,
the member as emotionally traumatized as he has been and is, rightfully so because of his representational responsibilities,
Minister,
is supporting.
Minister, the same members, if you would only listen and follow the rules, both sides would be able to have a far more comfortable debate. I am giving no one extra time, not even a second extra. Therefore, I would like you to use your time properly. So, Minister, if a point of order is made, I've said this before, and you're responding to the point of order, indicate it means your time does not continue to run until you have responded to the point of order. If you are ignoring the comment, then we continue. You do not need to indicate, you ignore the comment and you continue with your presentation in the debate. That means your time immediately starts running again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say quickly, the only point I was making is that there are many times when representatives who have an issue on the ground zero, including the member who spoke, can take the phone and call myself as Minister of Health, we have had conversation, to resolve issues of this kind, in this case the Minister of Labour. However, being brought into this kind of conversation, to my mind, is exactly the point I was making. We are engaging emotive reasoning in order to not support what is the most substantial response for the reconstruction and resilience. And I'm saying, let us focus on what is important. Let me move on, Madam Speaker. So there are phases, and we are now in the reconstruction phase. So, Madam Speaker, what is the context that is important in the discussion around this bill? The first context, given that it is a crisis, is the efficiency, or indeed, for better understanding, the speed in which we work to truly restore persons and to make them more resilient against a Category 5 hurricane. And so the bill has to be structured in a way to recognize the importance of quick decision-making. And I don't think we should make any apologies for it. I don't. In fact, if the members understand and honest with themselves.
Tough time. The broken neck in the remember your teeth. Tough time, remember your teeth. You're not got a problem with it. So when you even listen what you say, tough time, your teeth. I want to like you. Your teeth, I want to like you, batty boy.
They themselves have spoken about the inefficiencies of the current bureaucracy and the need for change. The very opposition leader has spent time talking about it. Is he now arguing that we should engage the very same process to deal with people who have emergencies?
Of course.
Be, Madam Speaker.
Of course.
It cannot be.
Of course. So go to
Madam Speaker. History.
Of course, Matty boy, tough time. Of course. We will not allow you and Andrew for thief no more taxpayer money because so come no mama. And because you just eager for thief the money so you come and chat up on them dirty dead right truck where I keep rape a man's secret. Eh? Eh? It can't work like that. And if Andrew go ahead and say I want to work like that, every PNP MP for just advise on the supporter for just lock down Jamaica. Anything will happen. Suck out on a mama tough time. Brawling.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Oh, you mean the Prime Minister?
The member is misleading the House. It has never been my position, or indeed anybody on this side's position, that we shouldn't have more efficiency, a quicker procedure, and faster resolution of the issue.
We're talking about accountability.
The fact is that the current bureaucracy and the way the government is interfacing with it has led to all sorts of problems, and which need to be addressed structurally. However, what we are complaining about is a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, and a lack of oversight. And a lack of oversight. And a lack of oversight. So I'm not suggesting that we're going to move faster.
No, that's okay. It's okay. Opposition leader. Opposition leader. I've turned off all mics.
I'm about going first, Andrew. Suck your mother and go, Andrew. When I hear nothing from your pussy. When I hear nothing from your dirty teeth, you know it's bad in a Juliet. Tell Andrew go name out to him, mama, and go when I hear nothing from him.
Opposition leader, are you yielding?
Andrew, when I hear nothing from your batty boy. And name out to mama and go, Andrew, when I hear nothing from your pussy.
I'm simply saying that the minister is misleading the House about our position, deliberately, I think.
Of course.
The position I'd like the country to believe is that we want to slow the recovery down. We would like to fast track the recovery.
All right.
But we want it to be done in an honest way, not a...
All right.
Juliet, go suck your mother. You turn off for Prime Minister, my pa. Juliet, suck out your mama and come back, Mr. Togyal.
Madam Speaker. House Leader, I'm having a challenge as well, so I would like you to address it in this discussion.
Yeah.
For far too long, persons use point of order just to disturb the other person and make a presentation.
Yeah.
We are required. No, after today's debate, you will see a speaker's ruling on point of order and how it should be utilized so that we stop abusing point of order.
Yeah. Madam
on
Speaker,
both sides.
Madam Speaker, you have covered the ground. Firstly, a point of order cannot be used to enter into another debate. Members, allow me. Members, allow me. Allow me.
Please allow the
We're
House
not going to
Leader
suck out your mama
complete his
to pride
statement.
green.
Members.
Madam Speaker, when I rose on the
We don't see boy from St. Thomas. The Charles them interrupt date and camera the choir.
That no,
that
is
different. Beat out on the blood clot.
Than a member
Anjo, you're not getting no more money for tea for your pussy. Suck your mouth.
That your intervention means you are slowing down the process, I must cancel it to that debate without you telling me that I am misleading. You can intervene on facts. When the Minister of Electricity
and there's accountability. Accountability I get this problem, you know. These pussy will a thief. Andrew go suck your mama, Andrew a thief. Accountability I go no problem. Andrew go broke your neck in your mouth. Accountability I go no problem. Accountability, you know.
For the members who have spoken.
Accountability I cause this problem because Andrew decides say want Andrew go suck your mama. You're not getting none of this money for thief, batty boy. Andrew, you're not getting none of this money for thief pussy because suck out your mama. You think you're not done boy, you batty boy? Go declare asset pussy. Go declare asset batty boy. Andrew, go broke your neck in your mama batty boy and go declare asset. You're not getting no more taxpayer money for thief. Suck out your mama and go. Accountability I get this problem. These people are thief. The opposition, Mark Golding, and the rest of member them, they only want transparency, accountability, and that's the problem. Accountability is the problem. And then I can make me one bag of nice. Now Andrew go suck your man. You just show obviously say you're a thief, and you just need to go suck out your mama. And come out of the parliament, batty boy, and go declare asset pussy, and tell you how you come by the big house for the hill, batty boy.
Already, you have got your chance. When the response is, your response will be categorized. Unless there's a factual inaccuracy, do not enter on a point of order. Thank you.
Mark Golding, run with them.
No, I do not have to take any point of order, members. Hold a moment. I do not have to take point of order. And let me remind you of the House rules as well. For a point of order to be taken, it means the person on whom the point of order is being raised must take their seat and allow the other member to speak. For efficiency's sake, follow the rules of the parliament.
You not follow the rule, boy, a pussy.
Everybody.
You not follow the rule, boy, a pussy. I only broke a rule, go suck on the woman. And your thief man broke a rule. Yeah, your thief man broke a rule, go suck out on the man. And your thief man broke a rule like country. Your thief in bumbuckler, dirty stink, dirty Andrew.
On both sides.
And your name broke every rule, boy, suck out on the mama. How come you come in and say, go suck your man, go Juliet honest.
It is a courtesy.
Yeah, you dirty thief in man. Broke every rule, boy. Your man went on an investigation for taxpayer money. Go tell a man to go declaring asset. That you need to go do. Go tell a thief in husband. The thief in Batty Boy to go declaring asset.
No,
declaring
please,
statutory declaration.
please stop that
no, you
debate.
can't certify.
Because when your
and you
time
are
is up, your
investigation
time
to
is
Pussy.
up. And it
And you
doesn't
sit down boy,
matter
your
who you
speaker
are
house.
in the house.
We don't care about you now, gonna suck your man. You think we care about who you want to be?
Minister,
you want Parliament mash
continue.
up Pussy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just repeat or
Tough time go suck out your mama
earlier.
and come explain how much trillion. You can't get account from field department. You come back and chat. Right now you're in a corruption and a hide there and now come to Parliament to come talk like you're somebody boy a Pussy. Tough time go remember them.
And being contextual, practical in finding solutions to what is a crisis affecting
the people them are waiting 6 buckler a month. So if them have to wait 1 more month for this thing set in a right and proper way, so we can hold them accountable for all of these money, we don't have a problem. The people them are sleep out the door for 6 months now. So don't pretend like we don't have no care. We not come talk about the people them and this and people them want what? 6 months they out the door. If they dead, then they're dead already. So we are using we not in no haste again. We never in no haste when Melissa just done blow. So we don't know blood clot haste right now. So we are spending time and make sure this do the right way so we can hold on our accountable Pussy. We don't know rush again. At a time when we did in a rush, we did a draw on our foot. But no, we don't want the money hot for to spend now. We not can rush. Go suck out your man. Remember Andrew a thief. Andrew put Gagard in our parliament just because he don't want the rest of the country know how much of them are thief for taxpayer money. All of these people we have voted for this thing, them are thief. It's only because the gag order with the thief in Prime Minister boy put in our parliament make we not identify the rest of them. Them are thief. And if Andrew go on like I don't know bad boy and pass this bill, we're gonna lock down Jamaica. We're going to lock down Jamaica. At 12 of them in our parliament are thief. And at the gag order why Jamaican people don't know the next level. And they going to pass that. So there's no way they can set up this bill here, set up this thing. Narra, if you go do this with so much money, I go flow through with 12 thief we have in a parliament. Andrew, you want somebody shit in your mouth.
Jamaicans in the first instance. And I'd say that the opposition leader can't have his cake and eat it. It's either he wants the efficiency of pace, or because he's allowing perfection to be the enemy of good.
Then you have a perfection, then because you hear these people, that is why everything in Jamaica mash up. That is why everything in Jamaica mash up. Because these are bandul of criminals. And then the labor if I put on clothes, but never come in the street come protest if you don't get some liquor on our ass, you see. You think no labor right can come out come back this night street? On a try blood clot that. You think no labor right down there? Can't talk about them coming on the street come protest for no Narra bill. Where government with Andrew and the next 11 thief I got thief off the money. Eh? The school bus. Look how much scandal. Look how much remember them bankrupt SSL, you know. Are the same people that want to spend Narra money, you know. The people that are bankrupt SSL. The same criminal. We're thief and Finsack time. And them now want to thief this money. It not gonna work, you know. It not so tough time. You and your boss just for go suck out on a mama. Accountability and transparency we are dealing with. And if not that the order of the day, we have plan for thief this money, and we have to go beat on a blood clot. We have to go beat on no. I tell you no. We no bound to get a beating, you know. And you can't. Hey, the Labour MP them name must have to get a beating in Jamaica. And I believe me say the Labour MP them a thief in one day. I want to thief taxpayer money. Me say then bound have to get a beating in our country.
to add layers of bureaucracy to slow down the process. On this side, Madam Speaker, on this side, it is important for us
and that side, you know, one bunch of
balance
thief.
the scales and to achieve the efficiencies.
See, man, Rosie talk about there, you know.
That's also the pace.
See, man, Rosie talk about there, you know.
Example,
the gunman. See that a 4 teeth in the camera view right there, so. 4 teeth. Delaware Chuck. With teeth money get Juliet Oldness. For build apartment building. We come past here and say anybody ask Juliet where get money from. And we tell him, say, Juliet, I him, Delaware Chuck a thief. And him a keep secret. He rape a friend them. We are rape off a look up them in Jamaica and then can't find. And him friend them a rape a look up them in Jamaica. Him friend. That is why I'm a hold on by the sex offender registry. See the next one behind them there. Rosie say him a gunman. And then burn down the house them in that place and sell out the land them to the politician. See tough Tanya, how much blood clot million he spend per one girl pussy. How much millions but market me. See John Cryer. And how much 3 trillion in a film department he can get account for, and he could have passed that. So when you don't hear these John Cryer talk, don't pay them no mind. They are one bunch of criminal and just see this thing of make them turn trillionaire. I just thief, they want thief. That is why they don't have no problem with it. They are a bunch of thief. They are a bunch of thief. I remember Andrew Wallace a thief. Andrew Wallace in a court for thief taxpayer money. The Prime Minister of Jamaica in a court right now for thief taxpayer money. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Michael Dirty Bunger Wallace, in a court for thief taxpayer money, including a charity in a constituency when thief the money and buy stocks and bonds in personal self. With money, we donor from all over the world, donate to in charity. Fake the people in the constituency. The fucking dirty Prime Minister down in Jamaica thiefy and buy charity. Buy stocks and bonds. Up in 28 bank account in a COVID because the whole of donation money are coming in Jamaica for the Jamaican people. Andrew up in 28 bank account for thief the money them. And come with this big bill in the parliament with no accountability, no transparency, and with this type of power, the power where Andrew is a seek forget. When you get the power there, all of the mahogany lumber them, when it start thief in a compound town, you might cut out the worst of them. All of the mahogany lumber, when they go thief for Richard Curry, this a bill are going to make him go thief off the rest of them. So tough time. When you hear belong with that talk about somebody say they want to drive truck over you. They will drive over your blood clot because you don't want to resign, you don't want to left out of your work. You don't want to left out of your work. So if you don't want to left by, remember the people that elect yesterday they don't want you again. And you decide to say you not left. You have to left. So if you have to go drive one truck and run it down with it, you have to go left. I just say you have to left. You're a criminal. How much baby are dead on a fear watch? How much people are dead on a fear watch? Tough time you got to go. And if you decide you don't want to go, we are going to beat you for left out of this portfolio. If you don't want to go, we are going to beat you for left this job. You cannot stay. You have conflict of interest. Too much baby are dead under your hand. Too much people are dead in the hospital under your hand. And you thief the money away if you are spending at the hospital. Tough time you got to go, pussy. So you're not going to have no problem with this bill like you're a thief. You are under investigation by the Integrity Commission. You are under investigation by the Integrity Commission right now. Delaware Chuck 2, Juliet Oldness, Flight Green. At 12 hours under investigation. For illicit enrichment. What the fuck you talking about? Stinking gigolo tough time?
Pandemic called COVID-19. I want to give you one example because health is particular in these types of crises.
You talk about COVID-19. Remember your Angeles talk about if the people want to take the vaccine they not get no water. All that you should have get a box in your face for that. But if they don't take the vaccine, you not give them no water. All that tough time, you should have get all no, you should have still get vaccine in your blood clot for that. A sabotage water with vaccine taking. And you should have still get vaccine in your blood clot for that tough time.
We have to act very quickly, and sometimes we're accused of acting outside of the framework of some of the rules when we act in the interest of saving lives. You know, I recall when vaccines were scarce, Madam Speaker, and we were fortunate enough to get 78,000 doses of vaccine, but they were to expire within a week. And the task at hand was to accept the 78,000 doses, to give Jamaicans who were hungry for the vaccine to save themselves, or not to take it.
No Jamaican never hungry for no vaccine.
We opted to do.
No Jamaican never hungry for no vaccine. And uno going at the people them replace and sabotage the people them. No Jamaican never hungry for no vaccine. I remember your Aunt Jonas walk up and down in Jamaica and try to sell this vaccine to the people them now. We're proving the same vaccine we are talking about. Go check the data tough time. Go check the data, because the same thing we did tell them from the get-go. It later turned out so we never did tell no lie. So you come and both vaccine this and vaccine that. When the people them find out say that your Angeles use and kill off them. You and Andrew have to run out of blood clot Jamaica. Remember me did tell you now.
It's normally the public health nurse and their support systems. The doctors don't get too involved in it. And I recall when we started the process at the national arena, the doctors who came to assist with the administration of the vaccine at some times were not allowed almost by the nurses who hugged up it because it was their responsibility. There's a process, a protocol that requires you to sit for 20 minutes to see if there's any adverse reaction. Well, at the end of the period, in order to distribute the 78,000 doses,
all that.
I recall being...
All that effort there, when I talk about them have people sit for 20 minutes to see if no adverse reaction. That is madness. There's no way the vaccine can recognize in the people in the body within 20 minutes. Because the researcher put out say within 3 years, they will know about if any side effect within 3 years. I him say 20 minutes. Within 3 years, them say 3 to 4 years. And him a look for reaction within 20 minutes of sitting down. But obviously, he will talk anything because he is not a medical doctor. He go do an online course doctorate when he go to pay back, he go to buy. So he is not a real doctor. So a man when a real doctor when understand nothing about the profession, then can't come chat and the shit out of their mouth. So we could never sit down and listen to Tufton and give me any advice about anything about health. Only a madman or a madwoman would have sit down and make Christopher Tufton and lecture them about health. Somebody who is not a medical doctor. In no era, I go want to lecture you about health care.
In Falmouth Square, with a public health nurse, with an igloo with ice with the vaccine, approaching a lady frying fish under a tree. She didn't even sit down. She took the vaccine and went back to doing her regular chore, abandoning almost all...
Some never know say this thing turning, one next pandemic will come now. Somebody said me in news, I never know say one next pandemic will come. We never see it. That one I miss me, man. Hey, send me a link with the news where them say one next pandemic will come out. I often talk about vaccines and I liberate about COVID. So I don't know if COVID broke out back in Jamaica. Because it's true from the point where sensible people in Jamaica are make with this criminal bill and Jonas set up for thief money. And that's true I talk about vaccine and COVID. Because he don't really have nothing to say on this bill. But he still wants to get up and say something, even though I know he just come and say one whole heap of nothing. Even if he get up and come talk one whole for nothing for 35 minutes. How long they want to talk for? It is none and void. It is none and void. So, let me hear what I say.
All the normal protocols in normal time in order to address
So, you get drunk credit, man. I never
that is
hear
a practical solution to a context which impacts saving lives. This is what this bill does, Madam Speaker, and we should make no apologies for it. In fact, Madam Speaker, the most honourable Prime Minister has given examples of countries that have had similar crises and have had to put special purpose vehicles in place. And we could expand that. New Zealand and the Canterbury earthquake recovery, 2011. Australia, New South
what am I
Wales,
saying now? He must say the same thing when the Prime Minister said. But you're not talking about the mechanism behind these entities we are talking about. What is the mechanism behind these entities? That is what everybody point out. It might make reference to different things that people use in a different country for disaster. But he now make no mention of the mechanism behind all these different entities. Where I refer to, where I use as example. And it is misleading. As it often come back here and mislead the Parliament and I mislead Jamaica with this madness. Me tell us he don't have nothing to say. He don't have nothing to say. He must just come and try convince the Labour right them say this is something good for them. When really and truly this not talk about nothing about them. This is not talk about Andrew get one up for himself and thief taxpayer money and can't go to prison.
All special initiatives to deal with a context and to find special arrangements to deal with the people. I urge this House, Madam Speaker, colleagues here, let us put, and I'm using your template now, let us put the people first when we consider the next stage of the reconstruction and resilience and stop engaging in a practice that will only delay addressing the concerns that they have. Madam Speaker, the next critical issue that I'd like to address linked to the bill, because I think it's in keeping with this low trust society that is creating this cynicism, is the issue of oversight. And the opposition has made heavy weather of oversight. And I do believe that issues around oversight is perhaps the bigger issue. There seems to be a lack of confidence in the process as being prescribed to implement measures and to provide the relief that the Jamaican people needs. And it's okay, I believe, to make suggestions to strengthen the bill. I have no issues with that, and I think we all should accept that. But I think to take extreme positions, which ultimately results in delaying the bill, is really not doing justice to the original intent and indeed many of the clauses contained within the bill. Madam Speaker, when you examine on balance the bill, there are sufficient positions and clauses that addresses issues of oversight, which I believe can accommodate appropriate levels of scrutiny up to the point of this Parliament interrogating actions that have been taken. Section 4 establishes
there is no delay at the bill, Tufton. Because if accountability and transparency easy to put in. This week, you should have come back with the bill fix. You should not come back again and try to convince Jamaican with the same fuckery from last week. I don't know when Jamaican people are going to wake up and going to beat them out of a parliament. And put somebody there who have the people them best interests at heart. That is the order of the day. I want to beat two of them, I'm sure so I want to beat two of them too. Transparency are the problem. So on the directly say Andrew and the whole administration them are thief. And we not do no business with them. Jamaican people have to do no more business with them. Yeah, man. I don't like these people, them are drunk.
Including requirements for established performance indicators, reporting standards, project tracking systems, and compliance. And I hear the member talk about how do we know what will be done, what are the plans. It is contained in the bill in terms of the requirements to have a plan and to make that plan public, which gives you an authority the right to interrogate it. Financial accountability and audit oversight, section 9 to 11, requires the maintenance of proper accounts and records, the preparation of annual audited financial statements, access by the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, the systems that exist currently to interrogate the action of the leadership under these new arrangements, and annual reports that will be submitted to the Houses of Parliament and to the Senate. Together, Madam Speaker, these provide a robust framework for financial transparency, independent scrutiny, and parliamentary oversight. I am not sure which bill they are reading because it doesn't sound like the bill that we have here debating today, Madam Speaker. Ministerial oversight and planning discipline, section 10 to 13, requires the authority to furnish reports. And of course, those reports will find their way up to the Cabinet of Jamaica. The government, one of the oversights of the debate is that the practical reality is that the government was elected to lead. And again, the people have entrusted in the government, as we do every 5 years or otherwise, to provide leadership. We cannot allow that leadership in a time of crisis to be stymied by the over-bureaucratization as insisted by the opposition, because at the end of the day, they are the same ones who will come and accuse us of inaction to address the very problem that we face. And we can't do that. Cabinet control over approved projects and implementation plans, section 17 to 19, is very much there. Procedural safeguards for expenditure approvals and step-in powers, section 21 and 24, very much present. Madam Speaker, I really have to wonder if the members fully understands what this bill is about. When it comes to balancing the need for speed to address an emergency, to address the 500,000 plus Jamaicans who are in need, with the need for oversight, which even the Parliament here is involved in providing. Madam Speaker, I close by saying
St. Mary Western. St. Mary Western. St. Mary Western.
Ask Marlene Malahoo Fort, the former judge, if she understand. Tough time gone.
Madam Speaker, should not be so controversial.
Minister, you have enough time. I would like you to repeat the point you were making. I could not hear you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your protection. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that there are provisions in the bill to deal with oversight through the regular channels of oversight responsibility, from the Parliament to the Auditor General to the Cabinet of Jamaica to publish reports, PAAC, and I wonder, and it forces me to say that on that side, they seem to be caught up in the trap of the low-trust society where they probably don't trust themselves why they provide the argument around this bill. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate because if Madam Speaker, we on this side trust ourselves to go right by the people, you don't seem to trust yourself. Why you're questioning existing arrangements that are in place for oversight. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, Madam Speaker.
Tough time, when you left Parliament, go climb on a light post and go dive in a worthless mama of a mandiver. Go climb on a light post in a mandiver and go dive back in a worthless mama.
Narra for Cornwall, it would have been a long time. The procurement process for Narra take between 6 and 12 months per procurement transaction. That is why it's dragged out so long. I wish I had a Narra. We should have declared Cornwall a national emergency and subjected to quicker decision making. But that's another issue. Madam Speaker, I close by saying that we should be careful. That we do not allow perfection to be the enemy of good. We should accept where suggestions can strengthen the bill. We should make those suggestions in all sincerity, bearing in mind that the primary goal is to address the plight of the Jamaican people who have suffered over the last number of months. If we did that, we would send a good signal to the country. We would demonstrate that as leaders, we want to go past this low trust society, and it is starting with us because we mean the people good and we put the people first. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Kingston Central. Donovan Williams, the member from Kingston Central. Donovan Williams. Member Donovan Williams. That's for the...
Where you forgot address, at the little people make it syphilis through blood transfusion in the hospital. A little baby gets a back of cancer and gets syphilis through blood transfusion because Tufton I go look every type of prostitute we go donate blood. The government I go look all type of prostitute we go donate blood. One look a baby gets syphilis in the healthcare system in Jamaica. Think about that.
Orderly's benefit, Donovan Williams, the member from Kingston Central, all the way to the back.
A little baby was sick. When not sexually active, get syphilis in the hospital in Jamaica. She not catch her yard, you know. She got the hospital. Remember one baby not have sex. And catch syphilis under Tufton watch in the hospital in Jamaica. Blood transfusion. She get syphilis. And Tufton a contract. When time I'm not ready for go beat them, you tell me. When time I'm not ready for go beat them, you know the number of a call. When time I'm not ready for go beat them, you make me know. Because I beat me ready for beat them. I'm tired of talk. I'm tired of the talking. I just want to beat them. So anytime I'm not ready for go beat them, you tell me. Sometimes we go explain to Jamaican people how comes the baby gets syphilis in the hospital. And syphilis is a sexual transmitted disease, not so? So you have a, but it look like it a fly around in the hospital now. You look, you have sex. You look like you have sex when you go to the hospital to get syphilis. Before you enter the hospital, syphilis a fly around in the atmosphere.
Members, Before the next member of the House makes his presentation, I would just like to advise the House that you have 10 presentations remaining at 30 minutes per presentation. And that is 5 hours. So you can have a wonderful time making as much noise because the speaker will relax. The speaker will relax and allow us to be here for a long time. I would like to hear the presentations. And this being such an important bill, the people of Jamaica would like to hear the presentations. There is no food downstairs. In answer to your question. So members, I am asking you, please allow each other to make their contribution to the debate on either side of the fence. No, repetition must be restricted.
Rest your donkey face, make we hear somebody different attack.
As it relates to point of order, I think I have already stated, for those who spoke already in the debate, don't even think of standing up. And for those who intend to speak and gave your name, don't even think of standing up. When you speak, you can address whatever point of order you thought you had, whatever interruption you wanted to make. Point of order relates to issues that abuse the House itself, the rules of the House, and we'll go over it. But if your interruptions are for clarifications and the things that we abuse it for, please refrain today. The member from Kingston Central will now speak, and I beg you, House members, let us just abide by the rules.
Madam Speaker, I crave your permission to speak from
permission granted, member.
Yes, grateful, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution in support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. And I must say, firstly, Madam Speaker, this is not a routine bill. It is not an ordinary administrative adjustment. It is born of national disruption, national loss, and national urgency. No.
I hear a gunman bridging such late. Anjo, I hear a gunman bridging this and Rosie tell me about. One dads. Your dads. Me a master work for me here. When I look to your left and the right, the man with the biggest nose. More discipline him for me. The man with the biggest nose that you. Hey, gunman. Donovan Williams and you me attack, brother. Rosie say you're a gunman. Rosie say gunman rob and feed on your family. And you know we probably going to kill somebody. This is the guy. Jamaican people, this Beverly we are dealing. Big up everybody who check in. Judge Allah. This is the guy. Where Rosie say gunman a rob and feed him and his family. And this is the guy. Where Rosie say tell him say him himself a gunman. And I try say here Rosie say here Rosie word it. Rosie. I know say yeah a gunman friend you know, but me a gunman you know. This a boy. Where Rosie say burn out the people them in the constituency to sell the house them. Burn out the whole of people them. The gunman boy. Burn out the own of people them. Think turn over the place to government. The gunman in our parliament. So parliament full of rape because Robert Montague a rapist. Robert Montague name called for rape. He say a blackmail but me believe say a rape. Robert Montague a rapist. Him a gunman. Andrew a thief and a cheat for Juliet with woman and man devil. Call himself best baby father. We don't know say every Warmington a gay and go fuck party every Tuesday in a large business. So them people are corruption. Corruption.
Speaker, I support this bill because Jamaica is not served by process alone.
Jamaica is not served by process alone. What do I mean? We are served by lawful process that leads to results. And if ever there were a moment in our national life when we must move from process to performance and from institutional delay to implementation, I say it is now. What Narra does, in my view, is to ensure that these processes do not become bottlenecks.
I make a post up so that man non-Nikisha birthday constituency. Your TV 300,000. Your TV 300,000 share for my man there. Your boy name Charles. Your TV 300,000 for a man 500,000 a check. And share money for your Charles. So you're not got no problem with the bill, man. Gunman. Gunman, you're not got no problem with the gunman. Gunman, you're not got no problem with the bill. Because you're a thief. You're a pregnant child that you're supposed to do. Melissa relief money. On a pussy wall. Eh? The Melissa relief money in a hustler. Eh? You're blood clad Pernell Jazz. On a real junker, you know?
The people them were out at sleep, out at door,
Eh?
you know, when need the help.
The people, remember nothing wrong with the house, you know?
Jesus.
Nothing wrong to take a bigger portion of the money. What a bumbuck like junker like you, man. Eh? No, you're going to talk about you have no problem with the bill. Eh?
We don't expect better. We know same of his support.
You can't have no problem with it. You get more money for your teeth. This a guy here, you know. The man, the contractor, them in a film constituency, you know. I think give him percentage, you know. You say, nah, get the work, you know. Eh? Then I him have a company for Andrew, man. Andrew was his partner and Kramis, you know.
Remember say him the business partner, Andrew Wallace business partner.
I'm tell you something.
Remember the drill? I him.
Andrew Wallace Steve seat from Steve McGregor give him business partner as a payback. The seat where this guy get, it is a payback. Andrew want him do a favor for Andrew. Andrew say, I'm going to give him one seat to make some money. I saw them talk, you know. Real life, you know. He say, alright. I make you win a seat there with Steve McGregor, you know. How you going to do it, bossy? Now worry yourself, man. Everything lock. Just know say that seat there, you are going it. So I'm going to take the fall for me. When you run off them company for me, you can't take none of the money, though. Okay, you know, I'm not play with my money. I'll give you a seat where you can go thief your own money. And Rosie can tell you say I'm a thief.
National recovery. Now, Madam Speaker, I particularly support the proposed, having looked at the bill and perused sections of the bill, in particular the step-in order provision at clause 24. Now, the step-in order is intended to achieve three related objectives. First, it is designed to break administrative deadlock.
You remember the time when they say gunshot the final constituency? I go to my come at this mama constituency, he gunman friend them for go fire, you know. So they want to war with PNP, you know. You never know. Rosie said I be a gunman in Parade. Rosie said the gunman them can tell her, say, they want to make one of the biggest mistake them going to make. And make and put him in the seat. Rosie talk. So, when you not see this guy, him is a gunman. In council, remember, Rosie and councillor. And Rosie make it be known. Say Donovan Williams is a gunman. So I want Mocha, no see tax sell drugs. I hope we careful none of them can.
I have nobody, man. Mocha report to Andrew Wellness.
We look like I use one security force. Guardsman are one of them. Because the police was not work for we, you know. The police was to take bribe from Andrew. And Mocha and Tika and Sita can sell drugs to the government. And Mocha get compromised. So we really, I went up our home, I forgot just do it thing myself, unite. We'll make sure go buy all of the pick and stick them out of and shovel and all type of things in here. And fork and all type of things in here. Have it on standby. Because remember we don't have no permit to have gun. So FLA now giving no gun. So we have to go use machete, knife, pickaxe, sticks, baseball, bat, and go beat them. FLA now go give them people them now gun. So if you don't forget the hardware, and go buy pickaxe stick, baseball bat, hoe stick, iron fork, All of these tools I have you on standby. Because when Andrew send the police them to come defend him, and the police them are going at them tough and kill a couple of Jamaican, and the rage we are going to build up on the Jamaican people, the police them are going to drop them gun and run.
Remember say police just few days ago shoot a 13-year-old, you know.
No, say police.
And, you know, they all over the news, you know.
Then if soldier can shoot, how much year-old baby in them bed?
3-year-old.
If a police if a soldier at Jamaica can fire shot in a people house and kill 3-year-old on bed. What not talk about, man?
It threatens.
What not talk about? If it is okay, if a soldier can kill baby in them bed, what are you talking about? We have to go arm up ourselves with baseball bat and pickaxe stick. For the politician them, we are sending out the police them to kill halfway.
While still maintaining the
Like Aristang.
Of supervision.
Each youth, each Jamaican, the police them kill innocently. Aristang forget beating the feet. Every innocent killing by the police, we go take it out from Aristang. Not even the police them. We don't feel no chatting with the police them. We go directly to Aristang. Can him give the order. We don't want Aristang not got enough place. Remember saying got enough place and feast everything good, you know.
Nothing go with him, police.
But the police can't have him and get lick. I will go have him after. Remember police can't have Aristang and get a lick, you know. Then he not forget a lick. Eh? Then you think you're not going to boil long to lick? Eh? You think you're boil long to lick? I say the police are going to shoot some Jamaican. And the rage they're going to build up on the other Jamaican. I say, so what happened? They might become immortal. And see that type of adrenaline and rage there, I'm going to make the police.
You really believe that they're a coward Jamaican?
Coward Jamaican? Coward Jamaican?
Coward like coward.
In the parish I used to live, you know. In the parish I used to live. We see a police shoot a youth innocently. See? And the people them decide say they not take it so. Well, I know. People decide say they not take it so. And the police have to lock up in the blood clot back part of the station. Here.
How long was that?
My son tell me say the police have to lock up in the back part of the station and call for backup. And when time backup can't help the situation. Me say police kill an innocent youth. I run to the station and every police at the station going at the back part of the building go hide. Me witness that. Me witness police, one station, one whole entire, which long time? Just say that day. Me witness one entire station. The police them, you see, have to go in at the back part of the station go hide from the citizen them. Me see that with my two eye. And I back up and become soldier like fuckery. Soldier like fuckery and police like fuckery. Me witness that with my two eye. And police kill an innocent youth. Cold blood. And me I tell you say, when the police them have them gun, they have to go lock up themselves in the back part of the station and call back up. I'm not talking about one police and I'm talking about every police at the station. Think about that. Me see that with my two eye. Me witness that with my two eye.
Well, you can't believe them are prepared.
And then nobody tell me that. Me witness that with my two eye. Me get a lot slap from one soldier in this incident. Me witness that with my two eye. Yeah, man, me get a puff chest from one soldier in the same incident. Me witness that with my two eye. Police have got to hide in the back part of the station. We do lock, you know. Our first member is police station to do lock. Police station back part of hide. Anybody who know me know.
Last week at the sitting, that the bill does not abolish approving entities. And I heard a member from Southwest St. Andrew earlier in her presentation, who's a former mayor of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, indicates that it is a bypassing of the local authorities. And that is totally not true. If she reads the bill carefully, she will recognize that the bill is especially at section 20.
Come down, bossy. Come down, bossy. Come down with Dr. Friend. Come down, bossy. Me I wonder when you go touch it, me J. One Alfred Daz for the act. Dr. Alfred Donovan Williams don't make no sense. Remember a thief, my gunman. Donovan Williams a thief, you know. So film contribution it make no sense because he don't go say you want some more money for thief, you know. So I just say go. But see, we boss, I got to talk now.
National
Dr. Alfred
Reconstruction and
Daz.
Resilience Authority Bill 2026. I desperately want to believe that this Parliament subscribes to Bayesian reasoning rather than the dogmatic entrenchment of partisan positions. That we understand that our positions are not absolute truths, they are probabilities. And through honest debate, through the examination of evidence, we update these probabilities. We move closer to what is right, closer to what works, closer to what the people need. We did not come to Parliament to win arguments. We came to Parliament to win a future for the people. And Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a moment that demanded that approach from this chamber, it is now. Hurricane Melissa was the worst disaster to strike this nation in a generation. The assessed damage, over $12 billion US. The people of Western Jamaica, the mother in Maroon Town, the fisherman in Black River, the farmer in Darlington, the child in Falmouth, they are not waiting for us to be right. They are waiting for us to get it right. And being right, Mr. Speaker, and getting it right are not always the same. If we are genuine servant leaders, not merely in title but in practice, then I beg this honorable House, examine the evidence, weigh it honestly, update your positions so that the bill we pass today into law will secure the present of the people who sent us here and the future of the children and grandchildren they are raising in rubble. We were not sent here by the powerful to protect the powerful. We were sent here by the powerless to protect them from the powerful. Mr. Speaker, the man in the street watching these debates is asking one question. What is Narra? The superficial answer is that Narra is a reconstruction body. But the question is not what Narra is. The question is what Narra is for. Is Narra the answer to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa? Yes. Or was Hurricane Melissa the answer to this government's long and deliberate march towards authoritarianism and absolutism? Because, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us does not give power to the people to rebuild their country. It takes power from the people and gives it to one man, accountable to one minister, anointed by one prime minister. What is proposed here today is a bill that entrenches this government's long-held desire to concentrate power and resources into the hands of a few.
Marlon Malawa, now cuss you again, man. Mwah! I know you not support the fuckery. Come down, my boss.
Agencies and civil servants whose constitutional roles are to act as watchdogs over every taxpayer dollar. Mr. Speaker, I have searched the Caribbean, the Americas.
I want to pitbull man to you. Your name still a call on the 13-year-old, you know. Where you say a blackmail, you. Eh? The 13-year-old say a blackmail, where you claim say a blackmail, you. Remember your name called on 13-year-old. See, we phone boy say, gash them I like them. For molest baby. You know that song, gash them I like them song? Huh? Big up yourself, man, I know you don't stand for your fuckery. You come in here, Jamaican colors, and you represent Jamaica. Not the type of Jamaica Andrew is a project.
Yeah, she knew what she had done.
For a
Jamaica.
reconstruction body with a similar oversight and accountability framework. I did not find a better model that Jamaica ignored. I found that Jamaica invented the worst model. I am convinced that this government has designed the weakest governance model for a disaster reconstruction authority that has ever been assembled by a modern democracy. A model destined by its very architecture to be scandal-ridden, destined to fail in its strategic objectives of efficient, resilient, and meaningful reconstruction of the infrastructure and the lives of Jamaican people. The Prime Minister spoke of Peru. He carried us thousands of miles across the world to find his cautionary tale. But, Mr. Speaker, we need not travel that far. The answers are closer to home. The warnings are in our neighborhood. When Hurricane Dorian swept through the Bahamas in September 2019, a Category 5 storm, the strongest ever to make direct landfall in that nation, the Bahamian government did not reach for a CEO with absolute powers and an advisory board. They built a full governing board of directors with legally bound fiduciary duties. The Disaster Reconstruction Authority Act of 2019 established a separate chairman, a vice chairman, a managing director, not one omnipotent executive answerable to only a prime minister, but a board with duties, with power, with accountability baked into the law itself. The Bahamas did not trust their reconstruction to one man. They trusted it to a board. And yet, this government asks that Jamaica trust ours to one man with no board. On procurement, the very area this bill defers to, with a ministerial order after it passes, the Bahamians wrote the obligation directly into their law. All contracts awarded within a fiscal year must be publicly disclosed. Their audited accounts had to reach the minister within 3 months of the financial year end. But, Mr. Speaker, even with all of that, the Bahamas still had a scandal. Their forensic audit revealed extreme executive salaries with no basis in performance, companies billing the government for work that they can't prove, and contractors without submitting evidence of a single day's work done, $20 million spent on debris management with non-compliant contractors. The Bahamas had stronger oversight and still fell apart. And Jamaica, through this government, wants us with weaker oversight to stand with them. Cannot work. The logic does not hold. The math does not add up, and the people will pay the price. And then, Mr. Speaker, we look at Haiti. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 200... Mr. Speaker, I am begging protection from Waldorf and Statler from the Muppets. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 230,000 people, the interim Haiti Recovery Commission was co-chaired by the Haitian Prime Minister and Bill Clinton. Voting seats went to the legislature, the judiciary, trade unions, business, diaspora, civil society. They had more governance than Narra in every measurable way. Haiti had every governance structure that this bill refuses to create. And the reconstruction still failed. Jamaica is refusing to create these structures, and we are promising that it will succeed. The lesson from both our neighbors is the same. Elaborate governance does not automatically guarantee success, but the absence of governance guarantees failure. on this side are not saying that good governance will save us, but we are saying that bad governance will certainly destroy us. Madam, Mr. Speaker, let me go into an area that my colleagues on the other side would prefer I leave unspoken. The question at the heart of this debate is not merely about governance models. It is about trust. And trust must be earned before it is given. You cannot legislate trust into existence when it has been betrayed so many times, over and over and over again. This government is not asking us to trust the system. They're asking us to trust them. And those two requests, Mr. Speaker, are very different things. Are we to believe, are Jamaicans to believe, that the government that closed the corner shops during COVID, while big supermarkets operated freely, will now protect the small local contractor? Are we to believe that the government that arrested ordinary Jamaicans on the streets for breaching curfew, while their very own toasted at uptown parties on no movement days, will now apply the rules equally to all? Are we to believe that the government that spent a decade building highways while the side roads of every constituency develop potholes wide enough and deep enough to swallow a vehicle will now prioritize communities that the highways don't reach? Mr. Speaker, are we expected to believe that the government that allowed money to be extracted from the Ministry of Health through overpriced contracts and well-connected companies, dare I say sweetheart deals, while patients slept on chairs in corridors and died waiting for tests to be done, will suddenly become responsible stewards of public health funds? Are we to believe that the government that fought with all its might not to pay doctors, nurses, teachers, civil servants what they deserve, while raising their salaries by 200%, will now put the needs of the people above the interests of the powerful? They could not find the money to pay the nurse who saves lives. They found the money to pay themselves. But now they want us to believe that they will use $2 trillion to save the lives of the people the nurses serve. Mr. Speaker, Narra in its present form is rubbing butter a Puss mouth. I say that without apology because the people watching these debates understand exactly what this means. It means do not give something precious and powerful to someone who has repeatedly shown you that they will abuse it. And it means if you do, do not pretend you did not know it would happen. We are not being asked to give Narra power and hope for the best. We are being asked to strip Narra of accountability and pretend nothing will go wrong. Mr. Speaker, let us examine precisely what this bill creates at its center. One CEO appointed directly by the Prime Minister, no merit-based selection requirement in the bill, no independent vetting, no governing board with fiduciary duties, an advisory board only, with no power to override, no power to dismiss, no power to compel. They call it an advisory board. But advice without authority is not governance. It is chattings. This CEO, this Caesar, will exercise authority over nearly 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. He will select his own auditor annually, subject only to the approval of the cabinet secretary, who serves the same cabinet that appointed Caesar in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister appoints the CEO selects the auditor, the Cabinet Secretary approves the auditor, the Cabinet Secretary serves the Prime Minister. This is not a circle of accountability. This is circling the wagons. For $2 trillion of public funds, this is what we are signing away. We are being asked to spend the money now and account for it later. But later is too late for the people whose money is being spent today. And if you dare to speak about what is happening inside that authority, Section 14 provides criminal penalties of up to $1 million or 1 year in prison for unauthorized disclosure. No express whistleblower protection clause. None. Then we have a sweeping indemnity regime that can cover even criminal proceedings. So they commit a crime and the taxpayers have to pay for it, for their defense. They have criminalized speaking the truth about Narra, and they have indemnified those who abuse it. The watchdog has been muzzled, the fox has been released, and the chicken coop is guarded by a CEO who may or may not love fried chicken. Mr. Speaker, Lord Acton warned us, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. This government is not merely ignoring that warning. They are writing it into law and calling it efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that Narra will build a new Kingston Public Hospital, and we always welcome that. But he also announced a new government campus at National Hero Circle. And I have a simple question for this Honourable House. Why is this government building a new home for itself when the people who elected it are still without a home? The new Parliament building, the new government campus, the new KPH, these were on government wish lists long before Hurricane Melissa arrived. Which is why we ask again, is Melissa the answer to the prayers of the government? Melissa did not create these ambitions. Melissa created the financing to pay for these ambitions. Financing that future generations of Jamaicans will have to repay with interest. The storm destroyed the people's homes, and the government is using the money collected and meant to rebuild those homes to build their own legacy project and home. For 10 years, 10 consecutive years, every major hospital in Western Jamaica has crumbled under the weight of the Cornwall regional debacle. Patients from Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth and Hanover traveled all the way to Kingston because their regional hospital could not serve them. And for 10 years, this government did nothing sufficient. Now Melissa has come. Now there is Melissa money. And what rises to the top of the project list? The government campus, the Parliament building. For 10 years, they could not find the money to fix the hospital that serves the West. Now they have found the money and they're spending it on the East. The people who suffer the most are the last in line. Relax, Rose. Wait. Rose. East, Kingston. Priorities. Rose, of all the people interrupting me. And who decides? The bill is explicit.
The Cabinet shall cause to be issued the authority and official list of approved projects. Narra cannot even originate its own project list. Every comparable reconstruction body in the world, in the Bahamas, in Haiti, was empowered to identify and originate projects. Narra must wait to be told what to do. The authority has all the power to build, but it has no power to decide what to build. The power to execute is given to Narra. The power to direct is kept by the Cabinet. This is not delegation. This is subcontracting corruption. If the Prime Minister decides that the new Parliament building is a reconstruction and resilience project, it goes on the list, and Narra builds it with your money, without a board to question it, without a parliamentary vote on procurement, without an Auditor General review. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Then raise a point of order. It's an internal auditor for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Because this is not a debate about institutional design. This is a debate about the future of Jamaica. The destructive force of Hurricane Melissa can be a blessing in disguise if the short-term pain unlocks the long-term transformation of this country. $2 trillion, the largest injection of capital into this economy in our history. This could solve the age-old problems that have plagued ordinary Jamaicans for generations. It is not the magnitude of the storm that defines a disaster. It is the nation's response to the disaster of the storm. Let us not make this crisis go to waste in building a better Jamaica. We could build roads that do not flood every season, drains that channel water rather than carry away communities, government buildings that do not shame the people who work in them, houses that are designed for Jamaicans to live in with dignity, not relics of an era before black Jamaicans were smadified. We have the money to build a new Jamaica, but we are choosing the governance structures of the old plantocracy. Instead of heeding 28 civil society organizations, instead of heeding 29 members, I see you member, 29 members of parliament, instead of heeding the joint submission of Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environment Trust, this government presses forward. The Auditor General, even before this bill has even passed, has already launched a Hurricane Melissa Relief Governance Audit because the patterns of mismanagement were already present. They're visible in the early relief response. The Auditor General is already auditing the relief, and this government is passing a law to keep scrutiny away from the reconstruction. They have seen the scrutiny coming, and they are legislating it away. We are not building the Narra that Jamaica needs. We are building the conditions that will require another Narra when, God forbid, the predicted devastating earthquake strikes or when the next killer storm comes to this beloved island. We are not building back better. We are building forward worse. But this time with $2 trillion to accelerate the next collapse. Worse. Madam, Mr. Speaker, they may pass this bill today. You have the numbers. You may ignore the 28 civil society groups. You may dismiss the 29 MPs who have expressed concerns about this bill. You may look past the Bahamian forensic audit, the Haitian failure, the Auditor General's work already in the public domain, your own scandals. You have the power to pass this bill today, but the people have the power to judge you tomorrow.
who are suffering from the hurricane. You don't talk. You are the Casanova of sweetheart deals. The Casanova of sweetheart deals. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane that passed 6 months ago and now face another hurricane season in 6 weeks, when they realize what was done here today, you will never be forgiven. So let my words go down in prophecy. This day will be remembered as the beginning of the end of this government. Because the mother in Maroon Town shall remember. The daughter in Darliston shall remember. The baby in Black River shall remember. The pensioner in Portmore shall remember. They will remember the future you stole from them. They will remember the better health care you would remove from them. They will remember the hope that they lost on this day. History does not remember those who had power. It remembers those who use the power for the benefit of the powerless. This government will be remembered, but I promise you, not for the reason you imagine. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Ann Southeastern, you now have the floor. Member from Southeast St. Ann, you now have the floor.
Watch. Remember your name called for fuck off Diane Smith and rape him and throw him in a blood clot culbut. You remember your name called, and Mrs. So you talk say your name called for fuck Diane Smith and rape and throw him in a culbut and she does see her period. Eh? Darrell Vaz, who you be? Your name called upon Diane Smith and Diane Smith was raped in her period and thrown in our old culbut, a old Stony Hill Road. Darrell Vaz, go ahead. You're a politician son and your name called upon rape pussy, rape and murder. An unsolved murder in Jamaica. Your name called upon a rape and an unsolved murder when nobody not got a prison for it yet until today. Darrell Vaz. Your name called upon rape and murder. Suck your mother. Your name called upon rape, Darrell Vaz. Rape woman in a period. Your name called upon that. You don't know nobody boy a pussy.
Mr. Speaker.
Darrell Vaz, your name called upon rape, batty boy. Rape and murder. Montague name called upon rape in a 13-year-old.
Mr. Speaker.
You can't talk to me when your name called upon rape. Rape.
Discussing and debating a legislation that has far-reaching implications. We are doing this, and we are here having this conversation because of what Hurricane Melissa revealed. It revealed the fragility of our housing, the weakness of our infrastructure, and the reality that too many Jamaicans are living one shock away from losing everything. Homes destroyed, businesses devastated, roads washed out, families forced to split up because basic systems failed. Mr. Speaker, the hurricane didn't create these conditions. It revealed them. And like the hurricane, this bill forces us to answer a critical question about our country. The question was asked in Steerfield, St. Ann, last week after the killing of 2 young men by the police. It is being asked by families still waiting to rebuild. It is being asked by young people trying to find work and trying to figure out their futures. The question, Mr. Speaker, what kind of country are we living in? Mr. Speaker, this is not a question to express frustration. It's a question about how power is exercised in this country. Are systems working or are systems being bypassed? Are citizens participants or bystanders waiting, sitting in limbo. We cannot examine this bill, Mr. Speaker, without answering this question. The issue is not whether we should rebuild quickly. Actually, we must, at a pace and at a scale like we've never seen before. The issue is, how do we rebuild? Do we rebuild through the systems or around the system? Because Jamaica does not need only one part of Jamaica working. Jamaica needs the entire system functioning. Not one authority delivering, but ministries, agencies, and communities working together. This bill does none of that. This bill is focused on building concentration. Concentration of power, and concentration of power in a way that does not have any accountability attached to it. What Jamaica needs, Mr. Speaker, it needs embedding, engagement, and empowerment. Embedding the strengthening of what allows for the strengthening of what exists. Engagement allows for the involvement of people, and empowerment allows us to enable action where people live. If the system is broken, Mr. Speaker, creating one powerful authority does not fix it. It works around it. It undermines it. It makes matters worse. And I'm not talking here theoretical. I'm speaking based on the evidence. You look at the writings from the UN and it says true resilience depends on strengthening institutions, local governance, and participation. The World Bank goes further. It says where recovery is embedded, systems improve, capacities grow, and countries get stronger. However, where recovery efforts bypass national systems, projects are delivered, but systems remain weak and failure returns. Mr. Speaker, let us look at two examples. Indonesia. After the tsunami, Indonesia created a powerful reconstruction authority in Aceh. It had control, it had funding, it had speed. And yes, they built some houses, some roads, some infrastructure at scale. But, Mr. Speaker, it operated outside the normal system. Ministries were bypassed, local capacity was not built, and when the authority ended, guess what? The system was left behind. Everything collapsed. The system was still weak. Projects slowed down, coordination weakened, and the country had to rebuild its systems after rebuilding its infrastructure. The second example comes from New Zealand. After the earthquake in Christchurch, similarly, it created a central authority with sweeping powers. It could override local government, it could fast-track decisions, and yes, it moved quickly. But communities were sidelined, local voices were weakened. People began to realize that decisions were being made about them without them. Trust declined. Plans had to be revised, and participation had to be reintroduced. So, Mr. Speaker, in Indonesia, they built fast, but did not build the system. In Christchurch, they moved fast, but they left people out. And in both cases, something essential was lost. The fact that countries that build systems recover. Countries that bypass their systems are doomed to repeat their failure. Mr. Speaker, let's put that another way. Speed without system is deferred collapse, because it's not a matter of if. If the systems are not in place, failure is certain. Speed without systems is deferred collapse. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates an authority that can act, direct, and override. It is a super authority. It is a supernova.
Oh, sorry, a super Narra. A super Narra. And yes, as we see elsewhere, it will get things done. It will build, but it will not transform. Because it is designed to do things. It is not designed to change how things are done. But imagine, Mr. Speaker, imagine a Narra embedded in the system, cutting through delays, clearing bottlenecks, forcing coordination, modernizing processes and legislation, not replacing the system, Mr. Speaker, but making the system work. Mr. Speaker, that is transformation in practice. One of the most telling things about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is what is missing. Well, a lot is missing. But let me talk about two things which are missing. One is structured participation by the people, and the other is the implications for rural Jamaica. So while the bill aims to rebuild communities, it excludes the communities from decision-making. This is not a policy flaw. This is failure to understand and appreciate this critical tenet of democracy, the people's voice. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for consultation with relevant persons, but it does not define who they are, how consultation should occur, or how long it must last. And yet, the authority may even affect zoning, land use. How do you do that without getting input from the people who are affected? So, Mr. Speaker, imagine a clause with language that speaks to ensuring that all major reconstruction and resilience projects and any material changes to land use or zoning are subject to public consultation prior to approval. Or language that require a notice of proposed projects and programs to be published in the Gazette, or a minimum consultation period which must be observed. I don't think this is asking too much. The people deserve to have a say in this legislation. Now, the other area which is invisible is the treatment of rural Jamaica. When the hurricane passed, it revealed farm roads that were never properly maintained, drainage systems that had long outlived their usefulness, communities served by roads that were always one rainfall away from isolation. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing about these things. It does nothing about the roofs that blow off in Coombs and Cowley. It does nothing about the informal settlements across the country in places like Pine Walk and Parrytown, or the embankments that broke away in various parts of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not accidental. It is the result of a development model that centralizes decision-making, prioritizes large, visible investments, and treats rural communities as secondary. And this bill repeats the errors of the past and will condemn rural communities to failure as they've always been. Because, Mr. Speaker, what is invisible in design will not be visible in the outcome. The bill, therefore, should include provisions to address equity and inclusion in development. The authority, for example, could be required to ensure that reconstruction and resilience efforts prioritize vulnerable and underserved communities. The authority could also be required to allocate a defined portion of resources to rural and vulnerable communities, and ensure representation of rural stakeholders in planning and decision-making. Mr. Speaker, if we do remember what we've always done. We will get the results we've always gotten. This is a chance to do things differently. And if we don't, Mr. Speaker, rural Jamaica will remain underserved, underprioritized, and unseen. And I go further, Mr. Speaker, because when you have the authority that is currently being vested in the Narra, it will also mean that the small projects that benefit rural communities will be sidelined. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of transformation. The bill speaks of transformation in the objects, and we support that. It speaks of it, but it does not show how it will deliver it. Transformation requires stronger institutions. Transformation requires better systems. Transformation requires inclusive governance. What this bill does is that it promises faster execution and centralized control. It accelerates delivery, but leaves the system unchanged. Mr. Speaker, it is not accidental. It's a design flaw. It is a flawed approach. It is an approach which must be revisited. You cannot build resilience by curtailing systems. Even if you build infrastructure and the systems are not in place, as I said earlier, you're doomed to fail. Mr. Speaker, the bill states that the authority shall prepare, implement, and oversee projects, and may do anything necessary. But nowhere does it require the authority to strengthen institutions, reform systems, or leave behind a lasting capacity to carry the work forward. One of the most difficult things with these institutional arrangements, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot, or it's difficult to transition. When you have all the power and the resources that are now being vested in Narra, it's almost impossible to transition to the ministries and the agencies. And so that is why the bill must make the provisions to embed the authority, not to create a separate entity, but to ensure it works through the existing system. So, in order to move from an execution mandate to a transformation mandate, consideration should be given to language along these lines. That the authority should prioritize the strengthening of existing government institutions, systems, and processes to ensure long-term resilience. And that it should also identify and eliminate inefficiencies in approval and implementation processes. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. We want the system to get better. We want, after Narra, we function as if Narra was in every agency, in every ministry. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question earlier on. What kind of country are we living in? It's the country from it's a question from Steerfield. It's a question from our young people. But we must also ask ourselves this evening, what kind of country do we want to live in? A country where power is centralized, a country where citizens are excluded, where accountability is selective, or one where systems are strong, where people are included, where the future is secure. Mr. Speaker, if we rebuild without fixing the system, we are not building resilience. We are rebuilding vulnerability. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have only one request left. Let's send this bill where it belongs. Let's send it where it belongs, to a joint select committee, because we know it can be much better than what is presented here. I thank you.
Member from St. James Southern.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this. It would be a dereliction of duty and a breach of the promise that I made to the people of South St. James if I did not speak on a bill of this magnitude. Yes. One which the Prime Minister himself described as amongst the most consequential pieces of legislation to come before the country in recent times. So for me, this is not abstract. If I remain silent, I would dishonor the 9 lives lost in South St. James during Hurricane Melissa. The homes destroyed, the businesses disrupted, the livelihoods affected, and the children who are still traumatized, still without normalcy, still waiting for life to stabilize. So today, I do not come with theory. We have heard the data from the government ministers. We have heard the estimates. We have heard the scale of the damage as they see it from drones or from their living rooms. But today, I speak from what those numbers do not show. I speak from lived experience, from communities that are still recovering, still rebuilding, still waiting, and still nowhere near that resurgence and resilience that the government is advancing in their newest slogan. In South St. James, that reality is not abstract. It is in Springmount, where the main access road remains a daily challenge for residents trying to get into Montego Bay. Yeah. It is along the Hampton to Gutters corridor, where people must navigate sections of a narrow 1-lane road with a precipice bordering it, unsafe and unforgiving. If you slip, you slide. It is in Garland's Maroon Town, Bickersteth, where families are still trying to stabilize their living conditions. People still live under tarpaulin. And I'm not saying they're living under a structure covered by tarpaulin no more. It is in Niagara, Cambridge, and Stonehenge, where residents are still struggling with housing repairs, basic infrastructure, and in many cases are still not captured by the government's assistance database. No roof for them under roof. And it is in communities like Roehampton, Johnson Common, Johnson, where the question is not policy, but when help will finally reach. But let me say clearly, I support the need for faster reconstruction. I support coordination. I support removing unnecessary delays. And I say that as a member of parliament who, within weeks of Hurricane Melissa, was approached by an international donor agency, prepared to assist South St. James in a meaningful way. They wanted to build 25 homes at their own expense. They proposed water sourcing solutions and electricity build-out support for affected communities. I took that proposal through the system, engaging permanent secretaries, ministers, heads of ODPEM. I even enlisted the help of the leader of the opposition to try to get it to move. Months later, that approval has not been granted. 25 residents who could be in homes are held back because of one signature. But supporting... You have a voice. You have a voice. Okay, I've never heard your voice. But supporting speed does not mean accepting the diagnosis without question. Because we are being told that procurement is the problem. That procurement is what is holding back recovery. From where I stand, that is a challenge, but not the biggest challenge we are experiencing in the gap between disaster and relief. When the government wanted Starlink devices, they came into the country quickly, no procurement issue there. There was urgency, there was movement, there was delivery. I got one in a hurricane-ravaged constituency. I gave it to a community. And today, those same devices are the subject of review by the Auditor General, with questions being raised about documentation and proper accounting. So procurement did not slow that down. What was missing was accountability. Procurement again. Shelters were activated. People were moved into those shelters, but in too many cases, people were left without adequate food for days after the storm. No cut. That was not a procurement issue. Food could have been sourced. Food could have been delivered. That was a failure of coordination and management. We saw cases where individuals listed as shelter managers were no longer present, some dead, some migrate. That's not procurement. That's a systems failure. We saw food packages being distributed through the JDF, and while that distribution moved quickly, it often reached the same individuals repeatedly, while others who were in genuine need remained at the back of the line and are still waiting. That is not procurement. That is a failure of targeting, coordination, and
knowledge is power. Big up yourself.
The system has shown that it can move. The question is how it moves, who it reaches, and whether it is accountable when it does. This is not a procurement problem. This is a systems problem. It is a problem of coordination, a problem of follow-through. It is a problem of weak management. And it is a problem of accountability and transparency not being consistently enforced. And if the diagnosis is wrong, then the solution is going to be wronger. What this bill really does, it is against that reality that this bill must be examined. Because when I reviewed it carefully, one thing became clear. Narra, no narrow, you know. This is not a narrowly tailored recovery framework. It's not narrow at all. Under Section 25, it extends beyond disaster response into designated strategic investment projects across multiple sectors. That's right. So this is not just about rebuilding. This is about restructuring how development decisions are made in this country without guardrails. And when we look at how that structure is designed, three concerns arise. First, under Section 22, 3, and 4, the authority can issue directives and the minister can override decisions of approving entities. What can go so? What can go so? That is not coordination. That is the replacement of independent decision-making. Secondly, under Section 3 and the schedule, there is no independent governing board. Under Section 5, the CEO is appointed by the Prime Minister. Under Section 13, the minister can give binding directions. Power is concentrated, but oversight is weakened. Thirdly, under Section 17 and Section 4, projects are selected and prioritized, but there is no firm guarantee that the hardest hit communities, Moko, Janzal, Flamstead, Tangle River, will come first. We don't know who them go choose. These concerns are not isolated. No. The opposition has raised them. Civil society has raised them. Right. The media has raised them. Even voices within the government benches have raised them, and I'm not talking about my neighbor in West Central St. James. I'm talking about those on the government benches who pull us aside and say, don't stop fighting, because we can't say nothing for ourselves. Collective voice is not saying stop. It is saying send the bill to a joint select committee, a time-bound committee. So the opposition is not saying delay it, time-bound. We can get things done. One that works quickly but ensures the bill is properly tested and strengthened. And we're here. The opposition is ready to do the work. Ready to sit the long hours. We're doing it tonight. Ready to move with urgency, but also insisting that we must move responsibly. This authority will manage billions of dollars. Trillions even. Trillions of dollars is not abstract. They represent real resources that the Jamaican people will ultimately have to pay back. They shape national priorities. They determine what gets done and what must wait. So the issue is not just speed, it is how decisions are made, it is how resources are directed, and it is whether the system ensures fairness. Finally, because if we are not careful and Narra not being narrow, it will make relief further from the people who need it most. The responsibility before us is not just to act, although we can act, but to act wisely, to ensure that the system we create serves the people who need it most, not our friends, to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline, fairness, accountability, not buzzwords, words the government ought to get comfortable with. Because if we get the system right, recovery will follow. But if we get the system wrong, this bill risks leaving Jamaicans with a heavy bill to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Trelawney Southern.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I have permission to speak from a seat other than my own? Permission?
You're given.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening not to get involved in an intellectual debate. I rise not to make a speech
Oh, this is the humanity.
to the crowd. I rise this evening to support a bill that puts Jamaica first. I rise this evening because that is the slogan we have. We put Jamaica first. And we don't do that. Allow me to speak. I allowed you. And we do not put Jamaicans first only when we are in election mode. We put Jamaica first when Jamaicans need the help from their government. And as I listened to some of the presentations, And I'm going to quote your last speaker, who said, there are those on the government side who say, don't stop. Let me explain to you that there are those on your side who will not vote Labour, but who have
So when they not thief the money, they buy the car, your sister, you never think about putting Jamaican first. Eh? Look, witch of Rosal, Dalrymple Roscoe. When you not thief the money to buy the car, your sister, you never think about Jamaica. You come out and talk about a lie. They not confess enough to pay a fine. When you the thief and Jamaican people, you never put the thing about putting them first. What look upon these junker? Marlene Malaho, you can't spit pan her for me, ma'am. What go on my friend Marlene Malaho? Because I have a friend now, you know. Because I say you know corrupt. And that's corruption I fight against. Marlene, me and you know that Dalrymple is a thief. We both know Dalrymple is a fucking thief. If you're big of an old witch like Dalrymple, look how he look. Look on Dalrymple. Look at this woman in our parliament, though, God. Eh? I go through menopause. Eh? Them are all people who go in our parliament, you know? Because them are seen like I'm a thief taxpayer money and I say a lie. Then when push come to show evidence, he must admit saying that thief for true. Eh? We can't have my people in our parliament, man. Eh? What kind of parliament we are run? A woman will have to pay a fine for thief. In our parliament that we talk about and support this bill. We don't expect nothing better for your junker. We don't expect nothing better for your Dalrymple. We know you're a thief, ma'am. We know you're a junker, Dalrymple. We know you is nothing but a dog shit and a water boat baton called Chilani you come from enough water boat way over there. We know you're nothing good boy. You say you got a Paul Patmore office. After your thief election, you go there and look fight. I should have made a Paul Patmore just spit pan you.
There are times when as parliamentarians we need to stand together for the betterment of this country. And so I want to commend to you all this evening that this is not time to campaign, because the campaign is over. And hold on. And the people of Jamaica have spoken. They have chosen a government, and the government has a prime minister. So when we are speaking about the disaster that Jamaicans face, and I hear presentations that talk about make black people smarty and puss and butter, that is for an election campaign. That is not to address the seriousness of what Jamaicans suffer. I'm going to say to you that only last week, I had to reach out to a minister to help students to be able to take their exams up at the university.
My lady, you know we make people them know so we're not thief. We have to remind Jamaican people so we're not thief. So we're going to always call on a thief, and it not going to change, and it can't change. And nobody can change it. We can't rub butter up Puss mouth. It is very stupid of the Jamaican people to go and put butter up Puss mouth. Puss is going to lick it.
Because their parents have suffered tremendous damage under Melissa and are unable to pay the fees. Hold on. This is what Narra has come. Hold on. This is what the Narra bill has come to address. The devastation that has been experienced by a Category 5 hurricane that no, we have never experienced before is immense. And people are suffering. And it does appear that while you all address the fact that you are waiting and waiting, you have not taken time to recognize that extreme conditions require extreme measures and people need help now. And hold on, you are talking about corruption. Corruption does not come with the Narra bill. We have said corruption for generations. We have called it while you're in power. We have called it over here. Narra is not bringing corruption to this country. What Narra seeks to do is to assist persons who are in dire distress. The same persons that you speak about in your constituency. And I say to you, as other speakers have said, you are seeking perfection over helping the people of this country. You look and read through the bill. This is not, yes, that is exactly. And there are, I say to you, there are sensible people who have contributed in this parliament. They belong over your side. And believe
you favor some big of a dirty lazy dog. You favor some big of a dirty waste of time lazy dog. You don't know some big of a dirty lazy dog who just drain beer mouth water in the garage. She just look like some big of a worthless lazy dog.
Believe me, I am
My
saying
phone shut off and I can't see comment section about
this is one
dead.
such time that we need to
justice
come
now
together
today.
and pass this bill so that we can help Jamaicans to survive the disaster that has overtaken us. This is not time to refer to people on this side as Puss and butt against Puss mouth. That is for your election campaign, which you lost. You lost it. You lost the elections. And this is a government that the people have chosen.
Yeah, this piece of shit that talk about last election. Darrell Val.
I say
worry about Diane Smith.
That
remember, worry about that one, you can't do nothing pussy. You're there come. You can't do nothing. Fear time expire. Go look for prison time.
Viciousness of the election.
Dayton Campbell is a batty boy, I can't do nothing.
This government is now
left center, man.
of Jamaica.
See there when I pick out like my bad boy.
I'm saying,
see there? You know so we beat them to the Dayton Campbell.
Which has
they
come
into
this debate, which speakers on that side have sought to continue.
We never believe. This must think that we're ready
and I want to say this evening,
the people them will never forgive them and hold them accountable. I want to pay attention to. Let me pause this.
I want.
You see, last part of Dr. Alfred Dawes' contribution, me advise Andrew and him look about him and friend them. Pay close attention to what Dr. Alfred Dawes say in the closing and contribution. Because you can't beg with no pardon, you know, and you can't tell you sorry. Just remember that. You can't beg with no pardon and you can't tell me sorry. Now the way Andrew let's go up and say talk about my beg forgiveness for the crime I commit, that can't help you, you know. So with Dr. Alfred Dawes I say, Andrew Wallace, it is a warning. I'm going to take it as such. Because it is a warning. Whether you want to believe it or not. You want to pay a high horse and feel like, oh, you name God, bro, God. More you take with Dr. Alfred Dawes say in a closing statement pertaining to the contribution of the rubbish we bring come. No more, and to take it serious. Because the closing there, a long time I want somebody to remind them, say, every day the bucket will go a well, one day the bottom will drop out. I want them to just bear that in mind. And then can't beg with no pardon. And then can't tell me sorry. Because I can't help them. So I want them to think about that. It's do or die.
I want to say to you this evening, Jamaicans are waiting for the government to reach out and to help them. Remember, if there are weaknesses, there are mechanisms to come back to Parliament and strengthen the bill. But right now, people need the help. Children need the assistance. And I say tonight, I urge you as members of Parliament who Jamaicans have elected to help them through difficulties, to support the bill, because Jamaicans believe that that is what we are here to do. And this is what
Dalrymple, we know what you're doing at Parliament for do, for thief. We catch you red-handed already. So you come talk about Jamaican support, which Jamaican you talk about? You look at, said Labour right, them have no sense. I remember say it can be different. Because this time around, we will not allow these local waste of time Labour right supporter come further set back Jamaica. Will not happen, you know. You Andrew want to say, it's gonna be war. Andrew want to tell you know, it's gonna be war. Andrew want to tell you know, no, drink water upon that.
Bill. No, the language, and I watch people laugh and pontificate and push their hands, and it's a big, those who are not trying to pander and become intellectual more than others, some of them are throwing words and talking and that. Look.
Laugh off on date and camera.
That is
laugh off
what,
on date and camera.
and you have lost exactly what it is that this bill is here to do, to assist Jamaicans and put them first.
Mama,
yes,
I'm going
that
to
is exactly so. And I'm not disappointed in everybody, because there are those on your side who know. I am appealing to those who still have not gotten out of election mode, and to recognize that as parliamentarians, we have a duty to this country and to the people of this country. And so this evening, I stand to commend this bill, which I trust we will pass so that Jamaicans can get help. And I also say to you that even as it is there is no bill that is perfect. There's absolutely no bill that is perfect. There will never be a perfect bill, and we will always be able to come back. But if you truly believe in Jamaica and believe that people need help, this is a time to give them the help. Now,
for bill in the Parliament.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this.
Yeah, Andrew and them a big help for bill Parliament. From taxpayer money. When Jamaican people out the door asleep, Dalrymple, you stink like shit. You stink like if you're some big dirty lazy dog.
This bill to the Parliament for us to support, because it is not. I don't have to pander to the crowd.
You're some big of a dirty worthless dog.
And I will say with pride, I have always held, I'm in Parliament because I put people first.
Well, don't clean up the dirty coal out of your throat.
That is
don't clean the dirty coal out of your throat.
And those of you who have just come,
we're going to fix the ulcer stomach. You're going to clean the dirty coal off of your throat. You stink like shit.
You learn to put them first. That is why we
are
here.
Go clear your throat.
That is why you are over there.
Go and clear your throat. Go and clear your dirty throat. Your teeth in shit.
Member from St. Catherine.
Next, we will have the member from St. Elizabeth, Southeast?
Southwestern.
Southwest.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, today marks 6 months to the day since Hurricane Melissa carved a path of destruction along Jamaica's southern coast. Some who speak in this house, I have come to appreciate, are not truly seized with the realities on the ground. The realities in communities like Parrot, Galleon, and Black River. They do not appreciate the frustration of the people in places like Middle Quarters, Dalintoba, Prospect. The challenges in communities like Slipe, Vineyard, Hodgesland. They have not been relocated from their homes like many of us who resided on Crane Road, Spice Grove, Forest Mountain, Newtown, and many more in Southwest St. Elizabeth. They are resident in their doctor's office, focusing on reshaping the human physique, while we have to focus on reshaping and rebuilding lives in communities. For us, the hurricane is not a memory, but a daily reality that continues to shape how we live, work, and rebuild. In those communities, the damage is deeply personal and immediate. Homes were torn apart, roofs lifted clean off their structures, fishing equipment lost to sea, and small businesses, which represented years of sacrifice and investment, were wiped out in a matter of hours, leaving families not only displaced, but uncertain about how they would recover. Today, the Gleaner picks up some of those stories, like Basil, who lost his house and his business, like Sonia Linton, who lost her house and her business as a fish vendor in Black River. Those people are impatient of this debate, and they are, quite frankly, sick and tired of what appears to not be constructive intervention, but politicking, where one member seems to be more concerned about where the hurricane made landfall.
Well, it's a billion, and a billion going to start the revolution in Jamaica. So Jamaican people just believe everything where the opposition leader and other members them point out is soon surface and shown to say the opposition leader did not make the right decision. So these shitbag will feel like say then can pass this bill, and when time problem occur, then can come to it with no sorry or nothing, no pussy I go burn no. I tell you, no amount of security we don't have round can save you from this beating. So we just want You see advice where the opposition, Marlene Malahoo, serve private society people are going different departments are going on take them because this is the bill I go start the revolution in Jamaica. Because when you take this money, go build parliament and go build this and build that, and the people them still asleep at door. And when time local government election come now, when you come take time come and want to buy out the people them, we are going to bust on a pussy. We are one, We are this a billion. I go start the revolution in Jamaica. And no amount of police can stop it.
Another telling us about the beginning of the end. Instead of focusing on an expedited reconstruction process. Madam Speaker, of course the government welcomes suggestions that strengthen the framework. In fact, we have been clear. Some of those suggestions have already been taken on board. However, what cannot be countenanced is an attempt to demonize the bill, to portray the bill as lacking accountability, and an attempt to delay the bill and delay the reconstruction of this country. Madam Speaker, since Hurricane Melissa, the government has restored access to many communities, have carted away hundreds of trucks of debris, have worked with JPS to bring back electricity to a level in a faster time frame than any other disaster of this magnitude. Persons have started to receive grants from the Ministry of Labour. Officials have seen containerized solutions being put in their communities. We are rebuilding critical infrastructure. Inputs have been provided to help restart agriculture and fisheries. The NGO community has answered the call. Entities like World Central Kitchen, Samaritan's Purse, CORE, GEM, American Friends of Jamaica, Breads, have been in these communities to help with the rebuilding effort. We have truly seen some of the best of Jamaica in response to this disaster. However, we cannot ignore a reality. Communities like Aparati have not yet recovered and are in need of a clear, coordinated reconstruction effort that prioritizes speed and efficiency while operating in a transparent framework. That is Narra. Madam Speaker, the bill which seeks to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority is conducting not a routine rebuilding exercise. It's a national recovery effort that spans housing, infrastructure, livelihoods, and economic activity, all of which are interconnected and require a level of coordination that goes beyond the capacity of any single agency operating in isolation. We have seen that the recovery can become fragmented if different entities working with different mandates are not aligned and there's not a central coordinated entity. This is precisely the gap that Narra is intending to address. Narra represents a structured approach to reconstruction, bringing together the various strands of recovery into a single framework that is designed to accelerate delivery, reduce duplication, improve accountability for outcomes, and ensure that communities are not left navigating a patchwork of processes that slow rather than support their recovery. Madam Speaker, Narra will operate within Jamaica's established accountability framework, which includes the Public Bodies Management and Accountability System, oversight from the Auditor General, clearly defined reporting and audit requirements, and ensures that Narra will be subject to scrutiny and transparency. There may be differences in our opinion about structure. That is not unusual in a democracy, but it should not be misinterpreted as an absence of accountability. Nor should it distract from the central objective, which is to deliver reconstruction in a manner that is timely, effective, and responsive. So we have heard the suggestions from the opposition and the claims of overreach, centralization, extraordinary powers. But let us be very clear. Hurricane Melissa is an extraordinary disaster, and it requires extraordinary coordination. The member from St. Catherine Southeastern says he searched the world for a model like this, and he couldn't find a model like this. Well, we should not be surprised. The member often searches and speaks about tales, whether that be poison, burnout, or rumors of scandals. He then goes on to cite the worst examples of reconstruction. He cites examples from Haiti and Bahamas that have models that they are proposing, models with boards that they are proposing. He cites those as examples. But he could not find a model like Narra. Well, member, type in 2011 Christchurch earthquake. Look at the New Zealand model, the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. It is a body, I heard you member. It did not have a board. It did not have a board. It did not report to a board. It was led by a chief executive who reported to the responsible minister. And in fact, it is the responsible minister who appointed the CEO. That is the model. And you know what they achieved in 5 years? Over $4 billion in a public recovery program. You know what they achieved? A national rebuild program in less than a year. You know what they achieved? Major reconstruction in 3 years. You know what they achieved? 13 anchor projects in 5 years, including stadium, conference center, justice center. They were able to relocate in 5 years 7,000 unsafe homes. They did in 6 years what the world does in 20 years. If you ask the people of Black River, what model are we choosing? Give us the quicker model. Give us the model that will deliver results in the shortest possible time. And that is what Narra is. So yes, some say it centralizes power. Yes, disaster recovery cannot be managed by committee consideration. You have to have a central source of authority. Some say it gives too much authority to act quickly. Yes, it does. Under Section 12, because approvals that take years need to take weeks in this situation. It allows for land acquisition, of course, because we can rebuild the same. And in some areas we cannot rebuild. So we have to be able to have the power to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, the opposition calls it overreach. I call it readiness. We have to have the ability to act when the nation needs us most. The real risk is not that Narra is too strong. The real risk is that without it, we are too slow, too fragmented, too unprepared. New Zealand learned their lesson and built a system that delivered results. We now have the opportunity. We in this house, let us learn from that model. Let us not reject a proven model out of fear and partisanship. Let us embrace what has worked and do the right thing so that the people in Darliston, the people in Garlands, the people over in Balaclava and Burnt Savannah, they can see real reconstruction in the shortest possible time. We are getting it right with Narra. Let us now get it moving. Like members and we grew up in country, we know delay is danger. Let us resist the urge to delay. We must pass this bill today and start the reconstruction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Catherine East.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask you to give me some protection because I realize that they believe strong mean right, but strong can be wrong. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak one Spanish tongue. Babsy gone, so it's one Spanish tongue. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to speak on a very, very important bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Bill. And Madam Speaker, I want to just remind this House that emergency gone. When we had the emergencies after Melissa, it's people from all over the world was helping us. It was not Narra. Now we have a chance to use Narra, and we cannot rush it because we are going to say people want to build back stronger and better. There is a thing that named speed, but if you look at the Road Traffic Act, it tells you that speeds have limits. And if speeds have limits, the bill that we intend to pass today must have checks and balances. Indeed. Madam Speaker, I am going to say something unlike some of you who got a script to come and read. Anything I am saying, whether it is right or wrong, it is from Denise Daly. Right. Indeed. Indeed. I want to ask you a question. I want to really ask a question. Do we really believe in this bill, or we are going with it? Honestly, or are we just following because we are afraid to speak out about something that is going to affect every Jamaican? I leave this with you. I believe when the people sent us here, they did not send cowards. They said brave men and women. And I would want you to be that the brave leaders that your people sent you here to be. Madam Speaker, unlike many who have seen the bill, and I don't even see like they open it, but they have a lot of big talk. I want to tell you that I took the opportunity this time to read this bill. And this bill, if you are mindful and if you are aware of how the Jamaican people think of us, we will be very careful about passing this bill without checks and balances. Don't believe the same people that you're in here now trying to lobby on their behalf don't know nothing about Narra. So you're now lobbying for people who knows nothing about what you're lobbying for them for. And therefore, I am wondering if Narra is for us or is for the people. Well, we will see. We will see.
We shall see.
I remembered once, Madam Speaker, I was in a class. Don't worry about that. Yes, yes. You have lifelong learning, you know. You have lifelong learning.
Some never go to class.
And I remembered very well that a student got up and said, we are making preparation for them without consulting them. What we are doing now is making preparation for people without consulting them.
Fundamental.
I want to just say to you, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said that this bill is the largest pending bill that history will probably ever see in this country. But about 50% of this bill is going to be owed and have interest on it to be paid back. Right. So it's not any free money. Our people money. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren money. And therefore, they did not ask us to be swift and then be dishonest. They want us to be swift and fair and honest. That's what they ask us to do. This bill, Madam Speaker, have too much concentration of power in one man's hand. In this bill, I see ministers to tell me head start to spin. Because everything I hear, minister. So I want to know if it is a minister bill or is it people's bill. You see, it is good to get power now. And it is good to get title. But let me tell you something. You see, down the road, let us not come back either here or in the court to give answers and to clarify what we pass in this house. This bill is exposed to corruption and fraud. This bill, and Madam Speaker, I want protection, you know. This bill has the potential for erosion of public trust. And I'm going to tell you something. You know why some of us is so happy in here? Because we can get the ears of the CEO. But for me, you're not going to have the ears of the CEO. And the Prime Minister is from Spanish Town. We don't have any drain there. Every drain is blocked. No, he comes from, when the Prime Minister, hello, the Prime Minister never refused from reminding this Parliament that he's from Spanish Town. And therefore, I am saying that some of you knows exactly where to go to get the help when Narra pass. And then some of us don't know where to go. So our people going to suffer. While you and the team that you want for specific reason will get the privilege. So therefore, this bill can carry political victimization. And this bill, I remembered again when the Prime Minister said here that we are reforming the public sector to get efficient, competent, and reliable personnel to carry out the work in an efficient manner. What are we going to do with these people now? It's a question, so you can answer. But, Madam Speaker, I am certain that not before Melissa, there were some big projects. And I believe some of you are very happy for Melissa because you'll be able to execute them now because I don't even believe you had the budget for it. So, making presentation and not having the budget and get Melissa. You're using Melissa as a bypass. But I want to say to you that you can't tell me to wrap up because you're just coming. Yeah. So you're just coming. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that massive responsibility that is going to be given to the CEO on a day-to-day basis is a recipe for disaster. And Madam Speaker, I stand, not because James has come here when he want to go vote for something. Yeah, that's the only time. That's the only time St. Thomas people see you. St. Thomas people see you in Parliament when you come to vote for no matter. Madam Speaker.
Member Daly. No, Member Daly.
Madam Speaker.
House Leader. Time being now way past the time that Parliament should legally continue without without permission to do so, the time. Hold a moment. Go again, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as the time for the continuation of Parliament has passed, I ask that we move a motion for us to continue beyond the time specified.
The question is that we allow for the continuation of the business of the House beyond 7:30. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, House Leader. Member Daly.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I was about to wrap up. But let me tell you something. Nobody instruct me unless it is Eastern St. Catherine. And that's why I'm going to continue. So if you want me to think there, I would advise you that we are from Spanish Town. We do not take instruction from anybody unless it is from our constituency. Madam Speaker, I am saying to the Prime Minister, and I'm saying to the members on both sides, do not do anything out of sentiments. Let us look at the bill in its entirety. Fix the bill, because we are not against the bill. We are against what is in the bill. Thank you very much.
Next, orderly to the back right here. Next will be the member from St. Mary Central.
I don't take the speaking.
You may proceed, member.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying or repeating, there's no member on this side who does not support or appreciate the urgency of reconstruction. But I can speak with some confidence, Madam Speaker, because the last time
authority, or the authority as the case may be, whether or not the appeal relates to that part, and they deal with the application as if it had been made to him in the first instance, before determining any. But that's what the stepping clause is, opposition leader. You need to read the bill. The stepping order cannot be activated unless the authority gets expert advice on the matter in question, unless the authority is satisfied that on its consideration of the approval requirements and the advice referred to in paragraph A, which is expert advice, independent expert advice, in the case of an approval granted subject to terms, conditions, qualifications, the matters which inform the terms, conditions, or qualifications have been addressed.
No, well, I don't know what them do. They make it jump.
Just step in.
What them do?
And I realize when my colleagues on the other side are
no, them do something. They make it jump. Something wrong, man.
The entire clause.
Them do something.
Madam
jump.
Speaker, I go further.
What is this?
Where the authority, Madam Speaker, intends to apply for a stepping order under subsection 1A, which I read before, the authority shall notify in writing the approving entity concerned. And it goes on and states rights of the approving entity. The objective, Madam Speaker, of the actions related to the stepping clause is not to undermine the authority of approving entities. It is to cause approving entities who may not be acting with speed for important recovery and resilience project to act. But it comes with its safeguards. Madam Speaker, we have had experiences, and I don't see a member Terry Long here, where authorities have placed conditions on government projects to say if the government does not do this, I won't call the name of the authority, in Portmore, that if the government don't build the road, they won't approve the wall for the school. So the students of the school have been disenfranchised because the authority did not get their road. The road project is waiting on one agency. The agency is also waiting on another to approve, while the country suffers. Madam Speaker, Section 21 and 24 are meant to break that culture. Narra may convene. Narra may convene approving entities, impose timelines, and require applications to be processed concurrently rather than sequentially. This is not lawlessness. This is a common sense headed statute. Madam Speaker, when an entity fails to act or acts unreasonably, that is where the minister steps in. So it's simply inaccurate to say the bill rejects due process. As a matter of fact, if I was drafting this bill, there is too much process in this due process, tying the minister from acting quickly.
Minister Morgan,
but
speaking to the mic for the benefit of the public.
I am subjected to the wisdom of our chairman of cabinet and leader in placing accountability on himself in this bill. Madam Speaker, the reconstruction period, delay can be just as damaging to the public interest as arbitrariness. I wish you would give me permission, Prime Minister, to speak about the bridge program. No, man, I need to mention it. Minister Nigel Clark would have agreed on a bridge program.
Minister Morgan, when you speak and turn your back around, you are not recorded in Hansard or heard. Thank you, Minister. You speak
Minister Nigel Clark would have approved a bridge program. Yes. Approved a bridge program over 2 years ago. The FAA Act mandates that all capital projects must go through a particular process. We saw the issue with Troy Bridge, where a 100-year-old bridge was washed away, but the system told us that you had to do environmental studies, you had to do value studies, you had to figure out whether the bridge was worth replacing, while the people on the border of Trelawney and Manchester suffered. The yam farmers could not carry their produce to market. The children on one side of the river could not attend school because their school was on the other side. We now have an accelerated bridge program that is supposed to repair 55 bridges, and 2 years later, the process has caused us delay. Madam Speaker, the recovery of Jamaica cannot be subjected to the same types of delay. Madam Speaker, 2 additional features of the bill deserve more attention than they have received. First, the bill allows where lawfully practicable to use existing government capacity while merely duplicating the state. That's an important aspect because the authority is not intended to become a bloated parallel government. It is meant to align, organize, and accelerate what already exists. The bill contemplates designated strategic investment projects under FAST. This recognizes that reconstruction is not only about repairing damaged public assets, but also crowding in productive investments. Madam Speaker, some speak as though Jamaica is wandering in unknown territory. We are not. The Prime Minister would have instructed myself and members of the team to visit Peru to study their reconstruction solution. It is that solution which has, to some extent, informed our approach to this bill. But we are not picking a solution and stamping it on Jamaica. We have adopted the solution to fit our peculiar challenges. Madam Speaker, it would be a strange kind of politics to say Jamaica should see what others have done and do after disaster, recognize the lesson, and deliberately choose a slower path in the name of comfort. Section 9 to 12 gives accountability. Section 20 gives transparency. Section 21 to 24 gives speed. And Section 28 confirms that the authority is temporary and purpose-built. The last 2 points matter because it answers the lazier criticism that Narra is some attempt to create a permanent concentration of power. The bill itself makes it clear that this is a defined institutional response to a defined reconstruction challenge. So a proper debate is not whether Jamaica should have a reconstruction authority at all. That is my respectful view, and that is no longer a serious question. The serious question is whether we are mature enough to demand a reconstruction authority that is effective, transparent, and disciplined at the same time. Can we insist on speed without surrendering accountability? Yes, we can. Can we insist on urgency without abandoning legality? Yes, we can. Can we insist on coordination without accepting opacity? Yes, we can. Can we build a legislation that does all of the above? We have in this bill. That is the real argument, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to compare history. We have had disasters before, and governments have been given the responsibility of assisting its citizens in these disasters. In 2004, we had Hurricane Ivan, and a member of the opposition sought to use Ivan as a comparison in how we are managing this Narra process. Colleagues may not know in this House, but for totally destroyed houses in 2004, persons received $20,000 grant. For severely damaged houses under Ivan, they got between $7,500 and $10,000. And for other damage, they got $5,000 grant. Danny Buchanan, Minister Donald Buchanan, former Minister Donald Buchanan, famously clarified, and this is on GIS, the government could not fully replace all private property losses. He stressed that the state was not an insurer of buildings and that its role was to assist people in putting back their lives together rather than providing total compensation. Compare what was done to individuals in 2004 to what we have done after Melissa and what we are doing now is a demonstration of a different type of government. There is also the argument about procurement, where the member from Westmoreland pointed out that there is no procurement provision in the bill. Us who have knowledge of how laws are written know that where a bill is silent on a provision, then a provision or a legislation or a statute of authority applies to that law. In this case, the Narra bill does not speak specifically about the regime for procurement. What it says is that the minister will come and declare what the procurement process will be. The minister does not act independently and will be subjected to the rules of the Public Procurement Act. Section 3 of the Public Procurement Act says, the minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that this act or any provision shall not apply, and it goes on. The member from St. Mary said that we're going to be not coming to Parliament, but we're asking for Parliament to approve a bill, and there will be no coming to Parliament to determine how the things will be procured. When the legislation states clearly, member, that the minister has to come to Parliament to pass an order by affirmative resolution as to the procurement process that will take place under Narra. Madam Speaker, there are some amendments that we will be Public Procurement Act Section 3, subsection 3. But Parliament will have the opportunity to vote. Parliament will have an opportunity to vote on the order. Madam Speaker, we have listened to many commentary on the bill and we have made some adjustments on the bill. We will be including, as suggested by the member from East Portland, a definition for resilience, and that will be outlined in committee. We are also making an amendment to improve the monitoring and implementation of reconstruction projects. That's clause 17. We'll be amending that to improve it, as well as we'll be improving, well, not improving, but we'll be adding a conflict of interest clause, which was something that I believe was raised by the leader of the opposition, that there was no conflict of interest clause. Additionally, we will be improving clause 10, which deals with how the chief executive officer reports, and all of these amendments will be spoken of in detail as we put them in committee, which is to begin shortly. Madam Speaker, to close, one of the criticisms that we have noticed is that the opposition has said that the Narra is a growth bill, Prime Minister, parading as a reconstruction bill. Those are my words. But I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with using a disaster as an opportunity to go forward and invest and build your economy and make it better? We do not participate in the false choice between recovery and growth. We think both can happen at the same time. There was also the criticism that Narra is an attempt to deal with bureaucratic entanglements and low execution capacity. What is wrong with that? Why not deal with these problems through Narra and create an ecosystem and an excellence approach where other entities and other government agencies can look at best practices and adopt them based on the examples shown by Narra? There was also the criticism that we are not consulting. Well, I can say to you that this government, as a part of its policy direction, does not go into communities and change communities without having consultations. And you can use the SPARK program as an example. It was for the first time the people of Jamaica made a decision, another choice, as to which roads in their communities will be built. And the sad thing, Prime Minister, is that a lot of the members of the opposition are not happy with the choices of the people in the SPARK program and want to change it. But that's a debate for another day. Is you choose the road, let me know, is that me? You got 7 out of 10? You know. Do you know, Prime Minister? I am focused, yes. There is also the argument, Prime Minister, which has been debated ad nauseum, that this entity does not have a governance board. But Parliament is not confined to one template for a statutory body. And Parliament may design a specialized executive-led body if a national problem requires concentrated responsibility. Narra does not mirror a conventional board-driven authority. What we have done is we have looked at all the best practices that we have, and we have crafted an organization that is fit for purpose for the emergency that we currently face. So we have taken some from statutory bodies, simpliciter, we have taken some from executive bodies, and we have made Narra. There's no problem in that. And then there's the criticism, Prime Minister, that we moved it from $150 to $15 million. And I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with having more private sector entities being able to invest in more projects in Jamaica? It can't be a straw man when you raised it. There is also the criticism that let me not raise that one, Chairman. Madam Speaker, we have designed a bill fit for purpose. We have designed a bill that will assist in our recovery. We have designed a bill that is accountable and subjected to the accountability frameworks that exist in our country. We have designed a bill that is going to transform Jamaica and bring additional growth and resurgence to our country. We have designed a bill, Madam Speaker, in the best interest of the people of Jamaica, and I know that the people of Jamaica will continue to support the bill as they have been doing throughout this debate.
Final presenter to close will be the Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin the closing remarks, I ask for your indulgence and the indulgence of members in offering a comment on the procedures of the House. The use of points of order. I believe Member Hilton on that side, let me survey, Member Hilton would agree, and the Leader of Opposition Business, member from Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, would agree that the use of the standing of the points of order would not be for trivial purposes or routine, that they were really used when a member felt that there was a contravention of the rules of the House, specifically the rules governing debates. We emerged a convention where members would rise to their feet and claim a point of information or a point of clarification. And the convention was that the member who had the floor would yield. And I recall those days quite clearly when members would stand and say, point of information, Madam Speaker, and the member opposite would yield. Or sometimes the member rising on a point would not even say what it is. He would just say, could you yield, member? And that was the convention. And forgive me, member from South St. Catherine would have been there as well. It has changed a bit, and we have sought to use the points of order where they really should not be used. And I would just want to encourage members, for the good order of the House and its proceedings, that we revert to the time-tested, tried and proven conventions that have served us well. Madam Speaker, let me start by thanking members on both sides of the House for participating robustly in the debate. Valuable points have been made. Points of substance have been made. And there are other points which I think are also of substance, even if a modicum, that you would have to search very hard to find. But they are there, I'm sure, nonetheless. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all who participated and would have enriched the bill. I would want to adopt, just as a matter of giving a summary of the debate in terms of the opposition's participation. The member from St. Catherine, is it Eastern? Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, well, you would know we attended the same alma mater. So, Madam Speaker, the point raised by the member was that the opposition supports the bill, we just don't support what is in it. I found it to be a very profound comment. We support the bill, but just not what is in the bill. So, Madam Speaker, I find that to be a very profound summary of the opposition's position. You want a point of information? So, Madam Speaker, but I do understand what the member intended to say, that no one can say that Narra is not a necessary formation in law. No one can say that having a structure to manage recovery is not something that is defensible and necessary. So I think there is the starting point, that Narra is necessary. I think, however, Madam Speaker, that if I am permitted to offer some philosophical perspectives on the differences, that there is a very deep mistrust of government in the country, very deep. But underneath the mistrust of government generally, there is an even greater mistrust of executive power. That is really what it comes down to, a deep distrust of executive power. And by the way, this is not unique to Jamaica. It is a worldwide phenomenon for countries that have what is described as a liberal democracy. Democracy is liberal precisely because executive power is controlled and in many instances restrained. The challenge comes, Madam Speaker, when democracy cannot bring prosperity. That is where the challenge happens, because the assumption is that democracies will automatically bring prosperity to people. And that thinking is sometimes challenged in certain quarters. But I continue to maintain that democracy is the best form of government that we have. And that we must make our democracy work to deliver prosperity. The challenge is, how do we use executive authority without it trampling on the rights of the people? That is always the challenge. And that's why our system is designed as it is, where the members of parliament should come vigorously defending their positions to ensure that executive authority is restrained, but we have to be careful that executive authority is not constrained. Because it is in the constraining, the over-limiting of the actual power to execute that the prosperity is actually delivered. And I will say this, Madam Speaker, that I've been in this position of Prime Minister now for a decade, and it is a learning experience. I continue to appreciate the nuances of the office each day. And I will say to you that during the pandemic, the challenge of using executive authority was a real challenge for the administration. And indeed, we had to use executive authority as it relates to controlling movements and all kinds of other things that we had to do. And the former Attorney General at the time, member from West Central St. James, would have gone to great pains to advise and to say, we have executive authority, but we have to be so careful with it in how it is used. And I made sure that every executive direction that I gave, that I put my signature to, as I did it, I came to Parliament at the next sitting to bring the executive authority to Parliament for Parliament to have a say on it. And there were times when Parliament's say, though not by authority, couldn't change it, but because Parliament said you should consider this or you should consider that, we took that on and we made changes to many of the various orders for movement and gathering and all the other things that we had to do. That was, for me, at that time, the ultimate exercise of the executive authority. The lesson learned from it is that in a democracy, executive authority overused can be dangerous even for the person using it. No matter what, it leads to suspicion, frustration, and the view that you are restricting the freedoms of individuals at your own whim. And indeed, I would say that I suffered from that during the pandemic, even though in my mind I was acting to support and to promote the health and safety of the public. But there are many Jamaicans who felt that I restricted their movement. So I want to just use this as a basis to say, Madam Speaker, I am not seeking executive power for myself. It's dangerous. And executive power must be controlled, without question. I'm a firm believer in that. The question is, can we find a way to structure our business such that the use of the executive authority delivers the prosperity without taking away the freedoms, transparency, rights of the people? That's where it is at. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust, and Jamaicans for Justice. They wrote letters to me. The letter from JET was quite extensive. They obviously put a lot of time in going through going through the bill. They did take the time. And I have to say this, Madam Speaker, because lots of times there are persons who will just hear what is said, look at the headlines, don't know any details, form an opinion because there's always something called confirmation bias. Somebody who you like said something that you like, and therefore that's your position without doing the research. It's obvious that these two groups did their research and they put forward their concerns. I will say, Madam Speaker, that not everything that is proposed can be legislated, and not everything that can be legislated should be legislated. And the persons who are drafters, persons who understand the law far better than I do, would agree with that point, that you want the legislation to, one, be consistent with legislation that already exists. You want it to be consistent with the Constitution, and you want your legislation not to be complicated. You can have complex legislation, but you want the legislation to be easily interpreted, well understood, and direct and to the point. And so we try to bring a legislation here that creates a framework that is easily understood, easily interpreted, and gets to the point of what it is we want to achieve. So that's one thing. I will say a few other things, Madam Speaker, if the members give me their attention a little longer. There is a point about bringing the bill to a joint select committee. Let me be clear. We, on this side, we have taken a decision that, as far as possible, we're bringing all our bills to a joint select committee. That's a decision that we took after the experience with the NIDS. Subject, of course, to emergency situations or great urgency. I have heard the undertaking that there would be a commitment on the side of the opposition to have the Joint Select Committee turned around very quickly. And we accept the intention, but we know that it takes a little while. And on average, you're looking at 3 to 6 weeks at the minimum, and sometimes even longer. So I would say I'm being generous, I'm being euphemistic, but it takes a long time. So I would say, Madam Speaker, that I appreciate the opposition recognizing that the Joint Select Committees are not the fastest mechanism, that they will try, but for this bill, urgency is important. And I start at this point about urgency. And I'm being very careful in the use of the term urgency, because I really should say it is an emergency. But I wish to point out to members who were in the House between 2009 and 2015 that this House, not under emergency powers, but under urgency, passed several important pieces of legislation that would oversee billions of dollars, including donor funds, without subjecting them to any committee review, any joint select committee review, including money bills, including the very fiscal rules, which are far more important than the Narra bill. There was not 1 ounce of criticism of that move, not one. At that time, part of that time, I was leader of the opposition. And the members on my side will tell you that I gave directives. This is in the national interest. Participate make sure that our points are raised, but we are not going to stand in the way or try to make political points of something that is in the national interest. And I wish for that to be in the public record. The fiscal rules and all the others, some of the other money bills, all the other amendments that were made, it went through without going to Joint Select Committee. And not one journalist, not one of the commentators today said anything. So I just want that to be put in the public debate. So the other point, Madam Speaker, is that during this time of urgency, between 2009 and 2015, we had to, as a country, and I say we meaning government opposition, we had to mobilize the entire country for the reconstruction of our financial system. Essentially, that's what it was, our fiscal and financial system, the reconstruction of it. And what worked very well, particularly as it related to the managing the repayment of our debt with several debt exchanges, was the establishment of an oversight body of the government policy for fiscal and financial reconstruction. And that was called the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC. It was never legislated in the fiscal rules. It was not legislated in the PAAC oversight. It was not legislated in any of the omnibus tax legislation. It was a social consensus. And there is no more powerful tool for oversight than social consensus. And EPOC carried us through the economic reform program. It played a role in keeping the opposition then on side, keeping us informed, working with the Minister of Finance, making sure that what the government said it was going to do, it did. But the EPOC, which was comprised of Jamaicans of high integrity and public trust, reported periodically, regularly, to the country on the activities of this fiscal and financial reconstruction effort of the government. And it worked. It kept the government to its word. What it said it was going to legislate, it legislated. And it kept the opposition to its word. What we are going to support, we supported. And we can stand here today to say that Jamaica came out of that very difficult period with a reconstructed fiscal architecture and monetary architecture as well. Something that we can be proud of, and we can do the same thing with the reconstruction of Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. That is all that we're trying to do. Madam Speaker, permit me to return to this concept of the use of executive power, because it's fundamental to what we are doing here. Now, when we were contemplating how to structure Narra, a thought was put on the table. Why not make Narra a department of government? Now, if we made Narra a department of government, would there be a board? Would it be illegal to make Narra a department of government? Are departments of government legitimate structures of how government organizes itself? Of course. Of course. In other words, it is not unusual. There's nothing wrong with that. The authority then would flow minister, well, flows cabinet, minister, permanent secretary, ministry employment. But we know that departments are further decentralization of executive and civil service powers of an entire ministry. But you can decentralize even further by putting in an agency. And that agency could be a corporation, or it could be a statutory body, or it could be an executive agency. And I just want to pause at that point. For statutory bodies, the idea is that there is a function of government that is clearly well defined, that has an indefinite function in terms of time, that would require detailed operational guidance, which would not be suited for a department of a ministry to do, but would still require ministerial guidance. So a minister would give the general policy direction and say to an entity like the UDC, a statutory body, here is your authority, it's written in law what you are supposed to do. This statutory body will exist indefinitely. Go and redevelop areas for urban purposes. Go and acquire land for land banking for those purposes as well. Go and operate various companies to provide services. The minister can't go and run that day to day. Every day there is a different use of the executive authority delegated through a board and an executive officer. So the board manages the governance of the general policy direction, but also, in some instances, guides the executive officer in the day-to-day management and helps to resolve conflicts, manages that. That's fine. But what about a function that is very specific? For example, giving passports to Jamaicans. It's an executive agency. That function is very specific. And I was doing some research, and former Prime Minister Pattison, obviously struggling with the same issues I have raised here about how do you get the democracy and its bureaucracy to deliver prosperity, how do you speed it up, came up with the then Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Davies, with the idea of an executive agency. Now, the concept behind the executive agency came out of what is called the school, it's a new school of public administration taught, the new school of public management, which essentially tried to turn the public service more into a corporate service delivery, to use private sector approaches in government. And so the idea was for these kinds of functions that are clearly defined, that may not necessarily require great discretion of the minister, the policy direction is very clear, that you could just create an agency whose only task is get it done. What policy direction should there be in fixing potholes, other than to fix the pothole? So the NWA was, and still is, an executive entity. It has a specific task, and you just want to get that done. And so I'm giving you the history of how it came about. So instead of having a statutory body or having a department of government like Public Works Department was, you formed an executive agency where the minister gives a directive, meaning the policy directive, and the executive is only executing. The Executive Agency Act provides for the executive to have an advisory board. How it works is that the executive recommends, the Prime Minister appoints, but it's not a governance board. It's not a governance board. And it advises the CEO. Now, what we did with Narra, we looked at it and we said the functions of Narra are going to be very specific. More than that, members, it is time-bounded. So this is not going to go on indefinitely. And the policy direction for Narra will be very clear. They will be written and made public. But more than that, the scope of Narra, I heard somebody say Narra is not narrow. That's not true. Narra will be focused on a specific set of projects that will be published. The other issue that I would want to clarify, though, that the use of this structure, Narra, focused in this way, does not take away from existing resources. And that was a prime consideration in the creation of Narra. The member from St. Catherine Eastern and the member from St. Mary's Central raised the issue that what is going to happen is that Narra is going to suck up the approval resources, and a lady who wants to build her house and recover from the hurricane, her approval will be left behind. That is not true, member, and you should take great comfort that that is not so. And so the lady who is listening and feels that you are representing her should have great comfort that that is not the case. That Narra is designed to operate in parallel with, not in competition. And Narra is designed in such a way that the resources that it will have are going to be on top of what exists in the regular system. So it's not going to take away from the regular system. And just to be clear, when Hurricane Melissa hit, my direction was the half of Jamaica that was not hit needs to work twice as hard to make up for the part of Jamaica that was hit. And, it's clear that the productive elements in the country that were not impacted, they have put out the effort. And those who were impacted, they have also put out the effort. And what we are seeing is that the recovery is going to come much sooner than we had initially predicted. And so in no way would we structure Narra for it to take away from the regular resources that we are encouraging to work even harder. So Narra will not take away from the regular resources. No.
Sorry, Prime Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as we are clear, it has been a robust debate. And as the Prime Minister is closing, we ask that he be given an additional 15 minutes to complete the presentation.
Hold on, Prime Minister. The question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Mike, Prime Minister.
The other area of concern seems to be that it is the Prime Minister who appoints the CEO. So there are different methodologies of appointing CEOs. depending on the structure that is employed. It is not unusual for the appointment to be from the Prime Minister for certain entities. No, there are some entities that the Governor General appoints. But it's not unusual for the Prime Minister to, or the Minister in charge of the industry, the ministry to appoint. I want to be clear that the post of CEO for Narra was internationally advertised. Internationally. We got several dozen applications, many of them from all over the world. We appointed a very high-level interview panel, review committee. I don't have the members who are on it, but I know I should probably say it, just to be clear, the Cabinet Secretary, my recollection, the head of the Port Authority, Professor Gordon Shirley, who also is the chair of our Police Services Commission, the head of the Transformation Implementation Unit, the TIU, was also a member, and a few other persons. So there is no involvement of me directly or personally in vetting any CVs or shortlisting anyone. I want that to be publicly known. So there is a distance, a healthy distance between myself and the process of finding, interviewing. I also want to point out that there seems to be a concern about concentration. I've heard that centralization is a term used. That Narra seems to centralize power and authority in, sometimes the criticism is centralizes it in the CEO or centralizes it in the minister. In the executive model, it is a deliberate strategy. The whole idea was that the diffusion of the responsibility is what caused the lack of performance, because you can't point on anyone to say you are responsible. And so when Dr. Carlton Davies crafted it, he said, you know, the rationale, he said that the primary, well, let me not say that, let me go ahead. The rationale was to ensure that responsibility is not diffused. That there is one focal point for which accountability can be effective. That was the idea. And I would want Jamaicans to appreciate that your government is very sensitive to any concentration, any centralization that may lead to unregulated, unwieldy executive power. That's not our intention. But at the same time, Jamaica is in a different phase of its development. And we can claim to be in a different phase of our development because we have gone through a phase of our development where we haven't really analyzed it yet, in the sense, Madam Speaker, that our accountability, our anti-corruption and oversight framework is probably the most robust in the Caribbean. We spend billions of dollars. When you look at, so if you look at our oversight capabilities and what we have built, we have let's start with the Auditor General. Enshrined in our Constitution, high functioning. Nothing is exempt. And the Auditor General has moved from doing post audits to doing real-time audits. They have moved from doing accounting audits to doing performance-based audits. We have the Integrity Commission. We have the Corruption Prevention Act, which defines in a very comprehensive way corruption and as an entity to prosecute it. Outside of that, we have MOCA, not a part of the IC framework, but acts in that way on specific major organized corruption activity. Then we have the PAAC. Bear in mind that the PAAC is maybe it's 20 years old now, about 20, maybe 20, yeah. I brought the resolution to this House to reinstate the PAAC. And it has been very effective and was reformed to be the oversight of Parliament of the economic program of the fiscal rules. Our budget now must go through the PAAC. There is no entity of government that can escape the oversight of the PAAC, and that body is chaired by the opposition and must continue to be chaired by the opposition. It is important that it is chaired by the opposition. So the oversight function of the government apparatus is significant. So when I spoke earlier about ensuring that legislation is efficient, you can't come back here now and then legislate a new framework separate and apart from the framework that is already legislated. We have a strong framework. Let the framework for oversight work. Every day, listen, the persons who are advocates for anti-corruption, they must continue to push. You can't ease up because you don't want government to become relaxed. But the Parliament has to be careful that it does not smother and suffocate the effectiveness of the public bureaucracy by an overlaying of procedures that have no relevance to outcomes. So we have gone through this phase in our development where we have been highly focused on anti-corruption. We must continue, but we are now going into a different phase where we have to ensure that our bureaucracy is efficient. It is not a wiping away or an undermining or a dismissing of the anti-corruption frameworks. No, it is. We will continue to push that and continue to spend the billions of dollars on it. But democracy must deliver prosperity. And I am not the only one speaking in frustration about the slow pace of the government. It is said on both sides. This is what we meant when we say we have to pivot. So I think I've captured most of the issues. And again, I want to thank all the members who have participated, who have contributed. It has enriched the bill. And it is my hope that on this matter, the public record would be that the Parliament, by acclamation, supported the bill rather than history records a divide on this momentous moment. Madam Speaker, I now ask for the second reading of the bill.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
Let me.
A bill entitled, An Act to Make Provision for the Management and Implementation of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction and Resilience Efforts
consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and for resilience, generally rather, to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, and for connected matters read a second time.
Thank you. Marshall? The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. We are now in committee. Minister, would you be so kind as to indicate, as per our usual procedure, how you wish to proceed?
Madam Speaker, we have some amendments to the bill. We do not have any amendments to Clause 1, so you can put Clause 1.
Members, the question is that we put Clause 1. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I know that the amendment sheet would have been distributed. In Clause 2, in the definition of approving entity, we want to delete the words local authority or public body and substitute, therefore, the words public entity. That's one amendment. Second amendment to Clause 2. In the definition of public body, delete the words but does not include an executive agency designated under the Executive Agencies Act. And the third amendment for Clause 2, insert in their correct alphabetical sequence the following definitions. Public entity means a department or an agency of the government, a local authority, or a public body. And Madam Speaker, we have accepted the recommendation of the member from Eastern Portland to give a definition to resilience, and that is resilience in relation to disaster and climate change means the capacity of communities, infrastructure, institutions, economic and environmental systems to A, anticipate, prepare for, and reduce the adverse effects of disasters and climate change. B, absorb, withstand, and adapt to the impacts of disasters so as not to sustain catastrophic damage or loss. C, recover from the adverse effects of disasters in a manner that 1, restores and where practicable improves upon pre-disaster conditions. 2, reduces or eliminates future vulnerability to the effects of disasters and climate change. 3, maintains or improves the social well-being, economic productivity, and environmental integrity of affected communities. I wish to put Clause 2.
You may go ahead, Opposition Leader.
Yeah, before Clause 2 is put, I noticed that there's a subsection 2 in Clause 2. I have no objection to the amendments as proposed to Clause 2. I had pointed out that the exclusion of executive agencies in the original bill could be problematic, and I see that that exclusion is being deleted. But in subsection 2, or subclause 2 of Clause 2, it allows the minister by order to amend a definition in the Act. Normally, powers to amend given to a minister in relation to legislation deal with things like monetary values, such as fines, because those over time can become redundant and so on. But to amend the drafting of a provision, a definition, in this case a definition of works, is very unusual. We don't normally give a single person in the executive the power to amend legislation, especially without it being subject to affirmative resolution, having to come to the House and the Senate for approval, because the legislation itself has been passed by the House and the Senate, or will have been before this can become law. So I think if you intend to keep a provision allowing the definition of works, which seems very comprehensive already, I'm not sure why it was seen to be necessary to have a provision allowing the minister to amend the definition of works. It's a very comprehensive definition. Works includes A, the carrying out of any of the following activities, namely construction, reconstruction, assembly, altering, manufacturing, processing, fabrication, erection, instrumentation, installation, fitting out, improvement, commissioning, decommissioning, demolition, clearance, land remediation, maintenance, repair and renovation involved with building, civil engineering, structural engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and other engineering and technology projects, and B, goods and services incidental to the carrying out of the activities referred to in the paragraph I just read. It's a very broad, it's an immensely broad provision as is. I'm not sure what the motivation was to allow the minister to alter it. But if that's going to happen, that must come to Parliament in our submission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue raised about the power to alter the definition is one that I have also noted and would ask that it be made subject to affirmative resolution, one. Secondly, in light of the clarification provided by Minister Morgan, given the definition of procure and how wide it is to say by any means, since the intention is that the procurement would take place in accordance with regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act, perhaps an amendment of that section would be advisable. To have procure mean the acquisition of goods, works, or services by any means is very wide. But the clarification was provided that it really will be done in accordance with the regulations that would be promulgated under Section 3 of the Procurement Act. So I am proposing for consideration that the definition be amended to read, procure means the acquisition of goods, works, or services in accordance with the regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act and including where necessary purchase. So it's really substituting by any means with a reference to what has been stated is intended to be in accordance with regulations to be promulgated under the Procurement Act. So second, the third point in relation to Clause 2 is the definition of approving entity. And it captures, well, it states that it means a local authority or public body that exercises any statutory, regulatory, administrative, or operational function, where the exercise of that function is required for the implementation, execution, or delivery of an approved reconstruction and resilience project or a designated strategic investment project, including functions relating to A, physical planning and development controls, building controls, including the issuance of building permits and the conduct of inspections, land subdivision, land use and zoning, environmental management, natural resource conservation and environmental permits, approvals relating to water supply, sewage and drainage, roads, highways and transportation infrastructure, electricity, telecommunications and other utility services, and disaster risk management and hazard mitigation. in light of the concerns raised and how approving entity is used in the bill, including at clause 24, subclause 2, I'm just wondering, how is it contemplated that the exercise of the statutory functions and the regulatory functions will not be problematic?
Member Green and then opposition leader and members, would you please do not engage in repeating comments made by others, because once we get into that mode, we will be here forever.
Yeah.
So please only limit your comments to additional information you would like to offer instead of repeating suggestions made by other members. Thank you.
Yeah,
Member Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the suggestion of the member from West Central in relation to
20 minutes after 3.
In
I'm
clause
going to work
2,
9 o'clock.
definition of works.
I will close it off
that
right
we
now.
Insert
Even though I still really want to watch out the whole light.
That the minister
But
may
now
by
work 9
order
o'clock,
subject to
and after 3, you know, say,
affirmative
no,
resolution. I
sleep
think
now
that
again.
would satisfy
So big up on yourself.
the leader of the opposition,
And
just to ensure that there's oversight in relation
you heard
to
his
any
love.
change
What's
to
your
the
one with a bill
definition,
here?
but still
Look more come back.
achieve the
Here?
overall objectives
So,
of its
big up on
inclusion.
yourself.
Outside of that,
Is that right?
Madam Speaker, I think when the
I'll
members
close it off
spoke
right now. So,
in relation to
you
procurement,
heard his love,
I
man.
think there is